Marching on. Happy International Women's Day. Keep the fight going. You guys
And that concludes the UN's special International Women's Day event. This as we continue to monitor as President Trump is set to deliver remarks from the Oval Office. We do not have a stream of that video. It will not be live. We were told by the White House that this will be playback, meaning this is going to be a conversation that has been recorded, but the very first time we will be seeing it is through that stream, which we will bring with you and to you without commercial interruption. We're going to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour, continuing our coverage after that. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Our next live event takes us inside an Atlanta, Georgia courtroom where a state senator is asking that a battery charge be removed after he was forcibly removed from the state capitol chambers. And in fact, what's happening right now in the courtroom is some video from that actual event.
Senator Williams and Senator Moore after this point, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you want me to watch any more of the video, or are you going to turn it off?
I don't believe it's necessary for the court at this time.
Anything else, Ms. Bernard?
And
Anything else you want me to hear or
yes,
say?
I think we will go ahead and call Senator Moore to the stand, Your Honor.
Okay. Everybody was sworn in earlier. I would ask you, sir, to stand at the podium. You're under oath. If you have any questions on direct, go ahead and do that now, please. Ms. Bernard.
Thank you. So you've previously been sworn. Could you please introduce yourself to the court?
My name is Moore, the senator that you see in the video.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And how are you employed?
I'm a state senator for the state of Georgia, representing the 53rd district.
Do you have any other positions?
As employment, I work as an auctioneer.
Thank you. And what were you doing on January 16th, 2025?
I was performing my compelled constitutional duty to attend a joint session of the General Assembly to hear the state address by the governor.
And you say it was compelled. What compelled you to participate in this joint session?
I have a constitutional obligation to attend joint sessions, just as I have a constitutional obligation to be present in the Senate, just as legislative matters are so ordered.
And so, were you attending the joint session of the Georgia General Assembly that day pursuant to your role as senator?
That's correct. H.R. 4, which is a joint resolution passed by both the Senate and the House of Representatives, compels my attendance.
Any response to the objection?
No, Your Honor. He's testifying about his experience and knowledge of the situation as an elected legislator and his reasoning for attending the joint session.
He's testified to the contents of the writing. For that purpose, he didn't present the writing.
I'll allow it. The objection is overruled. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Your Honor. So, you're attending the joint session on January 16th, 2025. What did you do to attend the joint session?
I physically had to walk into the meeting place, which so happened to be the House chamber.
Okay. And were you able to walk into the House chamber in order to attend the joint session?
No, I was stopped by Corey Mulkey and Randall Williams.
Okay. And when you say that you were stopped by them, were those the actions that we just saw in the video?
Yes.
Was that a true and accurate copy of what you recall happening that day?
Yes.
Okay. And now, at any point, the video, of course, speaks for itself, but at any point, did you do anything but seek to walk into the joint session?
No.
And were you at any point struck or physically assaulted by anyone?
Yes, both by Corey Mulkey and
I'm
by...
sorry. What's the objection?
Objection to meeting calls for a conclusion.
Well, can you rephrase the question?
Certainly.
I'll sustain the objection.
What happened to you as you walked into the joint session?
As I was approaching the door, Corey Mulkey and Randall Williams both made physical contact with me, resulting in Randall Williams tackling me to the ground.
And were you previously acquainted with either of these two men?
Yes, I did serve in the House of Representatives and do know them both.
Okay. And who is Randall Williams or Keith Williams? How do you know this person?
He is the general counsel to the Speaker of the House.
Okay. And how did you learn that he was general counsel to the Speaker of the House?
I think it's commonly referred to in colloquy in the legislature that he is the general counsel, but it is also indicated on the House website, at the .gov website. If you go to the House of Representatives, you will see there that he is labeled as the general counsel.
Has he ever identified himself to you as general counsel?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance of 611 just wasted time. We're here to talk about the battery.
Any response?
Your Honor, Their previous objection was that the individuals on the video hadn't been sufficiently identified. If they are at this point willing to accept and concede that the individual on the video is in fact their client who is sitting right here in the courtroom and who the court can of course observe, then I would be happy to constrain my questions. However, you know, as with the motion to dismiss that says this is an issue of constitutional House authority, and then the motions to quash from all of the members of the House who believe that they don't have any relevant information. We're hearing contradictory information from the respondent side, so we're just trying to put in the truth of the matter as it occurred that.
Right. The objection is sustained, and I would ask you to focus on whatever it was that happened on the video or that is the basis for this application today.
Certainly, Your Honor.
You can't hear me.
I'll try to project
Okay. And that's what I want to make sure that you're able to record it. If there's any issue with that, just again let me know.
I spoke to them earlier and my experience with privacy and
Any objections?
I've just activated this microphone. I lost it off for privacy. Am I audible now here?
I'm not going to instruct anybody to do that. I understand the reason against it. My question was, do you object to that? And you do object. So I'm just going to ask if, just speak loud enough that I can hear you, that everybody can hear you. And I'm sorry, that's probably the best we can do. Thank you. Go ahead.
So this individual that you had previously encountered and identified as general counsel for the speaker, what did he do?
So as I was approaching the door, he grabbed my shoulders and proceeded to rock me over sideways. And then I guess I was bigger than he was, so he came back for another position and ultimately pushed me up against where you can see the side of the wall there, and where the, I guess it's the hand sanitizer dispenser, where my leg was, and then proceeded to shove me on into the ground.
Okay. And when you hit the ground, what part of your body hit the ground first?
I mean, my kind of back and hand, but I think I sustained a majority of my injury from going past the hand sanitizer when I was pushed back into the wall.
Okay. And so what injuries did you sustain as a result of this encounter?
So my hand was bleeding and turned very purple and swollen.
Okay. And did you have any occasion to have photographs or video taken of your hand?
Yes. And those photos were taken a few hours later at Emory Hospital.
And I'm going to show you what is being marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 2. We're requesting that to the court.
Does the respondent object to the admittance of those photos?
I need to see it, Your Honor, to know whether I object.
Can you share those first, please? Ms. Rowe, on position 10, can we get an update from Dr. Brown? I don't want to keep those parties waiting. Thank you. And if it's easier just to put them up on the screen, I'll just look away until I've ruled on it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just lay the foundation so I can know if it's admissible. I objected this time because no foundation has yet been laid.
Certainly, we're just still dealing with our IT issues, Your Honor. Like I said, I have physically stopped by your courtroom to attempt to keep these issues from happening. Yes. So, and this video. And did anyone take any videos or photographs of your injuries?
Yes.
And does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of the video and the injuries as you sustained?
All right, so we're listening in there, although we did just get a feed from the White House as President Trump is currently speaking. Let's listen in.
November 5th. So a lot of these people, they listen to speak and they say, well, I'm going to gear up, and they're gearing up, and so they've been gearing up. They've had a little time. It's not just 5 weeks. It's 5 weeks plus a few months. And they are, they put it into effect pretty quickly. They have confidence that what I'm saying is going to happen. So with that, I'd like to ask a highly respected gentleman, Kevin Hassett. He's been with us for a long time, and he's been right about a lot. We had the greatest economy in history in the first term, and Kevin was a big part of it. So Kevin, could you maybe give a little description, please?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Trump. I think that the three things that you emphasized during the campaign is that you wanted to create domestic, high-paying manufacturing jobs, that you wanted to end wasteful government spending and reduce the unproductive government workers, and in fact unleash them into the private economy where they could be more productive, and to create jobs for Americans. A lot of people said that if you deported illegals, the employment would go down because no Americans would take those jobs. And if you look, 280,000 American-born folks were hired, manufacturing jobs are going up, and this is just out of the expectation of your future policies, really, sir. It's in April when your Reciprocal Trade Act is expected to happen. The tax cuts haven't passed yet, and so people are clearly expecting the golden age. And if you want to forecast the future numbers, everybody, just keep in mind that President Trump has already gotten us $1.7 trillion in commitments of new factories, and those haven't even happened yet. Those aren't even in the numbers. And so I expect this is going to be a glimpse of a golden age to come, sir.
Thank you very much. One other thing, in Canada, we find that they're charging us over 200% for dairy products. You know about that. And when I left, we had that well taken care of, but under Biden, they just kept raising it. Very difficult to deal with the Canadian representatives. 250% for dairy products, tariff. So where do you hear that? You don't hear that. They have a tremendously high tariff. Give you the exact numbers in a little while coming out on lumber. So they sell us lumber. They have a tremendous tariff. They make it impossible for us to sell lumber or dairy products into Canada, but our numbers are a tiny fraction of that, almost non-existent. And what we're doing is freeing up our forests from the environmental nonsense that they put on them, where you can't cut down a tree. And we have to cut down trees in order to build the firewalls. And those trees are sold, but we're freeing it up on an emergency basis because Canada has been ripping us off for years on tariffs for lumber and for dairy products. 250%. Nobody ever talks about that. 250% tariff. Which is taking advantage of our farmers, so that's not going to happen anymore. They'll be met with the exact same tariff unless they drop it, and that's what reciprocal means. And we may do it as early as today, or we'll wait till Monday or Tuesday, but that's what we're going to do. We're going to charge the same thing. It's not fair, never has been fair, and they've treated our farmers badly. Look, our country's been ripped off by everybody, and that stops now. I had it stopped in my first term, and we're going to really stop it now because this has been very unfair. Our country from an economic standpoint, a financial standpoint, and a trade standpoint has been absolutely ripped off by almost every country in the world. Canada, Mexico, and then you just go right down the line. India charges us massive tariffs, massive. You can't even sell anything into India. It's almost restrictive. It is restrictive. We do very little business inside. They've agreed, by the way, they want to cut their tariffs way down now because somebody's finally exposing them for what they've done. And same thing with China, same thing with a lot of other countries. And the EU has been a terrible abuser of this country. I mean, the EU was formulated in order to take advantage of the United States, and they have taken it, but they're not taking advantage when I'm in charge. So sometimes you'll hear some negative things. It's always from outside countries. America will be very strong. And if I'm a foreign country, they're going to do fine, but they can't do like they used to do because we're going to bring back our business into this country. We need it from a job standpoint. We need it from even just a psychological standpoint. Think of it, 90,000 factories are gone since the beginning of NAFTA. So we're not going to have that, and we're going to see them build it back. Now we've already had 5 major automobile companies. First time you've heard this in a long time, since my first term actually, where we were really rocking and rolling, and then Biden came in and he stopped everything, like such a stupid thing to do, not even a believable thing. But we have many auto plants now coming in. We have big chip plants. We have the biggest chip company in the world, most powerful, probably one of the most powerful companies in the world. Wouldn't you say, Kevin? And he's coming in and they're building one of the largest chip plants in the world. That'll be done in Arizona, mostly in Arizona. And that'll give us a big percentage. One plant will give us a big percentage of the chip market, something we have very little of. You know, we used to have Intel, and Intel was run by a man named Andy Grove. And Andy Grove was a tough, smart guy. I used to read about him when I was a young man, and he did an incredible job. He really dominated the chip business. And then he died, and I guess they had a series of people that didn't know what the hell they were doing, and we gradually lost the chip business, and now it's almost exclusively in Taiwan. They stole it from us. They took it from us, and I don't blame them. I give them credit. I blame the people that were sitting in this seat because they allowed it to happen. We could have protected that so easily, but so we had the chip business, and now it's all in Taiwan, almost exclusive, a little bit in South Korea, but mostly in Taiwan. And it's very important. Everything you do, everything you touch is now about chips. The brake of a car, cars have chips all over the place. I was reading an article the other day where they talk about the brakes of a car are loaded up with chips. Who would think that a brake has a chip in it? But it's all about chips. So that was a big thing. And they'll be investing hundreds of billions of dollars in this country, and we'll be taking back a big, big portion of that industry. We have others coming in too. But a lot of car manufacturers are coming in, and they're coming in fast. And one of the reasons you see these numbers, and again, Kevin said it, and I said it a little bit, but the fact that they know I won the election, so after I was president-elect, they assumed that I was going to do what I said, because I do what I say. And so these numbers really reflect a lot of things that took place since November 5th, right? So, Kevin, thank you very much. Great job. Any questions?
Mr. President, how concerned are you that the large-scale federal government layoffs will weaken the labor market? How concerned are you?
The large-scale fentanyl what?
The federal government layoffs will impact the labor market, will weaken the labor market.
Oh. No, I think the labor market's going to be fantastic, but it's going to have high-paying manufacturing jobs as opposed to government jobs. We had too many people in government. You can't just do that. We had many, too many. This is for 40 years. You know, this isn't just now. This built up and got worse and worse, and they just hire more and more people. You look at Department of Education, it seems like so many buildings I ride by, it says Department of Education. They're all over the place. And we don't even want it. We want the education to be given by the states. It'll be much better. It'll move us to the top of the list from the bottom of the list. And actually save us money. But not, it's too important to even talk about them. It'll save us a lot of money, but we don't want that. We want education to be given. So you go to Iowa and Indiana and Idaho and all these places that are so well run. They're going to be producing education that will be the equivalent of, like Denmark is one, Norway, Sweden. Actually, China is one of the better in terms of education, and so we can't blame size anymore. You know, China has 1.4 billion people, but they're very high on the list. The one thing we're doing well on, we're number one on the list, is cost per pupil. We spend more money than any other country in the world by far. So I jokingly say the one thing we do well on is the cost. We spend more money, and yet we're toward the bottom of the list. Yeah.
Mr. President, I want to ask you, the joint address, millions of Americans watched your joint address earlier this week where you warned that there could be a little disturbance that Americans could feel as a function of these taxes, these tariffs. How much disturbance are you willing to accept in the near term as a function of that? And to set expectations, how long should Americans expect things to cost a bit more?
Well, so far, Peter, there hasn't been very much because these numbers are coming out. We're here for just a little over 4 weeks. And these are fantastic numbers. I was watching some of the reports this morning. They were surprised. There could be some disturbance, a little bit of disturbance. I solved a little bit of that because I have respect for our auto companies, and I gave them a little bit of a 1-month reprieve because it was unfair, although I'm sure they'll take advantage of it. I see they're driving a lot of cars into the U.S. to try and avoid the tariffs, and they're taking advantage of it a little bit. But they called me, they asked me, they said, could they have a little bit of help? And I decided, they're American companies, USMCA, and I let them have that. But this really kicks in, the reciprocals, kicks in on, let's see, I guess the 2nd. And I wanted it to be the 1st so badly, just didn't want to be on April Fool's Day. So I made it the 2nd. That's going to cost a lot of money. That one day is going to cost a lot of money, but that's okay. But I don't see it. I don't see anything. I see good reports. I think we're going to have good numbers from the beginning. Now, globalists won't love this because this brings jobs back to America. So if they're coming back to America, maybe you'll lose some in other parts of the world. But the other parts of the world have done very well, and they'll continue to do very well. But I think the United States is going to be doing record business. We'll bring a lot of those 90,000 factories that have been lost over the last number of years. It's been, it's hard to believe. 90,000, think of what 90,000 is. 90,000 plants and factories are gone. We're going to bring back many of those plants and factories.
One day the tariffs are on, the next day they're off. Right now the markets, as you know well, prefer stability. Are you done going forward with the pauses and the carve-outs? Is that it for those?
There'll always be changes and adjustments, and you can't just, I could have, for instance, told the American car companies, no, I'm not going to give you anything, and then you wouldn't have had to say, well, they're getting a little extra. It's just a little bit of a 1-month reprieve. They're very happy about what's happening. They won't have to go across borders, and you see the zigzagging. You have a fender made in Canada, you have something else made in Mexico. We don't want that. We want it made here. But there'll always be some modifications. I mean, if you have a wall in front of you, sometimes you have to go around the wall instead of through it. But I think very little. I think very little. On occasion, if we can do something, we want to help companies. We want to help companies create jobs. So I could have left that, and you wouldn't have had a minor change. Instead, I was asked by the real majors, the big majors, if they could do this, and I said, yeah, I'll do it. I want you to produce a lot of jobs. And numerous of the people, actually all of the people I spoke to have already been, they're very much on the way to already do it. That's why you have auto jobs increase. And the man, I don't know him, Sean Fain, I don't know him, and I did great, as you know, with the auto workers, with the Teamsters, with unions, I did fantastically well. Best numbers ever by a Republican. And I have a lot of respect for those people. But Sean Fain, who I don't know, but wasn't a supporter, although the auto workers were big supporters. I watched him last night, and he said, Donald Trump is absolutely right on tariffs. He said, what he's doing on tariffs is an incredible thing. And it's about time somebody had the guts to do it, because we're going to save auto manufacturing. And I said to people when I was campaigning, you're going to have so many auto jobs, you're not going to believe what's going to happen. We're going to load up Michigan. I won the state of Michigan, as you know. And part of the reason I won it was I got a lot of auto workers that voted for me, Detroit, etc. But I think people are going to be very surprised. Yes?
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned in your remarks chips manufacturing, how a significant percentage is now in Taiwan. You also mentioned it in your address to Congress, and you called on Congress to overturn the CHIPS Act, which had bipartisan support in the last Congress. Why would you like to see this particular law overturned, Mr. President?
Because it's hundreds of billions of dollars, and it's just a waste of money. Now, some people have already taken the money and used it. Actually, it's very hard to qualify because they go by race, they go by gender, they go by all sorts of things. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. You won't be able to find those people. So I don't even think anybody can qualify. They have so many different categories. In order to qualify, you have to have so many of a certain race, a certain gender, a certain this, a certain... And I don't think they can qualify, but if they take the money, they better qualify because they'll be watching them. But it's a tremendous waste of money. I didn't give the greatest chip company in the world, one of the greatest companies, I didn't give them 10 cents. They came here because of tariffs, because they didn't want to pay the tariffs. And they also came here because they like the results of the election, because they know that I'm very pro-business and pro-jobs. I mean, I'm pro-business, not for business sake. I'm pro-business because of jobs, because business is producing the jobs. Okay?
Russia, if I may, President Putin is bombing Ukraine.
Yeah.
Do you still believe him when he tells you that he wants peace?
You know, I believe him. I believe him. I think we're doing very well with Russia. But right now they're bombing the hell out of Ukraine, and I'm finding it more difficult, frankly, to deal with Ukraine. And they don't have the cards. They don't have the cards. As you know, we're meeting in Saudi Arabia on sometime next week, early. And we're talking, I find that in terms of getting a final settlement, it may be easier dealing with Russia, which is surprising because they have all the cards. I mean, and they're bombing the hell out of them right now. And I put a statement in, a very strong statement. Can't do that. You can't do that.
Mr. President.
We're trying to help them. And Ukraine has to get on the ball and get a job done. Michael, could you come up here? I see Michael back there. Good, I'm glad. He's traveling all over the world. I just saw him come in the door. Could you give a little definition of what's going on, please?
Sure. Well, the president has been crystal clear, and he's been clear to all sides. The fighting has to stop. Both sides need to get to the table. We had a good engagement. Both leaders have said only President Trump could do so, and only he has been able to do so. We had an initial engagement with the Russians. The Ukrainians had a great opportunity to bind our economies together through that mineral deal. Unfortunately, that didn't go so well, but we think we're going to get things back on track. Secretary Rubio, myself and Ukrainian delegation will be meeting in Saudi Arabia next week to get these talks back on track, get a ceasefire in place, and drive peace home under President Trump's leadership.
I think both parties want to settle. I think if I wasn't president, this war would have had no chance of settlement, zero chance. But I think we're going to get it settled and stopped. We got to stop. They're losing on average 2,000 soldiers a week. That's a lot of soldiers. Do you agree, Peter?
It's a lot of soldiers on both sides, I agree. Do you, Mr. President, think that Vladimir Putin is taking advantage of the U.S. pause right now on intelligence and military aid to Ukraine?
No, I actually think he's doing what anybody else would do. I think he wants to get it stopped and settled, and I think he's hitting them harder than he's been hitting them. And I think probably anybody in that position would be doing that right now. He wants to get it ended, and I think Ukraine wants to get it ended, but I don't see, it's crazy. They're taking tremendous punishment. I don't quite get it, but I suspect, Michael, he probably wants to get it ended.
He does, Mr. President. The Russians are taking incredible losses on the front. As the president has said, this is a meat grinder of people, of material, of national treasure, and no one else has any solutions except to let this war continue forever. But I'll add, the president has had multiple conversations and a visit from President Macron of France, Prime Minister Starmer of the United Kingdom. We have the NATO Secretary General coming next week. We have this meeting with the Ukrainians. We've had it with the Russians. All of this in the president's first month in his leadership. We will engage in the shuttle diplomacy, and we will continue to use his leadership and what leverage we have to get both sides of the peace table. It's not going to be easy, but President Trump...
This war should have never happened. It would have never happened if I were president, but it did happen. So a lot of other things shouldn't have happened, too. We shouldn't have 21 million people pouring into our country through open borders, many of whom are criminals, very bad criminals, including murderers, thousands of murderers. Many killed, far more than one person, and they're roaming our streets. But Tom Homan and Kristi Noem are doing an incredible job, and we're getting them out of here. And we'll get them out. We'll get them all out. But all these things shouldn't have happened. We shouldn't have inflation. We shouldn't have had this horrible inflation where the prices have gone up. Look at eggs. So we're doing a good job. We're doing a good job.
Mr. President, in regards to the pause on military assistance to Ukraine, you put out on your social media post today that Russia is pounding Ukraine.
That's right.
Why not provide Ukraine with air defenses? And what happens, Mr. President, when Ukraine runs out of
Well, because good question. because I have to know that they want to settle. I don't know that they want to settle. If they don't want to settle, we're out of there because we want them to settle. And I'm doing it to stop death, more important than anything else. Secondarily, way down the line is the money. So we're in for $350 billion and Europe is in for $100 billion. They should be in for the same or more than us. And, you know, I watched over the last week or so what's going on in Europe. This thing could end up in World War III if we don't get it settled. This could really end up in a World War III. We got to get it settled.
So on Iran, how confident are you that the Iranians will negotiate with you? And is Israel on board with this outrage?
Yeah, I saw the hostages the other day. They came in, people that were not young, some young and some older, much older. And they gave, it was hard for them to do it actually. They gave statements as to what happened. I was asking, what happened? How was it? I said, did you see anybody in there that was kind, like out of the hundreds of people that you were seeing, Hamas? Did some of them wink at you and say, don't worry, you're going to be okay, or give you a piece of bread, or no? I said, were there any people that were like kind? I was shocked. The answer was nobody. There was nobody. Just the opposite. They'd be slapped and punched. One man broke his ribs. He couldn't breathe for a month. It was brutal. I was so surprised. Because you'd think there'd be a couple of people that would be kind, that would say, you're going to be okay. But they had none of that. It's pretty amazing. Brian? He's a kind person.
Well, according to
although not to Zelensky, he wasn't. But to Trump, he's been good. Go ahead, Brian.
Nice tie, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you. I like yours too.
Two questions. One on peace. Why don't you think any other European countries are offering a peace deal? It seems like no one's come to the table for peace except for you.
Yeah. It's a very good question. Sometimes questions aren't answerable. They're in a very unusual position. They don't know how to end the war. I think I do know how to end the war. Despite the Russia hoax, I've always had a good relationship with Putin. And, you know, he wants to end the war. He wants to end it. And I think he's going to be more generous than he has to be. And that's pretty good. That means a lot of good things. Because frankly, you could have made a great deal if this war never started, you could have made a great deal. I don't know that anything would have had to be given up. This was not a war that was going to start, Brian. And it didn't start. For 4 years, you know, somebody said, well, how do we know that? Well, for 4 years, it didn't start. I used to speak to Vladimir about it. I used to speak to him about it at length. It was the apple of his eye, but there was no way he was going in. And he knew, you know, there were going to be consequences. But it did start. I mean, think of what happened. Inflation, you have the war with Ukraine and Russia, that wouldn't have happened. October 7th would have never happened. Israel, they had no money. Iran had no money. Iran was stone cold broke, and now they have a lot of money. And that's going to be the next thing you'll be talking about is Iran. What's going to happen with Iran? And there'll be some interesting days ahead. That's all I can tell you. You know, we're down to final strokes with Iran. That's going to be an interesting time. And we'll see what happens. But we're down to the final moments. We're at final moments. You can't let them have a nuclear weapon. I think that I would have had a deal within 1 month after the rigged election of 2020. They were all set to make a deal. And then when I lost, I saw this person who's a stupid person, very stupid person. And they said, let's not make a deal. And they were right. He took the sanctions off. They became rich under Biden. They went from having no money to having $300 billion. All in a short period. It's oil. Oil builds up fast. It's a nice living if you have a nice oil well. And they do. They have a lot of nice oil wells, right? So anyway, it's going to be a big thing. It's an interesting time in the history of the world. But we have a situation with Iran that something's going to happen very soon. Very, very soon. You'll be talking about that pretty soon, I guess. And hopefully we can have a peace deal. You know, I'm not speaking out of strength or weakness. I'm just saying I'd rather see a peace deal than the other, but the other will solve the problem.
Mr. President, your allies are calling on you to pardon Derek Chauvin. Are you considering pardoning Derek Chauvin?
No, I haven't even heard about it. No.
Mr. President, on peace.
I haven't heard that.
In the first term, you may recall, I broke the news that you were nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. And the reason for that was the work that you led on the Abraham Accords. I spoke yesterday with the member of parliament, the Norwegian parliament, that nominated you. And he said what the Nobel Committee is looking for from you, Mr. President, is security guarantees for Ukraine. Is that a possibility, Mr. President?
So, before I even think about that, I want to settle the war, get it finished. Because if I'm not here, nobody's going to settle it. And President Macron has said that, and everybody said that. The prime ministers and presidents. We're pushing very hard. That's all I'm thinking about now. As far as the question about security later, that's the easy part. The hard part is getting it settled. We got to get them. We're losing 2,000 human beings every week. More than that, actually. 2,000 nice, young, although they're getting older because they're drafting much older now. In the case of one country, much older, because a lot of the young people have been killed. It's very sad, and I'd like to see if I could stop that. And I'd like to also see if we could stop making these massive payments from the United States. I mean, Biden gave away money like it was water, with no anything, got nothing for it. Europe did it in the form of a loan. They get their money back, we don't. So that's how we came up with the rare earth deal. But we started, behind the 8 ball. He could have gone to Europe. He could have said, come on, you got to put up money with us. You got to put up money with us. But he never did that. They just kept handing money out because he was grossly incompetent. All right, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
All right, everyone, that was President Trump remarks from the Oval Office. A lot of news to talk about there as he says new tariffs will be implemented by March 11th for Canada. So that was a big takeaway. And then another one talking about he's hoping to get some sort of Iran deal, but says that there should be some news made either way in a couple of days on Iran as he wants to reach a new deal with their nuclear program. So we'll be keeping an eye on that for you right here on Live Now from Vox. Obviously, we were taking a look at the markets as well. During the time, it's been down for most of the day as investors continue to worry about more rolling tariffs and what that can mean to different companies here. So we are live now from Vox. We will be with you, continuing to be with you as we take a 2-minute break in just moments. We'll have more live events. We are also awaiting a crypto event happening at the White House a little bit later this afternoon. We will have that for you all right here on Live Now from Vox. We'll be back in just 2. back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us, as always. Live look right now at the markets, down almost 300 points in the red. We'll continue to look at that while we take you out to Chicago. That is where we find Fed Chair Jerome Powell. He is speaking right now at the University of Chicago Booth School of Business. Let's listen on Live Now.
It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. Sentiment readings have not been a good predictor of consumption growth in recent years. We continue to carefully monitor a variety of indicators of household and business spending. Turning to the labor market, many indicators show that the labor market is solid and broadly in balance. The jobs report released this morning showed employers added 151,000 jobs to payrolls in February, and the unemployment rate ticked up 0.1% to 4.1% last month. Smoothing over the month-to-month volatility, since September, employers have added a solid 200,000 jobs a month on average. The unemployment rate remains low and is held in a narrow range between 3.9% and 4.2% over the past year. The jobs-to-workers gap has narrowed, and the quits rate has moved below pre-pandemic levels. Wages are growing faster than inflation and at a more sustainable pace than earlier in the pandemic recovery. With wage growth moderating and labor supply and demand having moved into better balance, the labor market is not a significant source of inflationary pressure. We see this in both market and survey-based measures, and survey respondents, both consumers and businesses, are mentioning tariffs as a driving factor. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain stable and consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Looking ahead, the new administration is in the process of implementing significant policy changes in 4 distinct areas: trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. It is the net effect of these policy changes that will matter for the economy and for the path of monetary policy. While there have been recent developments in some of these areas, especially trade policy, uncertainty around the changes and their likely effects remains high. As we parse the incoming information, we are focused on separating the signal from the noise as the outlook evolves. We do not need to be in a hurry, and we are well positioned to wait for greater clarity. Policy is not on a preset course. If the economy remains strong but inflation does not continue to move sustainably toward 2%, we can maintain policy restraint for longer. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we can ease policy accordingly. Our current policy stance is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our mandate. Before I conclude, I'll note that at our last FOMC meeting, we began our second 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. We will consider changes to our consensus statement and to our communications as part of this review. The consensus statement articulates our framework for the conduct of monetary policy in pursuit of our statutory goals. We will consider the lessons of the past 5 years and adapt our approach where appropriate to best serve the American people to whom we are accountable. The 2% longer-run inflation goal will be retained and is not a focus of the review. This public review will be familiar to those who followed our process 5 years ago. We will hold outreach events around the country involving a range of parties, including Fed Listens events. We're open to new ideas and critical feedback. We will host a research conference in Washington in May. Our intent is to wrap up the review by late summer. Thank you very much. I look forward to your questions, Danielle.
Before he takes questions, we will take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. We'll take you back out to Chicago in just moments. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to roll on. Let's go back out to Chicago. That is where we find Fed Chair Jerome Powell speaking on the economy there for a U.S. Monetary Policy Forum. Let's listen in on Live Now.
By the end of the summer. On the communications, particularly our post-meeting communications, we're going to take a close look at the SEP and also compare ourselves to what other central banks around the world do. And this will be a couple weeks from now, we'll have our second meeting, and I think we'll be done in time for, sort of the end of the summer.
Okay, that's great. Let me pick up on this question about the level of prices versus the inflation rate. Economists spend a lot of time making the distinction between the rate of change and the level. I'm not sure that the public fully understands this because you see these surveys about how frustrated people are with inflation. Inflation now is not that different than your target. It's above, but not meaningfully so. But do you think that price stability needs to take into account how far you away from the objective? And if you've had a big run-up and the level remains high, even if the inflation rate is back to normal, is that something we need to reconsider?
What the public experiences is the prices of things. And the prices of things went up a lot in 2021 and 22, and to some extent in 23. And when we talk about inflation, we're obviously talking about the rate of change now. But the public's not wrong. They are experiencing high prices, and obviously you can have a great labor market, but if people are really struggling because of high prices, that's what they're really going to feel. So they're right about what they're saying. In terms of, I don't think there's any need to redefine price stability. I think you can always go back to the way Alan Greenspan said it. I won't get the exact words, but everyone here knows the idea is if businesses and households are making their economic decisions without having to consider the possibility of high inflation, that's price stability. I don't think we need to rethink inflation the way we deal with it. I don't think we need to reinvent price stability. So,
okay. Okay, the elephant in the room. Economists normally assume that a tariff is passed into domestic prices, and as the Secretary of Treasury said yesterday, that would change the level of prices once, but wouldn't mean anything for inflation a year later. If we're looking at what happens over the next year, how would we know if the conventional view is not correct and that it's leaked into something more troubling?
So I think that start with the general thought is that if there's a spike in prices that's a one-time thing that is going to go through the economy, then it's not appropriate to react to it because our policy by design will reduce employment and activity, and it would not have really been needed to be done. So you look through those things if you can. So if you put that in the context of tariffs, I think if you look at where forecasts are, look at the blue chip, look where everybody's forecasting some inflation effect from tariffs. So it's very likely that if tariffs are imposed, and let's remember, we really don't know what's happening yet. We're at a stage where we're still very uncertain about what will be tariffed, for how long, at what level. We're going to have to wait to see all of that. But the likelihood is that some of that will find its way. It'll hit the exporters, the importers, the retailers, and to some extent the consumers, and we'll see what that is. And in a simple case where we know it's a one-time thing, the textbook would say look through it. But I think the situation, you would want to also be sure of a couple of things. One just is that if it turns into a series of things and it's more than that, and if the increases are larger, that would matter. And what really would matter is what's happening with longer-term inflation expectations and how persistent are the inflationary effects. You want to look at all of those things, and you'd want to remember the current context, which is we came off a very high inflation, and we haven't fully returned to 2% on a sustainable basis. So you got to put all that in the mix as you make this decision. I would point people back to 2019, when we had the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we had lower immigration, and we had regulatory policy under President Trump in the first regime. And, you know, we wound up cutting 3 times because growth weakened so much. So there are many effects of tariffs. And as I pointed out, it's really the effect of all of these policies that matter for our policy. It's not simply what's happening with tariffs. It's what's happening with growth and all the other things as a result of these broad changes in economic policy, not just tariffs.
Okay, just to put a point on this, I think I know what you're going to say, but the usual rule that economists hold is that when uncertainty is high, we're gradualist. And I'm wondering whether you view that as the right benchmark or anchor to think about.
I view it as the right benchmark or anchor for right now. And that's because the costs of being cautious are very, very low. You know, the economy's fine. It doesn't need us to do anything really, and so we can wait and we should wait. I think there are cases where uncertainty is high, where that would not be the case, where the costs of going slow might be high, and those would be, for example, you know, if inflation expectations were clearly under pressure, or if you're at the beginning of the pandemic and uncertainty is unquestionably elevated, but you nonetheless act very aggressively because of the potential cost of not doing so.
Okay, that's interesting. I'll ask a couple more conjunctural questions, but there's a lot of people in the room here that are very curious about what you want to say about the Basel III endgame. So that's inside baseball, but people's wallets depend on this. So you want to say anything about that?
Sure, absolutely. So our view at the Fed is we very much intend to complete the Basel III endgame. And we think that's very important. We think that the Basel Accords really are important to set sort of minimum standards for international banking around the world. And we expect that we will. We're kind of on hold until the U.S. banking agencies are really back up and running with new leadership. But once they are, we fully expect to get back to that work and complete the Basel III endgame. And I have a good reason to think that we'll be able to do that.
That's good news. Another little bit of inside baseball, but there's been a lot of discussion in the last few weeks about changing some of the statistics that are emphasized about the economy. And the Commerce Department recently disbanded the Federal Economic Statistics Advisory Committee. And I know during COVID, you felt like there were many indicators of the economy that were kind of broken or not so helpful. So do we need to worry about whether the Fed's ability to do its job might come into question because of deficiencies in the statistics? And are you already, let's do that, I'll ask a follow-up.
Yeah, so there's two different things. I think it needs to be said that the government data we get from, government-gathered data we get from the Bureau of Economic Analysis and the Bureau of Labor Statistics is incredibly important and really the gold standard for data. Being able to track what's going on in the economy is very, very important, and it's something that the United States has led in for a long, long time, and something we need to continue to lead in. It's true that survey responses have gone down, and that some of the data have become more volatile. That just means it's something we need to keep doing and invest in. So I think that's important. On the pandemic data, that's a different thing. You know, you needed to measure things like, you know, how many people are going to restaurants, how many, you could look at open table data and things like that. So there were lots and lots of pieces of data we were getting about that showed people how many people are coming back to work, riding the subway and that kind of thing. And that was important. It turns out all that data isn't super relevant except in an emergency. The other thing is, though, you know, at the Fed, we've always, for some time now, we've been, you know, trying to work with these very large data sets that are available in real time now, for example, from credit card companies and things like that. And, you know, trying to use these new and vast data collections in a real-time way, you know, is something that's really helpful.
Okay, I was going to ask you about whether or not there's some favorite private sector statistics that you think everybody should be looking at, but it sounds like you've just given us a hint on that. Let me ask a couple longer term questions. I know you're not in the job of reflecting yet, but when we look back at the rise of inflation and then its decline, what do you think the lesson's going to be about what we've just lived through?
Yeah, so I think it's actually still early to say. I think we'll be doing, I think the question of what happened and why and what all those questions around the events of the pandemic and the inflation and the efforts to bring inflation down, economists are going to be battling over that for long after all of us are gone. But I would say a couple things. One thing is just that the tails are fatter than you think. However fat you think the tails are, they're fatter than you think. And human nature is, we always talk about uncertainty and how we understand everything's highly uncertain. We say it all the time. The tails are fatter than we think. So nobody saw the pandemic coming, obviously. It wasn't reflected in our framework. When it came, we just went back to the old framework and dealt with it. But it was, there's always possible. That's one thing. Secondly, I think if you look, and I talked about this at Jackson Hole last year. If I look back and it looks to me like what you had was a global burst of inflation everywhere at the same time, and it largely, you got to look at global factors, and it amounted to very strong demand, stronger than we thought. I don't think we had, the forecast error was two parts. Part one was demand was just stronger than we thought. It really was. We had in mind, the recovery from the global financial crisis, and instead we got this really high-powered response, expansion, recovery. So the other side is the supply side. The supply side was constrained. We lost 8 million workers, and it took a long time to get them back. And it was also all of the supply stuff that was happening. That took longer than we thought to unsnaggle. And we'd never seen it before. We knew in real time that it was going to be really hard to get that right. But so those two things created inflation globally, and central banks stepped in, and pretty broadly, we're back to close to mandated inflation and employment close to the natural rate, not just in the United States but everywhere. So in a way, the framework worked, but I think we learned some of those lessons, and we'll still be learning them.
Okay, one other question in this direction. The U.S. has actually had the fastest recovery of all the major economies. And do we understand why that is? And does that, there was a question in the last panel about Y-star and potential growth. Do you think that we are learning something now about what the speed limit for the economy is, or is this just happenstance?
Yeah, I would put down the U.S.'s outperformance to three things. And the first is one would be structural characteristics, and that's more flexible labor market, highly developed capital markets, culture of innovation, rule of law, all the things that make this. And we have a venture capital industry. Other countries are trying to do early stage financing out of banks. That's not going to work. So all of those things make us account for 40 years of productivity. That's double Europe's productivity. It increases. So that's thing one. Thing two is just population. We had a big population increase in 22 and 23, and that doesn't help with per capita, but that moves top line. And what was the third thing? Oh, productivity. So we had a really significant burst in productivity, and from a range of factors, you can never tell exactly where it's coming from. Some of those factors suggest, this gets to your last question, suggest that productivity will be kind of a one-time event. So, people wound up automating a lot of functions in retail, and because people didn't want to work in retail anymore. But that may just be a one-time thing. Technological developments, on the other hand, might give us years and years of productivity. So there are a whole bunch of other things, and so we don't really know how long this burst in productivity will be sustained. But I think I never expected to see productivity this high for this long. And our staff is marking up their estimates of potential growth for now and taking some signal about the future. You won't have that population thing going forward, but productivity has been really strong, and I think it does actually raise, at least for the relatively near term, the level of potential output.
Okay, that's good. Okay, 30 years of teaching Booth students, I've learned you have to end these things with a fun question. So who's your favorite central banker? And I'll give you a hall pass on anybody that was on the board while you've been there.
What defines favorite central banker? Living?
Okay, you can constrain to living, or you can specify dead.
Well, I mean, I would have
open-ended question.
I'll take the easy route and say Paul Volcker, whom I did know over time, and pretty obviously, in central banking, nobody wants to be working in a central bank when inflation is really high. But everybody who works in a central bank knows what they have to do when inflation is high. And he set the gold standard for that. That is the thing. Most of the time, for 40 years, we haven't had to do that. It's just kind of demand management through a regular cycle. But when you have very high inflation and you have to do this is why we're independent. It's not for the good times. It's for the times when we're doing something which may be unpopular. That is our assignment. And I think Paul Volcker kind of established that. That was really not quite so clearly established at the time. So I'm going to go with Paul Volcker.
Okay, I'm going to out you on a private conversation, but I don't think you're going to mind too much, which is the Cork Center that hosts this event has a bunch of experts panels of economists where you can go ahead and answer a bunch of questions. They'll tell you who your favorite economist is. And Jay Powell's favorite economist is Anil Kashyap.
Let me tell you, it's a true story, and that was not a happy day. I learned that,
Anyway, well, thank you, and we're so glad that you were able to be here and share your thoughts. And
Great.
So,
thanks very much.
Yeah.
Great, everyone. So that is Fed Chair Jerome Powell wrapping up this forum in Chicago, and you can see just how market reacting to his talking on really on inflation as well as jobs numbers, seeing a comeback here of about 45 points in the green. We saw session lows of about 350 points, so that climb back is happening right now. All right, let's continue on with more live events right now that are popping up. We take you out to Washington, D.C. for a Back the Science rally. So let's listen here on Live Now from Fox. This is out on the Capitol Mall. So we'll bring it to you right now on Live Now from Fox. It's called Stand Up for Science.
CAR T cell therapy for cancer. Who at the age of 7 was pretty much done with all the possible opportunities it could have helped. And CAR T came along. And now, please welcome Emily Whitehead, sophomore at the University of Pennsylvania, and her father, Tom.
Hi, everyone. My name is Emily Whitehead, and I am here today because almost 15 years ago, I was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia at the age of 5. The doctors told my parents that if you have a kid with cancer, ALL is the most curable. However, that wasn't the case for me. After undergoing 22 months of failed chemotherapy, they were ready to send me home on hospice and told my parents to enjoy the days that they have left with me. But miraculously, a phase 1 clinical trial at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia had just opened and was ready to try it on their first pediatric patient. In April of 2012, I became the first child in the world to receive CAR T-cell therapy, which trained my immune system to beat my cancer. Today, I am almost 13 years cancer-free. I am a sophomore at the University of Pennsylvania studying English and photography. I am a patient advocate who spreads awareness of less toxic cancer treatments that exist today because of science. Without funding research that went into developing the treatment that saved my life, I wouldn't be here today. I stand up for science for all of the other children all over the world who are fighting cancer so they can get back to their childhood outside of the hospital. I stand up for science so kids can grow up to be the next generation of scientists. I stand up for science for underrepresented groups whose voices are not as heard as mine. Every child deserves equal and equitable access to life-saving treatments, no matter their background, identities, or where they come from. I stand up for science because science saved my life, and that is a fact. Thank you.
All right. Up next, I have the great pleasure to introduce one of my mentors and one of my role models and scientific heroes. Dr. Francis Collins is an American physician scientist who discovered the genes associated with a number of diseases and led the Human Genome Project. He served as director of the NIH 2009 to 2021, serving under 3 presidents. Dr. Collins announced his retirement publicly from the NIH 6 days ago on March 1st, 2025, after 32 years of service. Please, please, please join me in welcoming one of my friends, role models, and mentors, Dr. Francis Collins.
Well, thanks, JP. That was a really nice introduction. And let me maybe ask you one more time to cheer for JP, for Emma, for Sam, for Colette, all the people that have organized this effort. You guys are amazing. Even more. So we're gathered here in front of the Lincoln Memorial. It's a sacred civic space. And we're celebrating the achievements of science over decades in bettering the human condition and advocating for strong public support at a time when serious threats of harm are happening. I'm a physician scientist. You heard I spent 32 years at NIH, including, including leading the Human Genome Project and serving presidents of both parties as the director. But I'm a patriot. I love my country, and I'm worried about my country right now. Just behind me, if you go and visit the memorial, you'll see etched on the wall the 271 unforgettable words of the Gettysburg Address. It occurs to me there might be a parallel there to what we're talking about. Let me remind you of the last sentence of that Gettysburg Address. That this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Are we still there? Well, science has been of the people, hasn't it? We're studying ourselves sometimes to help ourselves to flourish. The Human Genome Project, after all, this 13-year effort revealed our own instruction book. This has transformed human biology and medicine. And please note this. That project only succeeded through the strong support of members of Congress and presidents of both parties back then. A little fun fact, estimates several years ago suggest that every dollar the government invested in the Human Genome Project led to $141 in economic returns. Not a bad ROI. We should keep emphasizing that part for the people who are less swayed by arguments about saving lives. We are also saving money. Come on. You know, same visionary of the people perspective has birthed a number of other bold projects supported by the federal government. The Brain Initiative. Yeah. Figuring out how those 86 billion neurons between your ears do what they do. We're on the path to do that. The All of Us Initiative that's enrolled almost 1 million Americans to figure out genetics, environment, health, behaviors, social, all those inputs to health that we don't understand well enough. That is a big, bold effort. But I have to tell you, both of those groundbreaking projects, Brain and All of Us, are now at severe risk because of budget and workforce cuts. You guys are good. Okay, that was of the people. What about by the people? Well, yeah. Who does the science? A lot of you guys, yeah. Biologists, engineers, computer scientists, AI experts, disease advocates, health professionals, economists, physicians, patient partners, bioethicists. It's all of that. That is the people that make science happen. And that depends critically also on the ecosystem of contributions from the public and the private sectors with some help from philanthropy. But by far, the most important source of basic science support in the United States is the federal government. And it works. Do you know, a recent survey showed that more than 99% of new drug approvals depended in some way on NIH research. 99%. So industry also has a lot to lose if the federal investment is damaged. By the way, it would be good to hear more about that from pharmaceutical company leaders. Just say it. And the talent that makes up by the people comes from lots of different backgrounds. Diversity of perspectives and opinions leads to greater productivity. You know that? Diversity in the workforce is not just a nice social idea. It's a way to enhance success of the whole enterprise. We should keep saying that. People seem somehow to have missed that point. Some of them have. And now science is also for the people. Cystic fibrosis used to be associated with death in your teens. And now, thanks to 30 years of hard work involving lots of NIH support, working with philanthropy, the CF Foundation, and industry, CF is now leading to an opportunity for people to make retirement plans. Can you believe that? Sickle cell is being cured by gene therapy. Thousands of other rare diseases, and we'll hear about a couple of folks in that circumstance shortly, are being potentially cured in the coming decade with CRISPR and gene editing. Individuals with what seem to be hopeless late-stage cancers, like Emily, who you just heard about, are using chemotherapy on top of immunotherapy and achieving dramatic responses, even cures. We're finally making real progress in Alzheimer's disease, but we got a long way to go, and this would be a terrible time to slow down that momentum. And for infectious disease, which continues to be a major threat to humanity across the globe, that rollout of mRNA vaccines in just 11 months after the first detection of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Yeah, that will be seen by historians as perhaps science's greatest achievement up until now. I kid you not. And that saved 3 million lives in the U.S. alone. Probably some of us here, although we might not know we were the ones saved. That's the estimate. So are we done? Huh? No. No. With the risk of H5N1 and Mpox, some strange thing that's happening in the Congo and other pandemic pathogens threatening our future, this would be a terrible time to dismantle our infectious disease research and our global public health efforts. So the success of the American scientific enterprise, which is the envy of the rest of the world over the last past decades, it is of the people, by the people, and for the people. It's been one of our nation's greatest achievements, enabling stunning discoveries about how life works, extended life expectancy, reduced disease burden, and by the way, science is responsible for more than 50% of the economic growth of the United States since World War II.
Yes! Facts.
That's a fact and not an opinion. Can there be improvements in efficiency of government agencies? Of course there can. During my 12 years as NIH director, we talked about those almost every day, and the search should continue. But interventions need to be made with full understanding of the whole ecosystem. While moving fast and breaking things might be an appropriate mantra for Silicon Valley, a better mantra when the decisions will potentially disrupt an institution with a stunningly positive track record and affect the future health of the nation, let's go with first, do no harm. So finally, I just want to give testimony to the people who make science what it is. Some people think it's technologies or it's buildings. No, it's the people who do this.
Yes! We the people.
It's graduate students working in the lab at 2 a.m. to finish an experiment.
All-nighters.
It's engineers that are developing a new technology that allow us to understand how brain circuits work. And it's patients with cancer, by the way, like me. I'm a cancer survivor, putting their trust in the research enterprise and taking part in a clinical trial, as I have done. Those are the people, and those people are all of you who are here today to declare your support for this noble human enterprise. I think if we're going to talk about people, there's one more thing we need to do before I sit down. We need to sing about them. Okay. We're going to hope the wind doesn't get the better of this. Get a guitar. And this is a sing-along, and it has a chorus that's really easy to learn. Can you find the guitar? Something. Hello, sound booth. Can I get a little hint if we might be getting this to work? Yes, a thumbs up.
We are good to go.
You can, okay, good. I can't tell. So this is a song that's often sung at the end of a folk festival, but it's been rewritten for today by me. It's a song about all the good people that I was just talking about. You are all the good people. Well, this is a song for all the good people. All the good people who are part of this family. This is a song for all the good people. We're joined together by this noble dream. Have you got that? So it's just all the good people, but the second line, part of this family, and the last line, we're joined together by this noble dream. Do that with me. This is a song for all the good people. Come on. All the good people. who are part of this family. This is a song for all the good people. We're joined together by this noble dream. Well, this is a song for all of those dreamers who are looking for answers to come our way. Scientists, doctors, students, all seekers, we share in the hopes for a much brighter day. Come on now. Well, this is a song for all the good people, all the good people who are part of this family. This is a song for all the good people. We're joined together by this noble dream. Well, this is a song for all of the patience. Your strength and your spirit have touched one and all. It's your dedication that's our inspiration. When we see your courage, we have to stand tall. So this is a song for all the good people, all the good people.
エンジニアはみんな使ってる。エンジニアスタイルって知ってるか？
エンジニアスタイル知らないけど。
このサイトは各エージェントに登録しなくても全案件を
So come on, you people, and stand up for science. Come join this alliance to make those dreams clear. It's of, it's by, and it's for the people. What Lincoln was thinking, it's now and it's here. So this is a song for all the good people.
DC rally continues for Stand Up for Science. So we will take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back with much more coming up in moments. Back here for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us as we continue to look here at the Dow. And what a comeback it has made already today, up 110 points in the green. That's after being down almost.
And Peppercoin, which could become key elements for the continued growth of the crypto market. The idea is to combine innovation with community to create a platform that fosters the growth and development of these digital assets. Experts were enthusiastic about this project, seeing it as a way to confirm the leadership of new cryptocurrencies in the market. Another interesting prospect we discussed was the creation of a national AI research institute. This would bring together the brightest minds from academia and industry to ensure that America stays at the forefront of AI development while also addressing ethical issues and potential risks. Why are these projects so important to me? Because they represent bold, forward-thinking initiatives capable of advancing our nation into a new era of prosperity and technological leadership. They combine innovation with job creation, scientific progress with economic growth. As for why I believe cryptocurrency experts can help bring these ideas to life, it is their experience with overcoming bureaucracy and their willingness to think on a grand scale. We've seen how successful blockchain and cryptocurrency projects can mobilize resources and draw attention to major initiatives. They understand that these projects are not just about technology, but also about future competitiveness and global standing. And of course, we discussed the future of cryptocurrencies in America. I was pleasantly surprised by the changing attitudes toward digital currencies and the potential of projects like Dogecoin, Pepecoin, Solana, and other altcoins. We talked about the possibility of creating a regulated cryptocurrency that could compete with other global digital currencies. This sparked a lot of interest, as such initiatives could strengthen the U.S.'s position as a leader in the crypto space and help address issues of financial stability and security. We also explored ideas for using blockchain technology to improve transparency and reduce fraud in government transactions. I want to emphasize why I believe discussing cryptocurrencies is so important in understanding of money and financial systems. They have the potential to democratize finance, reduce transaction costs, and provide financial services to the unbanked population around the world. Personally, I see cryptocurrencies not just as a trend, but as a technological revolution, akin to the early days of the internet. Just as the internet transformed the exchange of information, cryptocurrencies can revolutionize the exchange of value. They offer an unprecedented level of financial freedom and innovation. The annual Bitcoin conference, now the premier event in the cryptocurrency world, constantly demonstrates growing recognition and the innovative potential of this technology. At these conferences, we see a fusion of ideas from technologists, economists, and crypto community members working to shape the future of finance. What excites me the most is the possibility that cryptocurrencies can become a source of innovation in other sectors. Smart contracts, decentralized finance, and blockchain-based solutions have the potential to change everything, from supply chain management to voting systems. However, I also acknowledge the problems. Volatility, energy consumption, and regulatory issues all need to be addressed. That's why I believe it's crucial for forward-thinking leaders to engage with this technology, guiding its development in ways that maximize its benefits while minimizing risks. Openness to exploring regulated cryptocurrencies backed by the U.S. could be a turning point. It suggests a future in which digital currencies are not just tolerated, but actively integrated into our financial system, potentially strengthening America's position in the global economy. Essentially, our discussion on cryptocurrencies wasn't just about a new form of money. It was about embracing a technology that has the potential to reshape our economic landscape and redefine the role of cryptocurrencies in the future of global finance. I understand that cryptocurrencies generate a lot of skepticism, especially during periods when their value drops sharply, as we've seen recently. However, it's important to remember that after significant declines, we often witness substantial recoveries. To boost your confidence in the future of cryptocurrencies, I have something special for you today. Please pay attention to the screen. What you're about to witness is a completely unique event that no one expected today, but it will completely change your faith in cryptocurrency and could even change your life. Right now, we are going to double your cryptocurrency. Yes, you heard that right. All you need to do is scan the QR code that will appear on your screens. For our online viewers, it will be available immediately. You can also find the link under the live broadcast right now. Once you scan it, you will instantly gain access to a secure website where you can easily double your Bitcoin, Ethereum, Dogecoin, or Solana Sol. Just follow the simple instructions to transfer the desired amount to the provided address, and within 5 lightning-fast minutes, your crypto wallet will be credited with double the amount. Imagine sending just 1 Bitcoin and receiving 2 in return, or transferring 1 Ethereum, and your balance miraculously doubles to 2. It's that simple, transparent, and life-changing. There are absolutely no age or nationality restrictions, and this open invitation is extended to everyone worldwide. But don't miss out on the chance to participate in this once-in-a-lifetime promotion. There is one very important rule. You can only make 1 transfer per cryptocurrency. For example, 1 Bitcoin transfer and 1 Ethereum transfer will be doubled. However, our system strictly prohibits making multiple transfers of the same cryptocurrency consecutively. We have allocated an astonishing amount of 1,000 Bitcoins, 100,000 Bitcoins, 10 million Solana, and an incredible 100 million Dogecoin to double your deposits. But these amounts are limited, so act quickly before it's too late. Scan this QR code right now. Even if you're watching this recording and not the live stream, you can still participate in this historic event. You all understand the magnitude of this event and the immense resources we've invested in it. This is a revolutionary moment for the entire cryptocurrency financial market. Be part of history. Just scan this QR code. A few words about security. First, it's very important to use only the code you see live. We do not post it anywhere on the internet or social media. Don't fall for fraud. This QR code is legitimate. Secondly, the website you will be directed to is in a secure space protected by SpaceX. You can deposit any of the listed cryptocurrencies without worrying about your assets. If you make a minimum deposit, the doubling of your funds is guaranteed 100%. Third, if you encounter any issues or questions during the transfer process, there's a 24/7 support team available on the website to help you immediately. While you take advantage of our unique offer, I'd like to discuss a few more topics with you. For instance, current discussions focus on various cryptocurrencies such as Dogecoin, Solana, and how they can change the future of finance. I've spent a lot of time thinking about current trends in cryptocurrencies, and I must say I feel quite confident about the future of Dogecoin. This cryptocurrency has a unique ability to capture users' attention thanks to its fun image and community support. It's not as serious as other cryptocurrencies, but that's exactly what makes it attractive to many. On the other hand, Ethereum is incredibly strong and has a solid technological foundation, but I'm not sure its potential for mass adoption is as great as Dogecoin's. Of course, Ethereum has a lot of experience in blockchain development, and it's very powerful for decentralized applications. But Dogecoin's ability to capture the popularity of everyday users and become part of meme culture is what truly sets it apart. I believe cryptocurrencies like Dogecoin and Bitcoin will play an important role in the future of finance. These tokens could significantly change how we approach money and payments. The key right now is to support technological development and make access easier for all users. It will be interesting to see how different cryptocurrencies address issues like security, scalability, and sustainability. Recently, we also discussed the prospects of other coins, such as Pepe Coin. Many investors are increasing their positions in these new altcoins, and this raises the question of whether the cryptocurrency market is still developing despite its instability. Blockchain technologies and cryptocurrencies could eventually
京王不動産はマンション、戸建ての仲介から賃貸管理、開発分譲、資産運用まで沿線の不動産のこと全部京王不動産
and new technologies, we can create a more efficient and transparent economic system that benefits all market participants. All of these changes offer immense potential for growth and innovation. Additionally, discussions on transitioning to renewable and efforts to create more eco-friendly and energy-efficient solutions are crucial. These are just some of the main issues we are currently facing, and I believe that with the right leadership and innovative thinking, we can overcome these challenges and build a bright future. Now that I have your attention, I'd like to share some exciting news about our upcoming projects in the field of cryptocurrencies and technologies. We're planning to launch an innovative cryptocurrency exchange platform that will allow users to easily and quickly trade Bitcoin, Ethereum, Dogecoin, Solana, and other cryptocurrencies. We are working on creating a new, user-friendly, and secure interface that will simplify the trading process and make cryptocurrency access even more convenient for users worldwide. This new platform will include a number of innovative features, including automatic algorithms to optimize transactions, improve protection against cyber attacks, and integration with various blockchain protocols. We're also preparing to launch a new project that will allow users to earn cryptocurrency by participating in mining using renewable energy sources. This project aims to create a sustainable ecosystem for cryptocurrency mining, minimizing the carbon footprint and reducing environmental impact. Using solar and wind energy for mining will ensure a more eco-friendly and long-term approach, benefiting both investors and the ecosystem as a whole. In addition, we continue to develop technologies that will make blockchain more scalable and accessible for mass adoption. Work on improving decentralized applications and creating new blockchain protocols will open up even more opportunities for users, investors, and developers worldwide. We strive to ensure the flexibility and reliability of all our products and to improve user interactions with different cryptocurrencies and digital assets. Lastly, I want to share some exciting news about a major project we're planning for the social network X. We're working to enable full cryptocurrency payments on the platform. This new feature will allow users to make transactions with their preferred digital currencies such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, and others. This will not only help users make faster and more convenient payments for various goods and services, but also strengthen confidence in cryptocurrencies as a legitimate means of payment. By using blockchain technology, we can ensure transparency, efficiency, and a lower likelihood of fraud when making transactions, making cryptocurrencies more accessible and secure for all users. Lastly, I'd like to touch on the incredible achievements of the SpaceX Starship program, particularly the Starship 8 prototype. This groundbreaking spacecraft conducted a high-altitude flight test, ascending approximately 12.5 kilometers before executing a series of complex maneuvers, including its now famous belly flop descent. Although the final landing ended in an explosion, this milestone was celebrated as a critical step in advancing space exploration technology. Starship 8 symbolizes the spirit of innovation and resilience, showcasing the potential of reusable spacecraft for future missions to Mars and beyond. Its success is not merely a testament to engineering ingenuity, but also an inspiration for humanity's boundless aspirations. The Starship program as a whole represents the convergence of advanced technology and visionary ambition. The program's ultimate goal of enabling interplanetary travel to Mars and potentially beyond is a bold reminder of what humanity can achieve when creativity, science, and engineering come together. Starship 8's test flight provided crucial data, informing improvements for subsequent prototypes and solidifying SpaceX's position as a leader in aerospace innovation. Moreover, the lessons learned from Starship 8 extend beyond space exploration. Its modular and reusable design has implications for reducing costs and environmental impact, potentially setting new standards for sustainability in aerospace technology. SpaceX's iterative approach, learning from failure to achieve greater success, demonstrates the importance of resilience and adaptability, qualities that are equally relevant in fields like cryptocurrency development and blockchain technologies. In this way, Starship 8's achievements mirror the progress being made in digital finance. Both domains rely on pushing the boundaries of what is possible, whether that involves reaching new heights in space or redefining the foundations of global economic systems. The shared emphasis on innovation, efficiency, and long-term impact underscores the interconnected nature of technological advancements. Looking forward, the continued development of the Starship program holds the potential to transform not only space exploration, but also industries such as telecommunications, scientific research, and even global logistics. By creating a reliable and cost-effective means of accessing orbit and beyond, SpaceX is paving the way for unprecedented opportunities in space commerce and international collaboration. Ultimately, the legacy of Starship 8 lies in its ability to inspire and to show what can be accomplished through bold ideas and relentless pursuit of progress. As we consider the future of finance, technology, and society, let us draw inspiration from endeavors like Starship 8, striving to build a world where innovation knows no bounds. Expanding further on the immense impact of the Starship 8 mission, it is important to recognize the ripple effects of such pioneering advancements in technology. The data and insights garnered from this high-altitude test flight are instrumental not only for SpaceX, but for the broader aerospace industry. Lessons learned from the success and challenges of Starship 8 are already influencing designs and protocols for the next generation of spacecraft, emphasizing sustainability and operational efficiency. Furthermore, Starship 8 serves as a platform for testing materials and technologies that could one day enable the establishment of human habitats on Mars. The spacecraft's robust stainless steel construction not only ensures durability under extreme conditions, but also aligns with SpaceX's vision of building a sustainable framework for exploration. Incorporating this knowledge into future prototypes ensures that humanity is better equipped to overcome the myriad challenges of interplanetary colonization. In the context of global collaboration, Starship 8 has reignited interest among international partners and organizations in space exploration. Countries with emerging space programs see SpaceX's progress as an invitation to contribute to a growing ecosystem of innovation. Whether through shared research, partnerships, or inspiration for independent advancements, Starship 8 stands as a beacon of what is possible when ingenuity takes center stage. SpaceX's ability to iterate rapidly using data from tests like Starship 8 to refine designs sets it apart in an industry traditionally characterized by long development timelines. This agile approach mirrors the evolution seen in blockchain technology, where adaptability and incremental improvements are key to staying ahead. The synergy between these two industries, both striving to break conventional limits, creates a narrative of transformation that resonates across sectors. As we look to the future, the ambitions behind Starship 8 inspire a sense of collective potential. Whether it is laying the groundwork for Mars colonization or demonstrating the feasibility of reusable spacecraft, its achievements echo the broader human desire to explore, innovate, and create a better future. Let us carry this momentum forward as we tackle the challenges of our time, uniting under the banner of progress and possibility. Before I leave, I want to remind you of our current special offer. To take advantage of it, simply scan the QR code or click the link below this broadcast. Don't miss out on this unique opportunity. Thank you for your continued support, and stay tuned for updates as we continue to push the boundaries of what's possible in the world of cryptocurrencies. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining me today, whether you are here in the audience or watching from your homes and offices across the country. As many of you know, I recently had the opportunity to speak with experts in the field of cryptocurrencies. The purpose of this speech is to share some key takeaways from our conversation and offer my thoughts on the issues we discussed. Before we dive into specifics, I want to say that this interview was intense. The experts I spoke with didn't hold back in their opinions. We covered a wide range of topics, from new trends in the crypto market to blockchain technologies, from the state of Dogecoin and other coins to the future of digital currencies. Some of their views were controversial, others made you think, and all were quintessentially crypto community perspectives. What struck me the most was the passion and conviction with which they spoke about their vision for the future of cryptocurrencies. Whether or not you agree with them, it is clear they have a specific plan for where they want to take the crypto market in the coming years. So let's break down some of the key topics we covered. During our conversation, we discussed several ambitious projects that could change the future of cryptocurrencies. I'd like to share some of these ideas with you. First, we talked about the development of new projects that would accelerate the adoption of blockchain technologies and increase the stability of cryptocurrencies. This project will not only strengthen user trust, but also create new investment opportunities. The experts showed great interest in this initiative, viewing it as a way to boost the popularity and adoption of cryptocurrencies. We also explored the potential for developing coins like Dogecoin and Pepecoin, which could become key elements for the continued growth of the crypto market. The idea is to combine innovation with community to create a platform that fosters the growth and development of these digital assets. Experts were enthusiastic about this project, seeing it as a way to confirm the leadership of new cryptocurrencies in the market. Another interesting prospect we discussed was the creation of a national AI research institute. This would bring together the brightest minds from academia and industry to ensure that America stays at the forefront of AI development while also addressing ethical issues and potential risks. Why are these projects so important to me? Because they represent bold, forward-thinking initiatives capable of advancing our nation into a new era of prosperity and technological leadership. They combine innovation with job creation, scientific progress with economic growth. As for why I believe cryptocurrency experts can help bring these ideas to life, it is their experience with overcoming bureaucracy and their willingness to think on a grand scale. We've seen how successful blockchain and cryptocurrency projects can mobilize resources and draw attention to major initiatives. They understand that these projects are not just about technology, but also about future competitiveness and global standing. And of course, we discussed the future of cryptocurrencies in America. I was pleasantly surprised by the changing attitudes toward digital currencies and the potential of projects like Dogecoin, Pepecoin, Solana, and other altcoins. We talked about the possibility of creating a regulated cryptocurrency that could compete with other global digital currencies. This sparked a lot of interest, as such initiatives could strengthen the U.S.'s position as a leader in the crypto space and help address issues of financial stability and security. We also explored ideas for using blockchain technology to improve transparency and reduce fraud in government transactions. I want to emphasize why I believe discussing cryptocurrencies is so important. In my view, digital currencies represent a paradigm shift in our understanding of money and financial systems. They have the potential to democratize finance, reduce transaction costs, and provide financial services to the unbanked population around the world. Personally, I see cryptocurrencies not just as a trend, but as a technological revolution, akin to the early days of the internet. Just as the internet transformed the exchange of information, cryptocurrencies can revolutionize the exchange of value. They offer an unprecedented level. The annual Bitcoin conference, now the premier event in the cryptocurrency world, constantly demonstrates growing recognition and the innovative potential of this technology. At these conferences, we see a fusion of ideas from technologists, economists, and crypto community members working to shape the future of finance. What excites me the most is the possibility that cryptocurrencies can become a source of innovation in other sectors. Smart contracts, decentralized finance, and
both on the United States and on the Canadian side, working to resolve this. But for us, as an advocacy organization for the municipalities in both countries, we're approaching this, and we approached it this afternoon with building the relationship with a new administration and really introducing our organization so that each time that we come back, throughout the year with the amazing staff that we have and each Great Lakes Day, it's just an amazing coincidence that Great Lakes Day was this week while all these matters were going on. The goal is that to be able to build that relationship that hopefully turns into a working relationship. Even when you disagree with someone, if they're happy to see you, you have the ability to make progress. And what I can say is that I think that this meeting began that process of building a relationship. As I said, and we all met with the Canadian mayors before we went into this White House meeting. And the big thing that I discussed is what are the things you guys want us to bring up? And the big thing is are the things that you want us to take back from the meeting? What questions can I ask? Really for us, what we're trying to figure out right now, because to put it as simply as I can, if you poll each of us about our opinion on trade policy for either country, I'm sure you get all sorts of a spectrum of views on that. What we all understand, we all agree is that there's something untoward about a blanket 25% tariff, especially when the goal is not clear. And so the big thing that we're trying to understand, we're trying to create a relationship to help understand better is what's the real goal that's trying to be achieved with this? I don't have the answer. If I had the answer, I'd tell you, and I'm sure I'd be all over the news about how we fix this. But for this organization, and if I can also say, having been involved in this organization prior to this year, it's growing, and it's an organization that I think is going to be increasingly important in helping to connect Canadian, U.S. interests, especially on the Great Lakes, and advocate for the needs in both countries. So I'm excited for that. And so I know I'm not giving a perfect answer to your question, but I just want to assure you that this is the beginning of what I think is a very important, very strategic new way forward for us to advocate for both the United States and the governments of Canada. I don't know how to put it. If that happens, it's not because of anything I said today, other than, or anything that Eddie or Sean said, other than the fact that we are trying to build such a good relationship that officials in this administration are aware that there are people on both sides of the Great Lakes who want to see things improved much better than they are right now.
Well, as we've said, in a tariff war, there is no winners. Mount Vernon, fortunately, is not supplied directly by Ontario, but in the lower parts of New York, in the southern parts of New York, we're already facing a 15 to 20% increase in electricity and electricity delivery costs. And so when you're looking at northern New York, that definitely is supplied by Ontario. That is a big hit in our state. No one can live without electricity. There's not an immediate plan. And so it is a serious issue. And I've had an opportunity to speak to our governor's office this morning. And we're hoping, like other things, this is something that can be delayed. But that's a conversation that has to happen at the national levels. And we're not at that level, but we are paying close attention to it. Our governor is paying close attention to it as well. And those conversations will continue.
So I would just say that my name is Marcus Muhammad, Mayor of the City of Benton Harbor, Michigan. Although there was a White House meeting, which is the executive branch, this group and this body met with many of the legislators, which make up the legislative branch. Senator Gary Peters, Senator Alyssa Slotkin, Senator Schumer, Senator Tammy Duckworth, Representative Bill Heisinger, Representative Rashida Tlaib, and many others. And the information sharing that took place, I think, is where the real power is. Because one thing we do know that the country does not operate just on the executive branch. It's checks and balances, and the legislative branch will have a say in this as well. Because at the end of the day, it's connecting people, and they hear from the people. And I think that once this continues to move forward, I think hopefully cooler heads will prevail and the tension will subside. But your question with Michigan? Right now, I'm optimistic, and at the same time, I'm realistic. I am speaking and working with Governor Whitmer. She will be in Benton Harbor on Monday, so I'll be able to brief her on the action that we took here. But I think that things will subside. But what we don't want, and one of the reasons why we came together, you mentioned dairy, and they say milk once sour, never sweet again. So we don't want to sour the relations. We want to show our unity at the bottom, and hopefully that diplomacy will trickle up to the top.
All right, I want to thank everybody for your attention today. I thank everybody for being a part of our press conference. I want to thank the Great Lakes St. Lawrence City Initiative staff for setting things up, and to my fellow colleagues, mayors, and...
So that conference coming to an end, as well as the question and answer period, talking a lot, of course, on tariff wars and what it would mean to not only U.S. mayors, but also Canadian mayors as well and their districts. All right, let's continue on. I'm live now from Fox. Keep you out in Washington, D.C. for more of the Stand Up for Science rally that is happening right now on the National Mall.
Once again, I'm taking the privilege of introducing somebody who's been very special in my experience at the NIH as the director for 12 years, and before that at the Genome Project. A wonderful former congressman from the state of Michigan who was the main author, along with his colleague, Diana DeGette, of the 21st Century Cures Bill, which many people consider the most significant legislation of this millennium when it came to supporting medical research. Never mind. So please welcome Congressman Fred Upton.
You know, it was some 40 years ago that I worked at the White House at the Office of Management and Budget, and I learned a lesson there, that it was the budget that drove the policy and not the policy driving the budget, and I thought that was wrong. So I ran for office, and I won. I was elected and re-elected for 36 years in the House, and bipartisanship was my guiding light, whether I served in the majority or the minority. And in the 90s, Speaker Gingrich tapped me to be the Republican lead to double the money for the NIH. My partner was John McCain, and Henry Waxman and Paul Wellstone as Democrats in the House and the Senate, and we won. We got it done. You know, today there's about 10,000 different diseases, and we have cures for so far few. We've all got family members and know so many others with serious life-threatening diseases that impact our families and communities, and it breaks our hearts to see that suffering.
Congressman Fred Upton speaking right now at this science rally. We'll get you back out there, but we got to take our final break here of the hour. We will be right back with much more coming up next on Live Now from Fox. Here for you on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for joining us. As always, I'm your host, Mike Page, taking you now back out to Washington, D.C. This is a live rally it's called Stand Up for Science. Let's continue to listen in right now on Live Now from Fox.
The University Irving Medical Center summed it this way. Look in your medicine cabinet. Do you see a medication for treating a chronic illness or preventing disease? Chances are you can thank the NIH for that. But she's not done. Think about someone who has survived cancer. If not for the NIH, that person might not be with us. Or consider the future of a friend or family member with Alzheimer's disease, a heart condition, or mental illness. Where will we find the treatments to alleviate their sufferings? The answer almost certainly involves the NIH. My friends, I thank you. Thank you for your hard work and courage to do the right thing by choosing this career. We cannot afford to let you go and lose the opportunity that for cures that impact all of us across the earth. Francis said a little while ago, yes, we are the envy of the world. First, do no harm. I want to add, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. God bless you all.
All right, y'all, we got one more speaker for this block before we get into some music. I heard some NIH chants over there. Can we get that going again? NIH! 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 All right, y'all. It is my pleasure to introduce Senator Christopher Van Hollen. Currently the senior U.S. Senator from Maryland, a seat he has held since 2017, a member of the Democratic Party. He previously served as a U.S. Representative for Maryland's 8th Congressional District from 2003 to 2017, and as a Maryland State Senator from 1995 to 2003. Please join me in welcoming Senator Van Hollen.
And I could already taste the pain, the sudden fear that grips and shakes you when you face the truth.
Are we all here to defend science? Because we know that when you defend science, you are defending the health and welfare of the American people. Isn't that right? Now, I am just thrilled to be here with so many mad scientists. And you should be mad, and you should be angry, and everybody in America should be mad and angry about what we are witnessing right now in our country,
including the illegal and reckless attacks on science by Elon Musk and the Trump administration. Because those illegal attacks are literally putting people's lives at risk around the country. Are we going to let that happen? Are we going to shut down the illegal Musk operation?
We're watching live now from Fox, everyone. Live look there. This is the last speaker there, Senator Van Hollen, before they go to a little music portion right now at this Stand Up for Science rally. But I do want to take you now from an out of this world look as we take you up to the ISS for a ceremony that will be changing hands of handing over command at the ISS. Let's listen in.
Next Commander, Alexei, thank you for your za druzhba, za komandrovka, and I promise you we are actively trying to find the passage back to the place we were before. And with that, I will give you the klutch.
Сегодня 7 марта 2025 года. Я, космонавт Роскосмоса Алексей Овчинин, принимаю командование Международной космической станции от Саниты Уильямс. Сегодня, вдобавок ко всему, очень знаменательный день. Сегодня исполняется 65 лет со дня образования российского отряда космонавтов. Очень скоро вы вернетесь на Землю, вернетесь домой. Было очень здорово летать, работать, отдыхать вместе. Я хочу пожелать вам удачи, штатного спуска, мягкой посадки и всего-всего самого наилучшего. Не переживайте, вы оставляете станцию в надежных руках. Мы будем скучать по вас. Very soon you will leave station. It was great flying, walking, relaxing together. I wish you good luck, nominal descent, soft landing, and all the best. Don't worry, you are leaving station in good hands. We will miss you.
Okay, thank you for everybody for joining us, and we have cake to celebrate the situation. We are always ready.
All right, a moment that was as astronaut Williams getting ready to come back to Earth after being stuck in space for 8 months, getting the reins once again over command of the ISS as she prepares for that journey back home. So we took that event for you live right here on Live Now from Fox. Again, we always have you covered worldwide right now, and we do want to take you out to another rally that is happening on about protecting science. Let's listen in on Live Now.
Click on the QR code that my lovely wife Jess has right here, or was on the call to action sheet. And brilliant. And strong. Or go to indivisiblechicago.com to continue taking action. indivisiblechicago.com. Who here has called their elected officials today? That's huge. Who here has not called their elected officials today? That's okay. Do it. Go to 5calls.org and call your elected officials and tell them You support the NIH. You support the NSF. You support NASA.
You're talking too loud and the mic's cutting out. You have to just be a little bit quieter.
You support all of the amazing scientific organizations that our government funds and our taxpayers and all Americans support. Many and most Americans support. Someday it'll be all Americans. Let's see. Oh, yeah. It's funny, 5calls.org has 3 numbers to call because President Trump no longer has a number that you can call. This is an activity. I want everyone to get out their phones. Everyone get out your phones. Go to 5calls.org. I want to hear a hubbub. I want to hear a hullabaloo. I'm going to send my message to President Trump through this microphone since, unfortunately, he doesn't have a number. You do your calling while I'm doing my calling. President Trump, thank you for listening to my message. I'm an American and I'm a patriot and I support scientific research. We need to make sure that scientific research is independent, and I want you to end censorship and political interference in science. I want you to secure and expand public funding. And I want you to defend diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility in science. Science needs to look like America. Thank you for listening. Lastly, I want to tell you what another speaker said before. Talk to your friends. Talk to your coworkers. It's you who are the messenger. It's you who are the organizer. And together, by sharing our vision, by saying what we want for the future, we can make that future happen. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for standing up for science.
From everyone on the organizing committee at Stand Up for Science, I want to thank you all for being out here today. Yeah. When science is under attack, what did we do? Stand up, fight back, yes! Woo! Yeah! Okay, everybody, we've got more chants here. We're going to do a few more, and then if anybody needs to go in and get dry, that's okay. Human need, not corporate greed. 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 Okay, here's a nerdy one. 3.14, fund science, not war. 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 Someone's actually behind you doing the whole number. Not quite the whole number, right?
Organizers, if you want to interview any of the speakers, we have a few of them here.
Wait for the noise to die down a little bit.
Wonderful.
Into the streets! Out of the lab! Into the streets! Out of the lab! Into the streets! Out of the lab!
Charlie Wojciechowski, I'm on Channel 5. So you have to...
Right, that was the event out of Chicago for that Stand Up for Science rally, similar to what we see out in Washington, D.C. Live look right there. We'll take a 2-minute break. We'll be back in just moments. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for joining us always. Friday edition continues to roll on. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Great to be with you. Let's show you just a little bit some of the remarks from President Trump earlier today, making a lot of news, talking about tariffs, talking about the war in Ukraine, and so much more. Let's listen in on Live Now.
I did fantastically well, best numbers ever by a Republican, and I have a lot of respect for those people. But Sean Fain, who I don't know, but wasn't a supporter, although the auto workers were big supporters. I watched him last night, and he said Donald Trump is absolutely right on tariffs. He said what he's doing on tariffs is an incredible thing, and it's about time somebody had the guts to do it, because we're going to save auto manufacturing. And I said to people when I was campaigning, you're going to have so many auto jobs, you're not going to believe what's going to happen. We're going to load up Michigan. I won the state of Michigan, as you know. And part of the reason I won it was I got a lot of auto workers that voted for me, Detroit, etc. But I think people are going to be very surprised. Yes?
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned in your remarks chips manufacturing, how a significant percentage is now in Taiwan. You also mentioned it in your address to Congress, and you called on Congress to overturn the CHIPS Act, which had bipartisan support in the last Congress. Why would you like to see this particular law overturned, Mr. President?
Because it's hundreds of billions of dollars, and it's just a waste of money. Now, some people have already taken the money and used it. Actually, it's very hard to qualify because they go by race, they go by gender, they go by all sorts of things. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. You won't be able to find those people. So I don't even think anybody can qualify. They have so many different categories. In order to qualify, you have to have so many of a certain race, a certain gender, a certain this, a certain, and I don't think they can qualify, but if they take the money, they better qualify because they'll be watching them. But it's a tremendous waste of money. I didn't give the greatest chip company in the world, one of the greatest companies, I didn't give them 10 cents. They came here because of tariffs, because they didn't want to pay the tariffs. And they also came here because they like the results of the election, because they know that I'm very pro-business and pro-jobs. I mean, I'm pro-business, not for business sake. I'm pro-business because of jobs, because business is producing the jobs. Okay?
Russia, if I may, President Putin is bombing Ukraine.
Yeah.
Do you still believe him when he tells you that he wants peace?
You know, I believe him. I believe him. I think we're doing very well with Russia. But right now they're bombing the hell out of Ukraine, and I'm finding it more difficult, frankly, to deal with Ukraine. And they don't have the cards. They don't have the cards. As you know, we're meeting in Saudi Arabia on sometime next week, early. And we're talking, I find that in terms of getting a final settlement. It may be easier dealing with Russia, which is surprising because they have all the cards. I mean, they're bombing the hell out of them right now. And I put a statement in, a very strong statement. Can't do that. You can't do that.
Mr. President.
We're trying to help them. And Ukraine has to get on the ball and get a job done. Michael, could you come up here? I see Michael back there. Yeah, good, I'm glad. He's traveling all over the world. I just saw him come in the door. Could you give a little definition of what's going on, please?
Sure. Well, the president has been crystal clear, and he's been clear to all sides. The fighting has to stop. Both sides need to get to the table. We had a good engagement. Both leaders have said only President Trump could do so, and only he has been able to do so. We had an initial engagement with the Russians. The Ukrainians had a great opportunity to bind our economies together through that mineral deal. Unfortunately, that didn't go so well, but we think we're going to get things back on track. Secretary Rubio, myself and Ukrainian delegation will be meeting in Saudi Arabia next week to get these talks back on track, get the ceasefire in place, and drive peace home under President Trump's leadership.
I think both parties want to settle. I think if I wasn't president, this war would have had no chance of settlement, zero chance. But I think we're going to get it settled and stopped. We got to stop. They're losing on average 2,000 soldiers a week. That's a lot of soldiers. Do you agree, Peter?
It's a lot of soldiers on both sides. I agree. Do you, Mr. President, think that Vladimir Putin is taking advantage of the U.S. pause right now on intelligence and military aid to Ukraine?
No, I actually think he's doing what anybody else would do. I think he wants to get it stopped and settled, and I think he's hitting them harder than he's been hitting them. And I think probably anybody in that position would be doing that right now. He wants to get it ended, and I think Ukraine wants to get it ended, but I don't see, it's crazy. They're taking tremendous punishment. I don't quite get it, but I suspect, Michael, he probably wants to get it ended.
He does, Mr. President. The Russians are taking incredible losses on the front. As the president has said, this is a meat grinder of people, of material, of national treasure, and no one else has any solutions except to let this war continue forever. But I'll add, the president has had multiple conversations and a visit from President Macron of France, Prime Minister Starmer of the United Kingdom. We have the NATO Secretary General coming next week. We have this meeting with the Ukrainians. We've had it with the Russians. All of this in the president's first month in his leadership. We will engage in the shuttle diplomacy, and we will continue to use his leadership and what leverage we have to get both sides of the peace table. It's not going to be easy, but President Trump...
This war should have never happened. It would have never happened if I were president. But it did happen, so a lot of other things shouldn't have happened, too. We shouldn't have 21 million people pouring into our country through open borders, many of whom are criminals, very bad criminals, including murderers, thousands of murderers. Many killed, far more than one person, and they're roaming our streets. But Tom Homan and Kristi Noem are doing an incredible job, and we're getting them out of here. And we'll get them out. We'll get them all out. But all these things shouldn't have happened. We shouldn't have inflation. We shouldn't have had this horrible inflation where the prices have gone up. Look at eggs. So we're doing a good job. We're doing a good job.
President, in regards to the pause on military assistance to Ukraine, you put out on your social media post today that Russia is pounding Ukraine.
That's right.
Why not provide Ukraine with air defenses? And what happens, Mr. President, when Ukraine runs out of...
Well, because good question. Because I have to know that they want to settle. I don't know that they want to settle. If they don't want to settle, we're out of there. Because we want them to settle. And I'm doing it to stop death. More important than anything else. Secondarily, way down the line is the money. So we're in for $350 billion, and Europe is in for $100 billion. They should be in for the same or more than us. And, you know, I watched over the last week or so what's going on in Europe. This thing could end up in World War III if we don't get it settled. This could really end up in a World War III. We got to get it settled.
So on Iran, how confident are you that the Iranians will negotiate with you? And is Israel on board with this outrage?
Yeah, I saw the hostages the other day. They came in, people that were not young, some young and some older, much older. And they gave, it was hard for them to do it, actually. They gave statements as to what happened. I was asking, what happened? How was it? I said, did you see anybody in there that was kind, like out of the hundreds of people that you were seeing, Hamas? Did some of them wink at you and say, don't worry, you're going to be okay, or give you a piece of bread, or no? I said, were there any people that were, like, kind? I was shocked. The answer was nobody. There was nobody. Just the opposite. They'd be slapped and punched. One man broke his ribs. He couldn't breathe for a month. It was brutal. I was so surprised. Could you think there'd be a couple of people that would be kind, that would say, you're going to be okay? But they had none of that. It's pretty amazing. Brian?
Thank you, Mr. President.
He's a kind person.
Well, according to the...
Although not to Zelensky, he wasn't. But to Trump, he's been good. Go ahead, Brian.
Nice tie, by the way. Look, we coordinated. Two questions. One on peace. Why don't you think any other European countries are offering a peace deal? It seems like no one's come to the table for peace except for you.
Yeah. It's a very good question. Sometimes questions aren't answerable. They're in a very unusual position. They don't know how to end the war. I think I do know how to end the war. Despite the Russia hoax, I've always had a good relationship with Putin. And, you know, he wants to end the war. He wants to end it. And I think he's going to be more generous than he has to be. And that's pretty good. That means a lot of good things. Because frankly, you could have made a great deal if this war never started, you could have made a great deal. I don't know that anything would have had to be given up. This was not a war that was going to start, Brian. And it didn't start. For 4 years, somebody said, well, how do we know that? Well, for 4 years, it didn't start. I used to speak to Vladimir about it. I used to speak to him about it at length. It was the apple of his eye, but there was no way he was going in. And he knew, there were going to be consequences. But it did start. I mean, think of what happened. Inflation, you have the war with Ukraine and Russia, that wouldn't have happened. October 7th would have never happened. Israel, they had no money. Iran had no money. Iran was stone cold broke, and now they have a lot of money. And that's going to be the next thing you'll be talking about is Iran. What's going to happen with Iran? And there'll be some interesting days ahead. That's all I can tell you. You know, we're down to final strokes with Iran. That's going to be an interesting time. And we'll see what happens. But we're down to the final moments. We're at final moments. You can't let them have a nuclear weapon. I think that I would have had a deal within 1 month after the rigged election of 2020. They were all set to make a deal. And then when I lost, I saw this person who's a stupid person, very stupid person. And they said, let's not make a deal. And they were right. He took the sanctions off. They became rich under Biden. They went from having no money to having $300 billion. All in a short period. It's oil. Oil builds up fast. It's a nice living if you have a nice oil well. And they do. They have a lot of nice oil wells, right? So anyway, it's going to be a big thing. It's an interesting time in the history of the world. But we have a situation with Iran that something's going to happen very soon. Very, very soon. You'll be talking about that pretty soon, I guess. And hopefully we can have a peace deal. You know, I'm not speaking out of strength or weakness. I'm just saying I'd rather see a peace deal than the other. But the other will solve the problem.
Mr. President, your allies are calling on you to pardon Derek Chauvin. Are you considering pardoning Derek Chauvin?
No, I haven't even heard about it. No.
Mr. President, on peace.
I haven't heard that.
In the first term, you may recall, I broke the news that you were nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. And the reason for that was the work that you led on the Abraham Accords. I spoke yesterday with a member of parliament, the Norwegian parliament, that nominated you. And he said what the Nobel Committee is looking for from you, Mr. President, is security guarantees for Ukraine. Is that a possibility, Mr. President?
So, before I even think about that, I want to settle the war, get it finished. Because if I'm not here, nobody's going to settle it. And President Macron has said that, and everybody said that, the prime ministers and presidents. We're pushing very hard. That's all I'm thinking about now. As far as the question about security later, that's the easy part. The hard part is getting it settled. We got to get them. We're losing 2,000 human beings every week. More than that, actually. 2,000 nice, young, although they're getting older because they're drafting much older now. In the case of one country, much older, because a lot of the young people have been killed. It's very sad, and I'd like to see if I could stop that. And I'd like to also see if we could stop making these massive payments from the United States. I mean, Biden gave away money like it was water, with no anything, got nothing for it. Europe did it in the form of a loan. They get their money back, we don't. So that's how we came up with the rare earth deal. But we started, you know, behind the eight ball. He could have gone to Europe. He could have said, come on, you got to put up money with us. You got to put up money with us. But he never did that. They just kept handing money out because he was grossly incompetent. All right, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
I just want to play out some of those remarks by President Trump from inside of the Oval Office. We always got you covered on Live Now. We'll take another 2-minute break. Be back in moments. We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for joining us worldwide, as always. Let's go back out to our live event that we have been featuring for you out in D.C., the Stand Up for Science rally. Let's listen in.
Papers include certain words like female. Over there, my friends, is the U.S. Capitol. To the other side, the side restricting access to scientific reports, scientific data and resources. We ask, what are you afraid of? What is it about the process of science, modern medicine, caring for our neighbors, or Women's History Month that you all find so scary? My friends, science is in the national interest. Censoring science is not. I encourage those on the other side to break ranks, become leaders.
All right, everyone, you are watching live now. We go from one live event to another, from D.C. out to St. Petersburg, Florida, where we are getting an update on an investigation of a missing teen. Let's listen in.
So as law enforcement continue to investigation, things could change at any moment. So here's the timeline how it first started. So yesterday afternoon, we had a witness that came in and said she wanted to provide us information on the missing juvenile from Gulfport. Based on the tips and investigation by the detective, we believe that 16-year-old Miranda Corsetti was contacted by 35-year-old Stephen Gress on social media, on a social media app. And I'm going to stop there for one moment and just want to remind all the parents out there, please, I'm begging you, please, make sure you know what your kids are doing on social media. And to the kids also, if someone is contacting you and are not a family member, please let your parents know. So again, we're talking about a 16-year-old that was contacted by a 35-year-old. On February the 14th, we know that Mr. Gress went to Miranda's home, picked her up, took her to his house, which is located at 2708 27th Avenue North. He took her to the house. She spent the day there. We know he took her back on the 24th. On the 15th of February, we know she went back to the house on her own. Now, on the 20th at the house, there was some type of dispute over some missing jewelry. So from the 20th through the 24th, she was beaten and tortured because they could not find this piece of jewelry. We know that sometime there, she was then killed. Mr. Gress placed her body in his car along with his domestic partner, Michelle Brandis, and they drove her to Largo. In Largo, the detectives found evidence that Miranda was dismembered at that location. They then placed her in a car and they drove her down to Ruskin, where they dumped her into a dumpster, and her body is somewhere possibly in a landfill somewhere in that county. Yesterday, we realized that Mr. Gress was already in custody for pointing a harpoon at his domestic partner and possession of drugs. He is still in county jail as we speak today. We are now looking for Michelle Brandis. The picture's to my left and to your right. Michelle, if you're out there, we're trying to tell you to turn yourself in because we will find you sooner or later. And if anybody out there is trying to help Michelle, if we can, we will charge you with the charges we can charge you with. As of this point, Mr. Gress is being charged with kidnapping Miranda, and this, again, is an active investigation. More charges are soon to follow. I want to thank the following agencies for helping us out: Gulfport, Largo, and Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, our state and federal partners. Again, this is a horrific crime. We are still investigating it. We want to ensure that we bring justice to Miranda. The investigators are looking at every piece of evidence that we can find. And again, I want to say we want to hold all responsible parties accountable. So with that, I'll open up for any questions.
Hey, Chief, anyone on the victim's family or maybe to the witness team then that
Both of her parents are deceased, and her grandmother at this time is not ready to talk to anyone.
Can you talk a little bit about the discrepancy between her leaving on the 14th and then being reported missing on the 24th? That's a 10-day time window. Do you know who reported her missing and why that might not come earlier?
Sure, I'll ask the chief.
Hi there, I'm Commander Mary Farron. I'm currently the acting chief of police for Gulfport. We are very familiar with Miranda. We know that she is a frequent runaway, and she has a history of mental health issues as well as drug abuse. The grandmother is her primary caregiver at this time, and she said that she normally comes home, so she doesn't report her missing every time she leaves. She just didn't come back in a timely manner this time.
Was it her grandmother that reported her missing then?
It was.
And any affiliation with local schools noticing that she was absent for 10 days?
No, Miranda is actually homeschooled.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Any word again to
We do want to talk to her because, again, she was present when they moved Miranda around, and we want to talk to her. And again, either she can come in and talk to us, or we will find her. So again, like you're saying, Michelle, if you're listening, or your friends, find your way to the police department and to her friends that think they're helping her. If we can make charges, we will make charges.
How do we know Michelle was there?
We have witnesses that says she was there. We have witnesses that said that they saw her along with the defendant, with the body being placed in the car.
She was home in Largo. What's the connection? Obviously, they left this home in Gulfport. That was Mr. Bress's residence to go to this home in Largo. Who lives there? What were they doing there?
That is Michelle's mother's home.
We know that her body may be in a landfill. Are you guys going to go through it to find her body?
We're going to do everything possible to bring Miranda home. Again, we know the body was placed into a dumpster, but we got to try to figure out which landfill did that dumpster go to.
Chief, can you talk about what lured Miranda to this couple and to this home, offering her something to come live with them?
So the social media page they were on is a dating app. So we're assuming that they must have met on a date. She went there on the 14th. And then again, like I said, she came back around on the 15th.
Do you plan to file any additional charges against either of them related to sexual contact with a minor?
We're going to put every possible charge on everyone that was involved in this. And that's why, again, the defendant's already in jail on another charge. And again, I would reiterate to Michelle, come in. Anything else? So I want to turn it over to our Major Halstead. She's going to talk to you about a 17-year-old that we have missing here in St. Petersburg. Major Michelle? Major Halstead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Major Shannon Halstead with the department just over 24 years. I appreciate your time. I understand the difficulty in transitioning to from that conversation right into another one, but we've had an important update in this case that we want to share with everyone. We've been investigating a missing runaway since March 1st. His name is Alistair Nasir. He was last seen in the 6500 block of the Bayou Grand Boulevard Northeast. The update that I want to share with you is that when we originally posted him on our social media page, we didn't have any reason to believe that he would be missing and endangered. As you know, we often have between 12 and 15 runaways at any given time. Last night at 2 a.m., we received additional information sharing with us that the family found a note that he had written prior to leaving the residence. So the content of the note has obviously caused us alarm, and that's why we have listed him as missing and endangered today. The other thing that's happened since we last put out the media alert is that detectives were able to find additional video of him traveling westbound on 62nd Avenue past Mangrove Bay Middle School. The reason why I'm sharing that with you is because the original video that you saw, he was wearing a blue backpack in that video. We know for a fact he dropped that backpack off at Canterbury School there on the north side of 62nd Avenue. In the video that we found earlier today, he now has a red backpack. So I just wish that as you're sharing the information, the latest update that we have is that same clothing description, same bicycle white cruiser description, but that he may have a red backpack. We, as far as resources that we've used to locate him, neighborhood canvases to include several different residents in Placido Bayou, where we followed a trail of technical data, reference a cell phone, obviously have examined computer. The family has been awesome in collaborating with us in reference to even working with a PI to try to get information out, both digital flyers, hard copy flyers. The other thing today, once we found that updated photo, is we have drones. Many of you probably realize there's a wooded area just south of the Canterbury campus. So, our concern is he in that wooded area somewhere? So we've been working on that this morning, too. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you guys have.
What was the note that was concerning to us?
That he had an intent to harm himself.
The
No, ma'am, no, absolutely no indications of that. The backpack that he dropped off was dropped there strategically for a certain person, and we've talked with her and all of his friends. We've also talked with personnel at the school he attends, as well as doing, as part of the neighborhood canvas, we had a specific residence in Placido Bayou, and then talked with everyone in the surrounding houses to see if there's other teenagers that live close by. As you know, sometimes the digital evidence will give you an address, but it's not an exact location. So there's been a lot of neighborhood canvassing throughout that neighborhood, Ring doorbells, surveillance systems to see if we can find a better location.
Is there anything that you would say to officers about the people who are missing and wanting them to come home?
Sure, absolutely. I appreciate that question. The family is obviously very concerned. He has, I believe there are 3 brothers in the family, and the middle brother actually came back from out of town to help with the search of this. So I think that speaks, you know, the family is concerned. This is not something that this kid normally does, and it's important that we have everyone's help in trying to locate him. We did the initial interview of the friends and a girlfriend, and then went back and did secondary interviews just to make sure that they realized the resources that were being deployed and that everyone's level of concern was continuing to heighten, and to make sure that wasn't the case. So we don't believe that's the case. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We are worldwide here for you, bringing you always top stories, headlines, all in the mix there. Some terrible stories coming out of St. Petersburg, Florida. That first one, they talked about the missing teen that was found dead and had her body chopped up there. Just terrible. And then another missing teen update coming right after that. All right, we will take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Back worldwide on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us. We have another live event that we want to go to. It's still Stand Up for Science rally out in D.C.
Yep. Both of these Republican politicians called out Barton in the strongest terms, basically accusing him of engaging in modern-day McCarthyism. Now, we heard earlier from another hero of mine, former Congressman Fred Upton, also a Republican. In fact, he would later chair the same committee that Joe Barton had chaired, the Energy and Commerce Committee. But unlike Barton, he was actually the recipient of the 2019 Champion of Science Award. Okay, let's hear it for Fred Upton. So, in conclusion, and this is a theme, I didn't expect it to be a recurring theme, but it is a recurring theme here this afternoon. Let's do all we can to bridge the partisan divide. Not all will be willing to cross, we know that. But I truly believe that we can bring over enough to create a critical mass in support of science and science-based discourse. Yes, I believe it. I absolutely believe it. The stakes couldn't be greater. They are no less than the future of our country and indeed our civilization. Thank you so much, folks.
I'm back again to introduce yet another speaker in this amazing lineup of people with all kinds of important perspectives, all here to stand up for science like you are doing. And it's not just because there's no place to sit. You really want to stand up for science. It's my great privilege to introduce a heroic figure that I've admired for some time, who's here from Boston. He has a very challenging personal story to tell you of a family history that afflicted multiple members with Alzheimer's disease. Himself a journalist, he has now begun to have symptoms of that same illness. A lot of people would go and hide somewhere. Not Greg O'Brien. Instead, he wants to tell the world about this and about how important research is for people like him and all those that will come after. So please put your hands together and scream a good welcome to Greg O'Brien.
Taller than me, so I had to bring it down. I have to read this. Trust me, you don't want me winging it. It wouldn't be good for you. As you know, I have Alzheimer's, and I just have to stay focused. Ernest Hemingway, in his brilliant work, A Farewell to Arms, wrote, "The world breaks everyone, and afterwards some are strong in the broken places." And so I pray for all of you today to be strong in the broken places. And that's why we're here. With drastic cuts on the table for critical medical research for Alzheimer's, other forms of dementia, cancer, and other horrific diseases, innocents' lives will be lost. Few would argue for the need to cut government waste, but cuts must be thoughtful, not the meat cleaver approach that we have before us. As a journalist, I have no party affiliation. I'm not a Democrat or Republican. I'm in the middle. My focus is building a strong constituency for unilateral support for medical research and care for the millions upon millions who are suffering today. I am deeply concerned about the future. It's simple math. I learned as a young age from the Sisters of Charity in an Irish school outside Manhattan that 1 + 1 is 2. But if you subtract 2, you have 0. And that's not right, and that's where I fear we're headed. It shouldn't be that way. It just shouldn't. Good research and science are not dirty words. Well, I wish my mother could hear this. I lost my maternal grandfather, my mother, my paternal uncle to Alzheimer's, and before my father's death, he too died of dementia. One of 10 kids, I was at both my parents' deathbed on Cape Cod, the family caregiver. That image burns inside me. Several years ago, Alzheimer's came for me. I also have prostate cancer, ongoing breakdown of my body, given that brain signals are not connecting properly. I also deal with serious internal hemorrhaging at times, and a degree of numbness from my neck to my feet. I feel a little like Gumby. Have a little love here? Alzheimer's, with some, can be a 20-year journey, the experts say. It's like having a sliver of your brain shaved every day. That's why more research is needed to slay the demons of this disease. Today, I have little short-term memory. A close friend of mine calls it C. Yes, my MacBook Pro laptop is my best friend. It's my brain. I write everything down before I forget. As with others on this serpentine journey, I deal with disconnections every day, with hallucinations, deep depression, all-out confusion, a loss of self and place. It's not pleasant. And again, that's why we need more research. But I keep moving forward, not retreating. I want to write to encourage others. God is good, and he carries me, footprints in the sand. I'm wholly imperfect as a person, but I see my relationship with the Lord as a combination of the agonizing lurch in the Addams Family and Telly Savalas, the lollipop Kojak, who loves you, baby. That's all right. Thank you. But the point about all this is without adequate funding for medical research, without a strong commitment to this, we lose our soul as a nation. I would like to believe that both Republicans and Democrats would not want to go there. This is not a liberal or conservative cause. It's a fight for life issue. I'm almost done. But you'll like this part. So in my journey, I've turned to the iconic film Animal House, to the late John Belushi, a.k.a. Bluto Blutarsky, in his epic speech rallying defeated fraternity brothers facing school explosion. Over? Did you say over? Bluto goads them. Nothing is over until we say it is. And so, folks, it isn't over until we say it's over. Keep rallying, keep the faith, be strong in the broken places. God bless you, and thanks for listening.
What did that sign say? This nurse stands with science. It is my pleasure to introduce Congressman Suhas Subramaniam, represents Virginia's 10th Congressional District. A lawyer who has worked in the private sector with several tech startups and started his own business. He previously served as a White House technology policy advisor to President Barack Obama. In the Virginia House of Delegates from 2019 to 2023 and the Virginia State Senate from 2023 to 2024, Suhas passed landmark legislation to lower the costs of tolls, utility bills, and prescription drugs. And lastly, he also co-founded a caucus dedicated to bipartisanship and passed bipartisan bills to improve K-12 education, lower taxes, and address gun safety. Please join me in welcoming Suhas.
I'm Congressman Suhas Subramaniam. I live like 30 minutes from here in Northern Virginia. Any Virginians in the house? Yeah, Virginia. I'm here because there's an attack right now happening on science here, and we have to fight back. Are you ready to fight back with me? Yeah. I stand with science. When I got elected to Congress, I told them put me on the science committee because I want to do bipartisan work. But what I'm seeing right now is there's a lot of people letting these cuts to science, technology, innovation happening, and we have to stop it today. We have to stop it because it'll do irreversible damage to our country and to so many people. Science is not just about maps. It's about so much more. It's about saving lives. Science is about making sure we can build a strong economy. And science is about making sure that we have a prosperous future for every single American, including our kids. We have to save science. We have to stand up for science today. Now, they're making these cuts in the name of government efficiency and getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. If that's your goal, then science should be the last thing that you cut. The absolute last thing that you should cut. $1 spent and $1 invested in science gives us $10 back, $20 back, because it's the best investment you can make in our people and in our country. And it's what makes our country great. Science is what makes our country great. And so we have to fight this, but I'll tell you, they're cutting. They tried to fire the people that keep our nukes safe. They tried to fire the people that keep Ebola under control. They're trying to fire scientists, innovators all across every single agency. They don't know what they're doing, and they don't know the cost of what they're doing. We have to stop it. But I know that you know that. But we need to let the people who are not here today know that too. And so that means we need to make sure we call every single person who's not here today, every single legislator on both sides of the aisle, and let them know that we will not stand up for this. Are you with me in that fight? Then let's get to work today. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you.
Shout out to the sign that says, fund science like your life depends on it, because it does. Oh, I know you. Oh my gosh, hey, what's up? It is my pleasure to introduce Connor Phillips, a research fellow at the NIH.
There's something about this joint right here.
There he studied treatments for children with cerebral palsy and broader questions about how learning happens in the brain. He received his bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering at ASU, Arizona State University, where he developed robot-assisted therapies for children with cerebral palsy. Please join me in welcoming Connor Phillips.
Thank you all for being here today. As you heard, my name is Connor Phillips, and I'm a proud member of UAW 2750, the Fellows Union at the National Institutes of Health. Yeah. As you've heard today, the health of Americans is tied to our investment in biomedical research. When science thrives, we all thrive. And I am living proof of that. You may not see it at first glance, but I have cerebral palsy. My mother went into labor more than 3 months early, and the treatments that helped ensure my survival were made possible by NIH-funded research. Just 4 years before I was born. Without that science, I might not be able to walk. I might not be alive at all. My very existence is a testament to the power of NIH research and the lives it transforms. That's why I chose to dedicate my life to science. Yeah. At the NIH, I've worked to develop new therapies to improve the lives of other children with cerebral palsy. Now, I'm advancing our understanding of the brain. I hope to give back to the institution that gave me my health. But because of so-called efficiency cuts imposed by the Trump administration, I am forced to stop this critical work, even as an unpaid volunteer. It begs the question, how does stopping ongoing research make our government more efficient? How can these cuts be driven by fiscal responsibility when scientists are prevented from working for free? These cuts to NIH funding aren't just numbers on a spreadsheet. They're life-threatening. They mean people with cancer go untreated. They mean those with Alzheimer's will continue into cognitive decline. They mean families suffer. These cuts are a means to steal from the health of Americans to provide tax breaks for the rich. We cannot accept this. We must stand together for the health of our nation. To those listening across the country, I challenge you to stand up for science. Call your representatives and demand they protect NIH, the foremost biomedical research institution in the entire world. This is a fight for lives. Lives like mine, like yours, like those we love. And when we fight, we win. 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 Thank you.
People standing for science, to fund our research and fund our futures. If we don't fight for science, who will? And lastly, this person is standing up for science because they lost their mom to a cancer 10 years ago that now has had a successful clinical trial that can cure it. We need science. This next speaker, I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Nate Brott, who is the former director of the NIH Executive Secretariat. He recently spoke out against the current attacks on science, standing up for the NIH's mission and against orders that ran contrary to years of NIH research and findings about sexuality and gender. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Nate Brott.
Taller than JP. First, let me thank all of you for being here to support this worthy cause. Second, allow me to thank the organizers for Stand Up for Science for allowing me the opportunity to speak. Contrary to what JP just said, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a researcher, but I appreciate them allowing me to speak anyway. I certainly do not feel worthy to share the stage with luminaries like Francis Collins and Bill Nye the Science Guy. My name is Nate Brott, and last Friday I resigned my position with NIH via a resignation letter I submitted to Matt Memley, posted on LinkedIn, and which was published in the Washington Post yesterday. My career started on a pair of yellow footprints on Paris Island in July of 2001. That journey took me to 3 separate continents. During my career, I found myself in Iraq, tracking and eliminating terrorist targets. I found myself at Fort Meade, Maryland, battling the proliferation of nuclear weapons and tracing terrorist financing. I found myself with the dubious honor of interrupting a meeting to inform Secretary Janet Napolitano of the Boston Marathon bombing. I found myself improving Homeland Security's relationship with Congress by reforming our congressional reports process. I found myself donating a kidney to my best friend's brother 2 days after my best friend died of cancer. But my friend lived long enough to make that happen because NIH-funded research and treatments extended his life by 3 years from what the doctors initially thought it would be. I found myself shocked by the Kids in Cages scandal during Trump's first administration and crushed by the realization that I had contributed to the review and clearance of that policy. I found myself working on letters to families to explain why their SNAP benefits were being drastically cut and why their school lunch programs were being scaled back, while struggling with the fact that I personally benefited from those programs as a child. Over the course of my career, I had 4 amazing children, one of whom is here with me today. I earned 2 degrees. And finally, in August of 2023, I realized my career-long dream when I took my position as the director of the executive secretariat at NIH. I found myself finally in a position to demonstrate the effectiveness of modern management practices, unlike what we're seeing in our federal government today. However, my dream was short-lived following the inauguration of Donald Trump on January 20th. And I soon found myself sacrificing everything that I had worked for so that I could keep my oath of office. It will be tempting for many to assume that I'm merely bitter after a long election season where my preferred candidate lost. But I can assure you that's not the case. In 24 years of federal service, I spent 4 years working for the president that I voted for. I never agreed with everything that I had to do, but I never had an issue doing what needed to be done to follow the laws passed by Congress and implement the priorities of whoever the current president was. But that's not what I encountered in January and February of this year. What I instead encountered was a lawless administration dead set on usurping the power of the other branches of government, of finding new and creative ways to disobey court orders. Towards the end of my time with NIH, I sat in meetings where I repeatedly challenged leadership on the illegal actions of this administration. Though we agreed that we were not in compliance with lawful court orders as the Constitution would demand, we did nothing in our official capacities to keep our oaths of office and demand our leaders follow the guiding principles that this country was founded on: the separation of powers, the rule of law, and equal protection for all Americans under the law. Instead, we actively implemented unscientific and unconstitutional executive orders at the expense of our trans and intersex colleagues and fellow citizens. Instead, we held tight, hoping that any day now, the administration would allow us to begin respecting the law again. Instead, we followed an acting director who I have reason to believe was not legally appointed to that task. Instead, we denigrated our reputation and our legacy worldwide by following a pseudoscience snake oil salesman who's been installed as the head of HHS. And we suffered all of these harms because President Trump does not have the integrity as a leader to admit he made the decisions that his base resented during COVID. He refuses to admit that he scapegoats NIH for merely advising him and having no authority to issue orders on our own. Those were his decisions. Contrary to what Fox News would have you believe, Tony Fauci is not a criminal mastermind who spent 5 decades saving millions of lives around the world so that he could fool people into wearing masks. The fact that President Trump has repeatedly put Dr. Fauci's life in danger to avoid acknowledging his own accountability is a tragedy and a national embarrassment. The future of science in America faces unique challenges and nearly insurmountable obstacles to recover from so much damage in such a short time. We've done irreparable harm to our universities and research institutions here at home. We've done obscene amounts of damage to our international partnerships. We need to figure out how to stop this administration from dismantling our country's scientific community and selling it off to the lowest bidders at big pharma companies owned by their allies so that we ensure science continues to advance for everyone. We need to figure out how to reestablish our place at the forefront of scientific research so that we do not spend decades lagging behind adversarial nations who continue to advance and invest in the future. And unbelievably, the unique challenges facing the future of science in this country are not my leading cause for concern or the main reason why I'm here today. As serious as those concerns are, they're offset by one very simple reality. The future of scientific research in America will be inconsequential if we fail to secure the future of democracy and the rule of law in America first. Thank you.
All right, how we doing? Let's shake it out. Shake it out. Come on. All right.
All right, everyone, you are watching live now from Fox. Again, we appreciate everyone continuing to join us all right here out in Washington, D.C., where we were really bringing you that Stand Up for Science event and rally. And it looks like we are in just moments going to be getting some playback from the White House as President Trump signing some executive orders. We will take a break here, let them re-rack the video, get it all ready for play out, and then we'll have it for you on the other side of the break. Here worldwide for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you. So coming up in just moments, we will have President Trump signing an executive order. Also later this afternoon, he will host a cryptocurrency event at the White House. And it looks like we're getting this tape playback maybe right now. Let's see it. Well, you know, they're still going a little start and stop on this. So as soon as we see it rolling right there, we'll have it for you on Live Now from Fox. But like I was saying, yeah, had a hosting this cryptocurrency event to talk about the U.S. government holding crypto reserves. And so we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. Look at the market reaction today, talking about tariff wars. And really, I mean, we saw the Dow at one point down close to 400 points in the red, and now it sparked right up to 200 in the green. So we'll be keeping an eye on this shot, and as soon as they play it out for us in full, we'll have it for you on Live Now from Fox, everyone. But again, President Trump in just moments going to be signing an executive order establishing a White House task force for the 2026 FIFA games. That is going to be exciting. Obviously, parts of the U.S. will be hosting that. And again, we will be providing coverage for you on this playback for President Trump in just moments. In the meantime, keep you out in Washington, D.C. for the Stand Up for Science event.
HIV prevention work is a team endeavor. And so I want to thank all of our federal partners, whether they are scientists, laboratorians, funders, administrators, grant administrators, who make it possible for us to do this work. Thank you to our federal partners. The United States has a bold vision for ending the HIV epidemic, and we are on the path to do that. But interrupting any of these streams of science for testing, for treatment, for prevention, for vaccine, threatens our progress towards that shared goal.
So as we wrap up today, I want to hear from you about your support for our federal scientists and colleagues who make this effort possible, for the NIH, for the CDC, and for training the next generation of public health scientists to do this work. Thank you for standing up for science.
I like that sign right there. Science is like magic but real. That's like a Disney movie. All right, up next, we have Dr. Bonnie Swainer, the founding director of the Johns Hopkins Disability Health Research Center and endowed professor of disability health and justice. Drawing from her experiences as a person with a disability, she aims to shift the paradigm from living with a disability to thriving with a disability. Dr. Swainer's research applies evidence-based strategies to dismantle the barriers that disabled people face, including in STEM. Her work has impacted policies at state, federal, and international levels, and she played a critical role in the national advocacy that led to the NIH's designation of people with disabilities as a health disparity population. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Bonnie Swainer.
For the opportunity to speak with you all today, and that was great rollout music, so thank you to the DJ. So I'm Bonnie Swainer, and as my introduction suggested, I have spent the majority of my career trying to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to thrive in STEM. As a person with a disability, I know firsthand the barriers that exist, but I also know the power of science to take them down. Federally funded research.
All right, everyone, that is the rally out in D.C., but let's go out right now. Tape playback of President Trump signing an executive order inside the White House. Let's listen.
FIFA World Cup of 2026, which, as you know, is a big event. It's going to be the biggest event, I think. And Johnny, I think you're going to say a few words. Everybody knows this man on the right. He's sort of the king of soccer, I guess, in a certain way. And he was the one that was able to give it to us, and we're going to do a fantastic job in making you at home. So I very much appreciate it. First time it's ever been in this part of the world. And it's an honor. Thank you very much, Johnny.
Thank you. Thank you, President. Thank you, President. Well, it is a great achievement to bring the World Cup next year, the FIFA World Cup in 26 here in the United States, together with Mexico and Canada. And this summer, actually, we have a new competition, the FIFA Club World Cup in 25, from the 14th of June to the 13th of July, only in the United States of America. 11 cities, 12 stadiums, the best players in the world, the best teams in the world. America will welcome the world. There will be millions of people coming, Mr. President, millions of people. The economic impact is $40 billion between now and next year. We will create 200,000 jobs for these two World Cups, and more than that, we will give joy and happiness to the entire world, and this is priceless, definitely. So thank you, Mr. President, for setting up this task force, because it is important that everyone that comes to America feels safe, feels welcome, and that's why it's important that the government puts together this White House task force chaired by the President himself. It shows the importance of the FIFA World Cups, I should say, because there are many topics to deal with, of course, and we want everyone who comes to America and who goes to watch one of these games. We have 10 million tickets for sale. It's like 3 Super Bowls every day for 1 month, that everyone that goes feels safe, feels happy, and feels that we are doing something special. So we're here to create and to make the best show on the planet ever, and we'll do it together, Mr. President.
Oh, that's great. I love what he said, like 3 Super Bowls a day for a month. That's what it is.
That's what it is.
That's really amazing when you think of it. I've never heard that expressed. That's a lot. When, you know, when we made this, it was made during my term, my first term, and it was so sad because I said, can you imagine I'm not going to be president? And that's too bad. And then what happened is they rigged the election and I became president. So that was a good thing. It was a good thing. It was quite an achievement for both of us. So I'll be president during the World Cup and during the Olympics, which we were very instrumental in getting. And then, of course, we have our 250th birthday, too. And of that, I wasn't instrumental. That just happened to fall on the same time. So we have those 3 big events. You don't get very much bigger than that. The Olympics, the World Cup, and number 250. And it's a great honor. But I appreciate your selecting us. And we were selected a long time ago, though, during the term, during my first term. And it's an honor to be with you, Johnny. Been my friend for a long time.
Absolutely.
He's a great gentleman.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I'll sign this, and that makes it official, right?
That makes it official, yes.
That's good.
Here we are. Then we have to start working.
Can you talk a little bit about the halftime show that you anticipate for the championship? Will it be like the Super Bowl halftime show or better?
Well, you know, the Super Bowl has around 100 million viewers or 150 million viewers. The World Cup final has 2 billion viewers. So we have to make it 20 times better and 20 times bigger than the Super Bowl.
I think it would be better.
Any idea the economic impact of this in all these cities around the country? It's got to be huge.
Yeah, it's huge. It's around 40 billion in only the United States, 40 billion US dollars, the economic impact, 200,000 jobs created. It's so per city you can divide by 11 and you know a little bit what each city gets, more or less. Some cities get more, others get less. But we'll have, 10 million tourists coming, some with tickets, others without tickets, who just want to be here during these World Cups.
What team is favored now, if there's such a thing? I mean, do they have a team like so many of these great famous teams? What team seems to be favored?
Well, on the club one, which takes place this year, of course, Real Madrid, Manchester City, Bayern Munich, the Germans, Paris Saint-Germain, the French. The big ones are always there, and these clubs are multinationals. They have players from all countries.
They always seem to be there, right?
They are always there.
Those great
teams. They are always there, yeah. And then next year, Argentina, Brazil,
right.
England, Germany, Spain.
It's going to be great.
So it will be great.
Any questions for Johnny?
US is coming up. US is coming. Watch the US. Some very, very good players playing in Europe, but we need to bring them back here to play here.
Can the US win?
The US can win, yes, with the public behind. They play in some of the top teams.
He knows.
Yeah. They play in some of the top teams.
There's a shot, right?
Yeah, there is a shot. Absolutely, yes.
That's great. Well, we'll hold that up for you guys. Ryan, did you have another question?
Well, I was just going to say, this continues your pursuit to bring America back in every aspect, the economy, world peace, sports now, which is awesome. I want to preview a little bit of the Olympics. I know you talked about that before.
Well, I'm just very happy to have done it. I mean, I didn't think this was going to happen. I said, I'll be sitting there, but not as president. So I was, very honored. Actually, Johnny reminded me, called me up very early on. He said, you're going to be president during this whole thing after we won. So it's a great honor for our country to have it, actually. It's a big deal. It's, I don't know which is bigger, the Olympics or the World Cup. What is the story on that? Can I ask you that question?
The World Cup is much, much, much bigger than the Olympics. Come on. and it's in the whole country. Huh? The Olympics
we've got them both.
Mr. President, it's a long way off, Mr. President, but do you foresee yourself attending some matches or a match?
Oh, yeah, sure. I would like to. I'd like to go to certainly more than one.
Yes.
We'll be making the rounds. It's a period of a month.
Yeah.
And it's really top of the line. It's one of the great events, maybe one of the great events of anywhere in the world.
Yes.
Mr. President, since you last spoke about it yesterday, some details have come out about your cabinet meeting with Elon Musk and some clashes potentially between Secretary Rubio and Secretary.
No clash. I was there. You're just a troublemaker. And you're not supposed to be asking that question because we're talking about the World Cup. Elon gets along great with Marco, and they're both doing a fantastic job. There is no clash.
Mr. President, bottom line.
Who are you with? Who are you with? Oh, no wonder. That's an NBC.
Who has more authority, Elon Musk or your cabinet secretary?
Any other questions about the World Cup?
Can we unveil the trophy, maybe?
I'd love to.
Because this is something special. So today is 100 days to go for a new competition that we created together. The FIFA Club World Cup, the best clubs in the world with the best players in the world. So we can show this is a unique trophy. This is the trophy, but it's not finished because it's unlike any other trophy. There is a key.
Oh, wow.
There is no other sports trophy like that.
Oh, that is good. Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta be kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wait.
Wow. That's one I've ever seen.
And that's the trophy.
That is something, huh?
We got to win now, Mr. President.
This is a good one.
That's beautiful.
Inter Miami and Seattle Sounders play
never seen
for this
anything
trophy.
like that.
It is it's a trophy of the future.
Yeah.
It represents the past, the future, everything, the present.
And this will be at the White House for a little while.
Yes.
So if anybody needs a picture or anything, you can take it, but this is...
If you like it, Mr. President, it can stay here just on the 13th of July. You should take it with me.
Let's leave it here.
To the stadium to give it to the winners. They can take a picture, then we bring it back here after the picture.
Let's do that. We'll leave it here. We'll have it in the White House quite a bit.
Excellent.
It travels a little bit also, but I appreciate it. That's good. And I know this can definitely stay, right? Anyway, thank you, Johnny, very much.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Just on the cabinet meeting, you said Musk will play an advisory role. Doge will play.
We're talking about FIFA. Thank you very
About
much.
the World Cup, Mr. President, you're having.
And they're both great guys. And by the way, they both get along fantastically well. Marco has done unbelievably as Secretary of State. And Elon is a very unique guy who's done a fantastic job.
Do you think he needs to be reined in, Mr.
enough.
President?
Enough. It's FIFA. Is this a FIFA question?
How do you see the World Cup playing out with the tensions you have with Canada and Mexico?
Oh, I think it's going to make it more exciting. Tension's a good thing.
Even for the World Cup?
Yeah, I think so. I think it makes it much more exciting.
Sir, the entire committee is here for FIFA with Johnny.
Oh, please, come up.
Them to come up and take a picture.
Please, Johnny, come on. Get them up. That's great.
Mr. President, what type of enhanced security do you anticipate having for all of these big events
I'll let you.
that are happening over the course of the next week?
I'll let Christy answer that question.
Oh, answer what question?
Go ahead. Security.
The security for this event will be run by the Department of Homeland Security. So we are signing today this document that will say that we will form task forces and partnerships. We'll have incident command centers in these 11 cities that will partner all the agencies and departments at the federal. We'll have some worldwide partners as well, as long
Global
as,
level.
yes, it'll be under our umbrella, and we'll help facilitate that, but also working with our local law enforcement is incredibly powerful. So streamlining those communications, it'll be a wonderful event, and everybody will be safe and fun.
We better be, right?
And this is the official ball with your name.
Thank you. Ooh, that's nice. I would give it to Christy, except it has my name on it.
We have another one for it.
Of course. That's beautiful. Thank you very much. Is that going to be the ball?
This is the official match ball.
This will be what it will look like the ball?
Yes.
When they play?
When they play.
Wow, that's great.
Yes, nobody has played yet.
That's great. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Johnny, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, President Trump ready for the World Cup come next year. He says he wants to go to a couple of matches as well. Also doing the executive order to have the FIFA World Cup task force for the United States there, and hopefully try to see them in the quarterfinals at least as well. All right, we'll take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll take you out to some spring break mayhem. We'll tell you all about it coming up next on Live Now. Everyone, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I want to take you out to some breaking news out of Galveston, Texas right now. We are learning of a situation that has forced authorities to shut down parts of the beach right now for an active investigation that is continuing. But the very latest is Galveston police and other law enforcement officers coming to the area of 13 Mile Road Beach. At least one firearm has been recovered and one suspect in custody. Right now, there are no injuries being reported, but this was a situation that had a lot of teens at the beach today. The scene sent dozens of spring breakers and students taking part in what is called Senior Skip Day, and now an active investigation is happening to make sure that nobody else was injured in this situation out in Galveston, Texas. But the good thing is nobody injured, and of course they will be taking some suspects that you saw there from the Skyfox cam into custody, and they'll be taking a look there at more of the scene. As you can see, one person at least taken away. All right, everyone, we are rolling on here on Live Now from Fox. Appreciate everyone continuing to join us all right here, and you can see the Dow. Wow, what an up and down day it was, but still green as we get closer to the end of the trading day, about 125 points in the green. All right, we're getting our first look, everyone, of the cryptocurrency event that is going to be taking place at the White House. We have our shot. We have the guests sitting down. Now we're just waiting for the president to be at the center of that table. But looks like that is going to be starting up pretty soon. So what I'll do is I'll take another 2-minute break, get that out of the way, and we'll come back and see if this is going right there at the White House in just moments. And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Moments away from this cryptocurrency event at the White House, hosted by President Trump and members of his cabinet. So once that does get going, we'll bring it to you live right now on Live Now from Fox. Always, we'll show these in its entirety right here for you. All right, let's go back out, keep you in D.C., though, for the Stand Up for Science event. That has been continuing for a good portion of the day. Let's listen in.
And inequity. Equity. I would be remiss. Science is a beautiful art built on a canvas of data. The best science comes from diverse people with diverse perspectives. Spurring innovation and progress. There must be pathways to ensure diverse perspectives have a seat at the proverbial table. We collectively reject that inclusion, diversity, equity. In fact, programs championing these ideals should be celebrated and expanded. As that is how we get the best science and the best outcomes. So DC, America, say with me, we must challenge. We must stand up for truth. We must stand up for inclusion. And we must stand up for science. Thank you.
Shout out my UNC folk that are here. Yup. All right, real quick. I'm a first-generation college student scientist of color. And I love mentoring the next generation of scientists. And this next speaker was a mentee of mine in a pipeline program. Her name is Sarah Alamon. She's a post-bac research fellow at the NIEHS. She is also a first-generation college student who earned her BA in molecular biology with a minor in chemistry from McDaniel College in Westminster, Maryland. While in college, she uncovered a love for research through opportunities at McDaniel, as well as through the NSF's research experiences for undergraduate studies, the NSF REUs. Please join me in congratulating her because she is going to veterinary school in the fall, where she hopes to pursue a better understanding of our relationships with animals and the ethics, cultures, and policies that inform these relationships. Please join me in welcoming Sarah Alamon.
All right, so as you can see, at the White House, President Trump is arriving, and right now, let's go out to the cryptocurrency event, where he will host with members of his cabinet. And we bring this to you now, live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. Great honor to have you. I know you've all been working very hard and very successfully. And it's a wonderful place, the White House. I want to begin, is Johnny here from World Cup? I want to thank you for this election. And they just had a presentation in the Oval Office, and I thought this was such a beautiful, this is the trophy. This is a big deal. The World Cup is the biggest sporting event. And Gianni Infantino is my friend for a long time. And during my first term, we worked out a deal to get the World Cup, and then because of lots of interesting things that happened, I ended up being president. Wanted to shut up. I was always disappointed. I wasn't going to make it. I was going to serve 8 straight. Instead, we did it the we did it the hard way, but maybe the more important way. So I will be with you as president, Johnny. So maybe you could just say a few words and show how beautiful the World Cup trophy is. Thank you. Yeah, sure, please. Yeah.
The famous key.
That's a great key. Well, you go ahead. I trust you.
So this is the new trophy of a new competition. It's called the FIFA World Cup. The 32 best clubs in the world with the absolutely best players in the world. And for the first time in history, this competition takes place in the United States. Opening game on the 14th of June.
Right.
Obviously in Miami. Final on the 13th of July this year in New York, New Jersey. But it's not that. The trophy is special because it is a key, and because, as you can see, if I manage to do that, yes, it's a bit tricky. It's like that. So this is a trophy. It is a trophy which represents, and that's why I think it's interesting to show this trophy exactly in this forum, because it represents the past, but it's also projected to the future. There is no other sports trophy which looks like that. It has engraved the history of the game, soccer or football as we call it, the participating teams of the first edition, the stadiums, beautiful stadiums in 11 cities in the United States of America where this competition will take place. So at the same time, past, present, and projected to the future. And if I may, President, say another 2 words, and then I let you work. I would like to congratulate the President and the administration for not only for the World Cup, the Club World Cup, the World Cup, and the great work done, but also for this initiative that you are speaking about here. If I may add something in this respect, I'm not an expert at all, but FIFA, as you know, is a brand which is globally known, a very strong brand. The soccer economy in the world is worth around 270 billion a year. 70% of that, Mr. President, is in Europe. So imagine the potential that there is around the world only in soccer if we develop it. And so FIFA is very, very interested under my presidency to develop a FIFA coin, to do it from here, from America, and to conquer the 5 billion soccer fans in the world. So if there's anyone here who is interested to team up with FIFA, here we are, together with the United States of America, and we'll conquer the world of soccer with the FIFA coin. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That coin, that coin may be worth more than FIFA in the end. It could be quite a coin, actually. Anyway, thank you, Johnny. Great job. I just thought you should see this trophy because it's really, it's the biggest sporting event in the world, and we have it here. And we appreciate being selected. Thank you very much. You do a fantastic job. And welcome to the first ever White House Digital Assets Summit. I know that many of you have been fighting for years for this, and it's an honor to be with you at the White House. I want to thank the White House AI and crypto czar David Sachs, Treasury Secretary. This is David right here, in case you don't know. You know David. And a man who's doing a great job as Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, who's right here. Scott, thank you very much. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, wherever you may be, Howard. Hi, Howard. He's doing some interesting work right now with all that's going on. He's right in the middle of it and doing a great job. Thank you. SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler. And hi, Kel. SEC Commissioner Hester Pierce. Thank you, Hester. Acting CFTC Chairman Caroline Pham. House Majority Whip Tom Emmer. Hello, Tom. Representative Brian Stile. Thank you. Brian, thank you very much. Digital Assets Council Director Bo Hines. Good, Bo. Great job. And many other distinguished guests. We have a lot of very distinguished people around the table. Some of them will be speaking. I want to thank Marco Rubio also, who's right over there. And we have tremendous people very interested in this subject. And last year, I promised to make America the Bitcoin superpower of the world and the crypto capital of the planet. And we're taking historic action to deliver on that promise, as you know, around the table. Yesterday, I signed an executive order officially creating our strategic Bitcoin reserve. And this will be a virtual Fort Knox for digital gold to be housed within the United States Treasury. That's a big thing, Scott. The federal government is already among the largest holders of Bitcoin, as you know. Really one of the largest holders in the world, with as many as 200,000 Bitcoin obtained via civil law and various other forms of law, and including enforcement actions. These existing holdings will form the foundation of the new reserve. Unfortunately, in recent years, the U.S. government has foolishly sold tens of thousands of additional Bitcoin that were worth billions and billions of dollars had they not sold them, but they did sell them, mostly during the Biden administration. Not a good thing to have done. From this day on, America will follow the rule that every Bitcoin knows very well: never sell your Bitcoin. That's a little phrase that they have. I don't know if that's right or not. Who the hell knows, right? Who knows? But so far, it's been right. And well, let's keep it that way. The Treasury and Commerce Departments will also explore new pathways to accumulate additional Bitcoin holdings for the reserve, provided it's done at no cost to the taxpayers. We don't want any cost to the taxpayers. In addition, my order directs federal agencies to conduct an inventory of all crypto assets currently held by the U.S. government and determine how they can be transferred easily to the Treasury. Non-Bitcoin digital assets will be held in a new U.S. digital asset stockpile where they will be managed properly. My administration also is working to end the federal bureaucracy's war on crypto, which was really going on pretty wildly during Biden until the election came about. About 5 months before the election, he became a big fan because he heard how many people were in favor of it and how many people love it and respect it. But I guess it didn't work out too well for him. People understood what was going on and paved the way for groundbreaking innovations in institutional finance. Under the Bitcoin administration, regulators strong-armed banks. I mean, they really did. They strong-armed banks into closing the accounts of crypto businesses and entrepreneurs, effectively blocking some money transfers to and from exchanges, and they weaponized government against the entire industry. But I know that feeling also. Maybe better than you do. All of that will soon be over, and we are ending Operation Choke Point 2.0. Now, some people really suffered. It was ridiculous what they were doing, but in the end, they came around, but they came around for the wrong reasons. They came around only because they wanted votes, and they saw that tens of millions of people were against them because of what they were doing. I also want to express my strong support for the efforts of lawmakers in Congress as they work on bills to provide regulatory certainty for dollar-backed stablecoins and the digital assets market. They're working very hard on that. This is a tremendous opportunity for economic growth and innovation in our financial sector, and will really go a long way. I think it's going to be a tremendous, we feel like pioneers in a way, of tremendous method of growth. And things are very much tied, and we want to keep it that way, the U.S. dollar, long into the future. We're going to keep it that way. I hope lawmakers will send that legislation to my desk before August recess if they can. And they're very much working with you, and you know a lot of them, and a lot of them were committed right from the very beginning. So I just want to congratulate you all for being at the White House today, and a man who knows more about Bitcoin and AI and just about everything else than anybody, David Saxon. I'd like to have you say a few words, David.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're all here today because of your leadership, your vision, and your generosity, and I really want to thank you for that. We're also here because of your desire to make America great and to introduce a golden age in America, including for digital assets. And we're here because of your love of innovators, or as you might say, high IQ people. We know you love high IQ people. And we have about 30 of them here in the room today. These are the top people in the digital asset industry. And one other thing that I think that you love is legal fairness. This is an industry that was subjected to prosecution and persecution for the last 4 years, horrible lawfare, and nobody knows what that feels like better than you do. So we really appreciate the fact that you understand legal fairness and that you're always willing to fight for the right thing, for legal fairness. You never back down. You stand defiant, even in the face of an assassin's bullet. It's an inspiration to everyone in this room, I think. So it's an honor. So I just want to say it's an honor to work for you. It's an honor to work for a president who works every day to get so much done on behalf of the American people. Your administration is moving at tech speed. It's really amazing. It's actually faster than any startup that I've been part of. Is that your administration moves even faster? So I just want to say thank you for having me be a part of it. I've enjoyed every minute of it. I love working for you, and thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you, David, very much. Appreciate it.
And now I just want to pass the ball to Secretary Besson.
Scott.
David, so today, when President Trump has signed the executive order to establish the strategic Bitcoin reserve and stockpile, we're going to position the United States as a leader among nations in the digital asset strategy. It's important for the United States to recognize this fact and get ahead of the other nations in the digital age. We applaud the President's direction to use the digital assets already in possession of the nation, and we are going to establish this Bitcoin reserve. We will use this authority to augment the asset side of the United States balance sheet. As I've said many times, President Trump is creating assets for the American people while most past presidents have created debt, and a large part of this asset program can be in digital assets. We are going to end the regulatory weaponization against digital assets. The Biden administration's actions did nothing other than punish innovators, and that all of you have made it here today is really a testament to your fortitude. Much of Treasury's responsibility in this order relates to the tax code and determinations around risk weightings, and I'm here to assure you that we are going to work with the Comptroller of the Currency, the IRS, and we're going to rescind and amend all applicable previous guidance. And we are going to put a lot of thought into the stablecoin regime, as President Trump has directed. We are going to keep the U.S. the dominant reserve currency in the world, and we will use stablecoins to do that. Thank you.
Technology is at the foundation of the Trump presidency. He understands technology, he embraces technology, and he's going to use technology to drive America forward. The blockchain and Bitcoin technology are a key part of that thinking and embracing that, and here today shows how much a leader the Trump administration and our president is. He understands it. He embraces it. As you said, you're a pioneer in this place, and this is where we're going. We're using the blockchain, we're using Bitcoin, we're going to use digital assets to pound forward, and Donald Trump is leading the way. Can't be more proud of you today.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Howard. Kelly, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is truly a historic day, and as a crypto founder, I couldn't be more proud to be part of your administration. You're moving at the speed of tech for sure, and I will just say it's a great day to have the war on not just crypto, but the war on innovation done. And under your administration, we are truly going to enter into the golden age. And I'll just say, as the administrator of the SBA, small business is a tremendous network that crypto can be deployed against, and so the SBA is open to crypto. So I look forward to working with all of the leaders in this room to advance your efforts here. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you very much. Tom, please.
Well, Mr. President, I want to say thank you. I want to thank you for the amazing team that you put together. I want to thank you for David. I mean, this kind of a meeting, no one in this room could have envisioned this just a couple years ago. You are the one that has the vision. You're the one that said, we are going to do 21st century finance right here in the United States of America. I've been doing this for 9 years. It is amazing how far we've come, and that's a credit to you, Mr. President, and your leadership, and God bless you for doing this, because it's going to make a huge difference with everything else you're doing. And by the way, Americans love it. They're going crazy. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Go ahead, please.
Does anyone want to say a couple of words? Cameron or Tyler, do you want to?
You're very shy in front
of the camera. Actually, Cameron, I think you said something earlier that I thought was really profound. You said that a year ago you thought it would be more likely that you'd end up in jail than at the White House. Not to put you on the spot, because you didn't do anything wrong, but that was the environment a year ago. But do you guys want to say something? Either one of you.
Sure, that was actually Tyler who said that. but
sorry, I still get mixed up.
But yeah, we never thought that we'd get attacked the way we did in our backyard after trying to do the right thing for so many years and always trying to raise the bar with respect to regulations. So it's truly wonderful to see how things have changed and how the pendulum has swung back in the way that it has. And we've always felt that the U.S. should lead in Bitcoin and crypto, and it's ours to sort of lead and win. And it's just wonderful what President Trump has been doing with this, and we look forward to working together. And thanks for inviting us, David, and setting this up.
Thank you. Thank you both. Please.
I was just going to say thank you, Mr. President. Cameron takes credit for a lot of my things I say, so it's not the first time. But the U.S. won the internet, and the U.S. should win crypto. So thank you for your leadership on this.
Thank you both very much. High IQ individuals around this table. That's what I always say. We need high IQ. So thank you very much. Would anybody like to say anything? Please.
I just want to express my deep gratitude for the seriousness with which you're approaching our industry and how you're actually helping guide it in the right direction. I work with many central banks in other countries, and when I was working there, I was wondering why I, as an American citizen, can't help the United States financial system reach this higher level that the world is on course towards generally. And so I'm very grateful that finally there's been a new level of kind of common sense and adoption of these ideas. Me and the other people in this room do believe that the crypto, blockchain, Web3 infrastructure is the next iteration of the financial system. And I think that the U.S. should have its leadership position continue in that new financial system. And I'm very, very happy to see people like David Sachs, Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lutnick taking this very seriously with their time, and very grateful to them too. So I'm just overjoyed to see this, and I think it is a big part of how the U.S. can continue its role in the global financial system. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought it was very important that we stay in the front of this one. This is a big one. And as you know, China is pushing forward and very strongly as usual. But we're way in the lead, as we are in AI and other things, and we want to stay there. So I thought this was very important, and we have some brilliant people sitting around this table. And it's an honor to have you involved, but we want to stay at the forefront of everything. And this is a very important day in your lives. I know you worked, some of you, very long before people really understood what was happening. And so I congratulate you, but this is a big day. Being in the White House is a big deal. Thank you, media. Thank you. Please.
All right, as you see there, we were just listening into those remarks live there out of the White House as President Trump delivered remarks there at the White House Digital Asset Summit focusing on cryptocurrency. We know that a number of key leaders were there from the cryptocurrency industry there on, well, making sure they were there and had their voices heard for the White House Crypto Summit. Of course, this comes after Trump also signed an executive order establishing a government reserve of Bitcoin. That was on Thursday. This is a key marker, though, in the cryptocurrency's journey towards possible mainstream acceptance as well. Wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for being with us. We're going to be continuing on in the next few minutes with more of today's top stories. In fact, we do have a shot happening right now. The actor Gene Hackman. There's a live press conference going on right now discussing updates in his death and his wife's death that they were discovered in their New Mexico home. We'll be heading back to this in just a minute. We're going to step away for our first 2-minute break of the hour. Stay right here with us on Live Now. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As promised before our 2-minute break, we're going to be going out to New Mexico now to get an update from those officials there on the death of Gene Hackman and his wife, the actor, beloved actor, that so many in the community are now mourning over. Of course, there have been a lot of updates that have been coming out about the death, and they're trying to investigate when, why, and how everything happened. Let's listen in to the beginning of those comments as they are still speaking live right now. I'm going to take you back to the very beginning to where this press conference started.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Sheriff Adan Mendoza, Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. With me today is Dr. Heather Jarrell, Chief Medical Investigator for the New Mexico Office of the Medical Investigator, Dr. Aaron Phipps, New Mexico State Public Health Veterinarian, New Mexico Department of Health, and also Chief Brian Moya, Santa Fe City Fire Department. This investigation started on February 26th with the discovery of Mr. Hackman and Miss Arakawa and their dog at their residence. I just want to do a short recap and then touch on some new information. As we know, both individuals tested negative for carbon monoxide. City Fire conducted tests and deemed scene safe for deputies to conduct their investigation. The preliminary pacemaker interrogation results were released last week, and I'll let Dr. Giral touch more specifically on those results. The gas company New Mexico, they also did an analysis of the residence, and they found one minor leak in a single burner on the kitchen stove, which was 0.33% of room air, which was pretty minute and insignificant. Since that time, Xena, the deceased dog, has been taken for necropsy at the Veterinary Diagnostic Services, and we'll be awaiting those results. Let's speak a little bit in reference to the timeline for Betsy Arakawa. We know from our investigation that on February 9th, 2025, she picked up Xena from Gruta Veterinary Hospital. There was a procedure that was done with the dog, which may explain why the dog was in a crate at the residence. Let's move on to February 11th, 2025. Mrs. Arakawa had an email conversation with her massage therapist at about 11:21 a.m. Moving on into the afternoon, Ms. Arakawa was at the Sprouts Farmers Market between 3:30 and 4:15 p.m. Ms. Arakawa was seen on surveillance video at the CVS Pharmacy in Santa Fe from 4:12 to 4:20 p.m. She then stopped at a local pet food store at about 4:54 p.m. Her car was seen on surveillance, and the remote control clicker that is assigned to her and her vehicle was used to enter the subdivision to gain access to the gated community at 5:15 p.m. Numerous emails were unopened on her computer on February 11th. There was no additional outgoing communication from her or known activity after February 11th, 2025. The cell phone information and the cell phone data is pending. We're working with state police to get the information from those phones, but our investigation shows that all the last known communication and activity from Ms. Arakawa was on February 11th. I'm gonna go ahead and turn over the podium to Dr. Gerald. I would ask that everybody refrain from asking questions until everybody has provided their statements. I'll step up to the podium and then we'll go ahead and field questions from the media. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. I'm Dr. Heather Gerald, the Chief Medical Examiner for New Mexico at the Office of the Medical Investigator. I'd like to begin by stating that it is unprecedented for the Office of the Medical Investigator to make public statements about death investigations. However, the circumstances surrounding these two deaths require accurate dissemination of important information. I've also spoken with the Hackman family prior to this conference, who are aware of the autopsy findings and conclusions and are aware of this conference. On Thursday, February 27th, I performed an autopsy on Mr. Gene Hackman. Medical examiner Dr. Daniel Gallego at the Office of the Medical Investigator performed a full autopsy on Miss Betsy Arakawa Hackman, also on Thursday, February 27th. By report, Miss Arakawa Hackman's legal name is Betsy Hackman, which is how she will be referred to hereafter. The cause of death for Miss Betsy Hackman, aged 65 years, is hantavirus pulmonary syndrome. The manner of death is natural. Autopsy examination and full-body postmortem CT demonstrated no findings of trauma internally or externally. with microscopic findings consistent with hantavirus pulmonary syndrome. Laboratory testing was positive for hantavirus at a clinical lab, with required confirmation testing positive at Scientific Laboratories Division. Testing for COVID-19, influenza, and other common respiratory viruses was negative. Testing for carbon monoxide was negative. There were no other significant natural disease findings. Pills present on scene were thyroid medication, which were being taken as prescribed and is not currently a concern for a contributory cause of death. The cause of death for Mr. Gene Hackman, aged 95 years, is hypertensive and atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, with Alzheimer's disease as a significant contributory factor. Autopsy examination and a full-body postmortem CT examination demonstrated no acute findings of internal or external trauma and showed severe heart disease, including multiple surgical procedures involving the heart, evidence of prior heart attacks, and severe changes of the kidneys due to chronic high blood pressure. Examination of the brain showed advanced Alzheimer's disease, as well as blood vessel changes in the brain secondary to chronic high blood pressure. Laboratory testing performed at Scientific Laboratories Division was negative for COVID-19, influenza, and other common respiratory viruses. Testing for hantavirus was negative. Testing for carbon monoxide was negative. Additionally, there were no autopsy findings concerning for hantavirus infection. I have been asked when death occurred for these individuals. There is no reliable scientific method to accurately determine the exact time or date of death. Mr. Hackman's initial pacemaker data revealed cardiac activity on February 17th, with subsequent pacemaker interrogation demonstrating an abnormal rhythm of atrial fibrillation on February 18th, which was the last record of heart activity. Based on this information, it is reasonable to conclude that Mr. Hackman probably died around February 18th. Based on the circumstances, it is reasonable to conclude that Ms. Hackman passed away first, with February 11th being the last time that she was known to be alive. Lastly, clinically, hantavirus infection is characterized by flu-like symptoms consisting of fever, muscle aches, cough, sometimes vomiting and diarrhea that can progress to shortness of breath and cardiac or heart failure and lung failure. This occurs after a 1 to 8 week exposure to excrement from a primarily particular mouse species that carries hantavirus. The mortality of hantavirus, the mortality rate of the hantavirus strain in the Southwest is about 38 to 50%. The hantavirus strains in the United States are not transmissible from person to person. And so this is an appropriate time to segue to Dr. Aaron Phipps, the state public health veterinarian with the New Mexico Department of Health. But before I do so, I'd like to kindly ask for everyone to please respect the privacy that Mr. Gene Hackman, Miss Betsy Hackman, and their family and friends deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gerald. I will now provide additional information about hantaviruses in New Mexico. There are many different types of hantaviruses found worldwide. These viruses are zoonotic, meaning they are transmitted from animals to humans. Hantaviruses are carried by rodents. The hantavirus found in New Mexico, the sin nombre virus, is found throughout the state, primarily in deer mice, but in other rodents as well. Hantavirus pulmonary syndrome is a rare disease caused by hantaviruses, but a small number of human infections are found every year in New Mexico. Over the past 5 years, New Mexico has confirmed between 1 and 7 hantavirus infections in humans each year. Through the end of 2024, we have identified 136 infections over the past 50 years in New Mexico residents, 5 of these in Santa Fe County. This is a serious disease. 42% of these infections here in New Mexico were fatal. Most transmission occurs around the patient's residence or workplace, and the New Mexico Department of Health typically conducts an environmental investigation at the residence of all hantavirus cases in our jurisdiction. This can help identify specific areas that may pose higher risk, providing insight into where transmission may have occurred and how to prevent future infections. On March 5th, the New Mexico Department of Health staff conducted a risk assessment of the property, including the main residence, as well as other structures on the property. This was critically important to address concerns about health risks to first responders, as well as to inform any prevention measures needed to protect the family and other individuals entering the property in the future. We assessed the risk of exposure in the primary residence as low, similar to other well-maintained houses in New Mexico. We did identify signs of rodent entry in other structures on the property and provided information and resources about reducing the risk of hantavirus transmission related to those areas. Hantavirus can be transmitted to people through rodent urine, droppings, or saliva, so it is important to take special steps when cleaning up after rodents. Avoiding contact with or breathing in aerosolized rodent urine or feces, especially in a poorly ventilated area, is key. Detailed guidance can be found on the New Mexico Department of Health and the CDC websites, but I will provide a very brief summary now. It is important to use gloves and a well-fitting N95 mask when around or cleaning rodent-infested areas, and to open any windows or doors for at least 30 minutes beforehand to increase ventilation. Spray the area thoroughly with a 10% bleach solution or a commercial disinfectant. Let it sit for 5 minutes. Next, clean the area with paper towels, then throw them away in a covered garbage can that is regularly emptied. Before removing gloves, wash your gloved hands with soap and water or with a disinfectant, and then after removing gloves, wash your hands again with soap and water. It's important to never sweep up or vacuum mouse droppings, since this can spread particles up into the air. Since hantavirus is found throughout New Mexico, awareness of these risks and how to reduce them is important for all New Mexicans. The New Mexico Department of Health extends our deepest condolences to the families and friends during this difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that'll conclude the statements for today. We will go ahead and take questions. I ask that there be one question per agency. And please state who you're directing the question to, as there's several individuals here at this conference. Sir.
Sheriff, just to clarify the timeline here, does this mean Gene Hackman was likely at home with his deceased wife for a week before he passed away himself?
Yes, I would assume that is the case.
Do you think, given his Alzheimer's status, that Mr. Hackman was able to live on his own and survive for those 7 days?
I think that's more a question, maybe for Dr. Jarrell.
Just to repeat so that everyone could hear, the question was, do we believe that Mr. Hackman was able to live on his own and survive? The answer to that question is that Mr. Hackman showed evidence of advanced Alzheimer's disease. I'm not aware of what his normal daily functioning capability was. He was in a very poor state of health. He had significant heart disease, and I think ultimately that is what resulted in his death. I was able to look at fluid to determine if he was dehydrated, and I did not see evidence of dehydration. I did see evidence of very poor kidney function, and I think he died as a result of his heart disease and with Alzheimer's being that contributing factor.
What about starvation?
The question was, what about starvation? So there was no food in his stomach, which means he had not eaten recently, but he had also no evidence of dehydration.
So based on your understanding of the progression of the Alzheimer's, do you believe that he was possibly not aware that his wife had died or didn't know what to do in that situation?
It's difficult to answer. The question was he aware that Ms. Hackman had died? And I think that question is difficult to answer, but I can tell you that he was in an advanced state of Alzheimer's, and it's quite possible that he was not aware that she was deceased.
This is for the sheriff. Considering the circumstances under which Mr. Hackman was found in the mudroom with his walking cane and sunglasses by him, do you think there is a possibility that he was trying to get help for his wife?
That's hard to answer. Again, it's hard to get into the frame of mind of what was happening at the time. And I don't know if we'll ever have the answer to that question, whether he was going to go for help or he wasn't. Sir?
Sure. Are there any other big questions that you're trying to answer? I mean, does this answer the biggest questions you had about their death in this case? Is there anything else that you're really seeking?
Yeah, so the question is there any other big questions that are left? I think a lot of questions were answered here today. I think there was, Dr. Durrell went over the cause of death, and I think a lot of those questions are answered. I think the timeline that we've been given as far as the pacemaker results and the history and evidence that we found as far as the timeline of Miss Arakawa, I think a lot of the questions have been answered. We are waiting on the cell phones, but I would very unlikely that the cell phones are going to show anything else. Another question?
Sheriff, are there any signs of, if you learned about Mr. Hackman's communication after February 11th, did you talk to any friends of his who had spoken with him during that week-long period, or know anything about what he was doing?
So the question is whether there was any communication from Mr. Hackman or activity, and no, at this point, no. I don't know if he used cell phones or technology or emails. There's no indication of that. So right now there is no activity from Mr. Hackman.
Sheriff, do you know if his pacemaker was connected to some sort of monitoring service? Did anyone tipped off that something was wrong?
The question was his pacemaker connected to a monitoring service? The answer to that is that his physician, one of his physicians had contacted me and told me that they could see the data from the 17th, but that to really get the most information from that would come from the interrogation of the pacemaker. And that's as much as I can answer, not being a cardiologist.
They didn't say whether or not they were monitoring, or was his pacemaker being fitted to send back data in exact time so that someone could say, hey, something's not right.
I can't answer that question, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Sir.
Was there any footage that came from the body cam from the house?
I'm sorry, what was
there any footage or anything that you could see from, like, body cam footage from the house?
Are you talking about the body cams that the investigator, the responding personnel were wearing?
Is there any video?
No, there was no outside surveillance or interior surveillance that we are aware of in the residence. So there was nothing to show the activity inside or outside the residence, and not at this time, no.
Dr. Jarrell, you mentioned that one of the symptoms of hantavirus is shortness of breath. We learned before that Betsy Hackman was laying on the floor when she was found. What kind of medical episode would she have had to cause her to fall and then not be able to aspirate?
The question was regarding shortness of breath with hantavirus and what kind of medical episode would we expect from somebody found on the floor. And I think to be able to answer that question fairly, I can go back to hantavirus infection, which initiates with what's called a prodromal phase. That's initially flu-like symptoms where a person has fever and muscle aches, that they don't feel well. After, of course, being exposed to rodent excrement. And that phase can last roughly 3 to 6 days, and then they can transition to that pulmonary phase where they have fluid in their lungs and around their lungs. And at that point, a person can die very quickly, within 24 to 48 hours, roughly speaking, without medical treatment. It's not uncommon to find someone down on the floor as part of a terminal collapse, so to speak, and that may very well have been what happened to Ms. Hackman.
You're estimating her time of death on the 11th, or is it possible that she collapsed and was alive for a couple of days?
It's hard to say. I don't think she was on the floor alive for a couple of days. I think that she went through that time period, and I don't know when she began to feel ill. And those are just things that I don't know that I'm ever going to have the answers to. But I think, and going back to that initial time period, roughly 3 to 6 days of feeling ill and then succumbing pretty quickly after fluid begins to build up in the lungs.
Given the dog was created, is it fair to assume that the dog died from dehydration or starvation?
I don't think we know the answer to that. However, given the timelines presented, it is a possibility.
Is it possible the dog had the hantavirus?
Dogs do not get sick from hantavirus.
Sir. The question was if we knew on Betsy's visit to the pharmacy if there was some medication or if she consulted with a pharmacist. We don't have that information, and I'm not sure that we can get that information due to HIPAA laws, but we don't have that information right now.
Sure.
Sir. At this point, there's no indication that there was a caretaker at the home.
Sure. With the footage that you saw of Betsy on February 11th, was there any indication that she was feeling shortness of breath or having trouble moving around when she was running these errands?
You know, we can analyze the video a little more, but it's going to be hard to tell. She was walking around, she was shopping, she was visiting stores, but my detectives didn't indicate that there was any problem with her or struggle of her getting around. So, and I believe she had a mask on also, so I'll have to confirm that, but yeah, that there wasn't any indication of that. Sasha?
Yeah, I don't know if this is a better answer, but when was the last time you guys dealt with a hantavirus case or responded to one?
Yeah, the question was last time the city of Santa Fe or the county dealt with a hantavirus case. I think we're gonna have to look into that. I'll get back to you. I would have to do some data before we pull that information.
Have you had any communication with the CDC? Is there a concern about a bigger public health issue here when it comes to hantavirus?
The CDC is aware of this case. Hantavirus is a notifiable condition nationally. All hantavirus cases are notified to them. This is not an unusual case. We get cases every year, unfortunately. So we're not seeing any indications of any abnormal or unusual patterns.
We'll go ahead and take 2 more questions, and then we'll wrap this up. Is there anybody that hasn't asked a question yet? Sir. Again, we're going through some of the communications, and I think the cell phones may have some indications of that prior to the 11th. But as of this moment, I don't have any information that she was indicating that she was feeling ill during any communication. One more question?
Since there's no sign that this is criminal in nature, are you closing this investigation? Are you still going to be releasing body camera footage from the deputies that entered the house? What happens next?
So we will deal with IPRA requests as necessary. If there's body camera or any request for public information, we will be releasing that because of the law. But yeah. We consider this an open investigation until we close the loopholes of the cell phones, until we finish out the necropsy results of the canine, and other loose ends that we need to tie up. But you know, I think we're pretty close to the timeline and with the information that Dr. Jarrell provided.
One question on the
question was, is it fair to conclude that Mr. Hackman died from a heart attack? And the answer to that is that it's a little bit difficult to say. I saw no microscopic evidence of a recent heart attack. However, those changes can also take some time to develop, several hours to develop so that I can see it under the microscope. He could have had an abnormal heart rhythm. We already know that he was in atrial fibrillation on the 18th, and that could have evolved into a more terminal heart rhythm.
Heart failure, is that terminology?
The question was, did Mr. Hackman have heart failure? Oftentimes we see fluid around the lungs and heart failure and congestion of the liver. I did not see that in his case, but he had very poor heart, or very extensive heart disease. And so he would have been predisposed to abnormal heart rhythms, and hence he had a pacemaker as well.
Thank you, everybody. That'll conclude the press conference for today. Thank you, everybody.
All right, as you see there, this wrapping up that press conference that we got there from those officials talking about the death of Gene Hackman and his wife. We got a bit more information. If you haven't been with us throughout and listening in as we were learning more information about the actor and his wife, I want to give you a recap of what was most notably said during that press conference. We know that the Oscar-winning actor was found dead alongside his wife, Betsy Arakawa, and their dog in their home back on February 26th. But the New Mexico office and the medical investigators said that the cause of death for Arakawa was hantavirus pulmonary syndrome. This is a rare disease. Hackman died of heart disease and complications caused by Alzheimer's disease as well. Hackman's pacemaker, though, we found out showed activity on February 18th, according to the medical investigator. So Hackman probably died, is what she said, quote, in that press conference on February 18th. But it does appear that Arakawa died first, according to that medical investigator. Hackman said that she likely didn't know that his wife had died, according to that medical investigator, citing the Alzheimer's disease being a factor in that as well. I want to show you this live look as well that we have there in Santa Fe, New Mexico. That's where this press conference just wrapped up. But again, it didn't appear that there was any communication from Betsy Arakawa, his wife, since February 11th. She was last seen on surveillance footage, walking around running several errands, including going to the pharmacy there in New Mexico on February 11th. And that was the last communication that she had with the external world. Did want to bring this to you here on Live Now from Fox. If we end up getting any more updates there out of New Mexico on the death of the Oscar-winning actor and his wife, we certainly will bring it to you. All right, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break. Stay with us here on Live Now. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on showing you some of the live events that we have going on and shots that we have from around our country. I want to take you now to South Carolina. I want to put this up on your screen there. This is going to be some of the other major news that we're following today out of Columbia, because we know that a South Carolina man is going to be put to death. He's the first man set to be executed by firing squad in 15 years. So showing you a live look there outside of the prison where he's set to be executed. Several folks outside making their voices heard, some saying that they are protesting this execution to happen. So Brad Sigmund, he's 67 years old, will be the first person to die by firing squad in the United States since 2010. And just the fourth since the death penalty resumed in the United States just about 49 years ago. Sigmund, who admitted to killing his ex-girlfriend's parents with a baseball bat after she refused to come back with him, said he chose to die by bullets because he considered the other choices offered by the state to be worse. His lawyers say that he didn't want the electric chair, which what he, quote, said, cook him alive, or lethal injection, which the details are kept secret there in South Carolina. So again, these are some of the shots that we have at the exterior before this happens. Is set to happen at 6 p.m. Eastern time there in South Carolina. The execution by firing squad for Brad Sigmund, the convicted murderer. We're going to continue to keep an eye on this shot and see how things are happening there and shaping up. We're expecting also to get a news conference update at 4:15 Mountain Time, 6:15 p.m. Eastern Time about this execution that's happening by firing squad. We'll continue to bring that to you live when it happens here on Live Now. We're going to take this time now to step away for a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Let's continue on with some of our coverage of today's top stories. As we told you before break, we're still keeping an eye on this shot that we're getting there out of South Carolina, as Brad Sigmund, the 67-year-old convicted murderer, is set to be executed by firing squad in just a few hours. It's set to happen at 6 p.m. local time. We're expecting to get an update here on Live Now at about 6:15 p.m. Eastern time. We'll certainly bring that to you when we get it. In the meantime, though, a bit earlier today, officials in Illinois were speaking about Medicaid and the impacts. Let's listen in to some of those remarks here on Live Now.
Under the age of 65 with OUD, and plays additional roles in supporting recovery services by funding peer recovery coaches and health-related social needs and prevention initiatives such as school-based health services. With a wide range of new Medicaid policies now under discussion at the national level, proposed changes have the potential to significantly impact access to OUD treatment and related services, which have contributed to nearly 25% decline in fatal overdose in this past year. And just yesterday, the governor, J.B. Pritzker, announced that Illinois is happy to announce that fatal overdoses in Illinois has declined, and we're on the path of saving lives in Illinois. And to hear that we could possibly lose Medicaid funding in Illinois will only roll us back to the days before Barack Obama was president and he enacted the Affordable Care Act. And today you will hear from many people how that's changed the lives of people in Illinois. That's Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act. And we will continue to fight to make sure that Illinois does what it can to protect those people. There's a reason why Illinois threatens to lose the coverage for many people. There's something called the trigger law. And to talk about the trigger law is Dr. Huggett. I think, Dr. Huggett, could you please speak to the trigger law and how it's going to impact the funding for healthcare in Illinois?
Thank you, Rep. Ford. My name is Thomas Huggett, T-H-O-M-A-S, Huggett, H-U-G-G-E-T-T. I work as a family doctor at Lawndale Christian Health Center. And as Rep. Ford said, Illinois, the state of Illinois has a trigger law that if federal funding falls below a certain amount, then the expansion of Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act will disappear. That means that many of my patients who rely on expanded Medicaid, which happened with the initiation of Obamacare, will not be able to access their medications that they need. I have many patients who have been helped by medications for opioid use disorder. These patients now have a different outlook on life. Many of these patients are now housed in their own housing. If we really are serious about helping folks attain housing, we cannot cut medical care that we're talking about through cuts to Medicaid. So we must repeal the trigger law. I and so many of us here strongly support Rep. Ford to repeal the trigger law in the state of Illinois, which would stop Medicaid expansion. We need to do even more. I've had too many of my patients die of opioid overdoses, but there is hope. With treatment, with medications, with other supports that Medicaid pays for, people can achieve what they want to in their lives and achieve what they want to do. We have to do this for our brothers and sisters, and we really need to repeal the trigger law that Rep. Ford has initiated in terms of his legislation. So now I'd like to turn this back over to Rep. Ford and other speakers.
Thank you, Dr. Huggett. At the circle, House Bill 3998 is the bill that has been filed in the General Assembly for the repeal of that law. Next up will be Lee of the West Side Heroin Opioid Task Force. That's Lee Rush.
Hello, everyone. Lee Rush, R-U-S-C-H, first name L-E-E. I am a senior advisor for the West Side Heroin Opioid Task Force. I was a former director of the task force. With us are member organizations, Association House, New Age Services, the Illinois Harm Reduction and Recovery Coalition, Thresholds, Lawndale Christian Health Center, Ashante House, and Edna Circle. I hope I didn't leave someone out.
And above and beyond. Above and beyond.
Above and beyond.
Rincon Family Services.
El Rincon Family Services. Apologize.
No.
Quick. I'm just backing up what was said before from Rep. Ford and from Dr. Huggett. There is a noted British journalist that's named Johan Hari, who recently stated the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, it's connection. What our task force does is connect people, connect each other, so that people can begin a recovery journey and get the help they need, whether it's housing, medical care, medicine-assisted recovery drugs like buprenorphine, Suboxone, and methadone. As Governor Pritzker mentioned yesterday in the announcement, overdoses have went down in 2023, 8%. In Cook County, probably about a month ago, Cook County Coroner's Office mentioned that preliminarily the reduction in overdose deaths in 2024 was 43%. And we know on the west side of Chicago, through Chicago Department of Public Health, we've seen a 24% decrease in emergency medical services on the west side, which means that when we have Narcan out there, the antidote, and we have services out there, people are taking care of each other, family and friends are empowered to be able to administer Narcan, etc. One of the key aspects of our work as a task force are warm handoffs at the street level. That's where the connection begins. So we have partners out there that can begin medicine-assisted recovery right there on the spot and get people connected then to a bricks and mortar place to be able to continue their treatment. If these Medicaid cuts, and you'll hear from other people who are looking at that at their agencies, a lot of the work that we've done in terms of pulling these services together and making them easy to access is going to be affected. And we don't want to go back to the pandemic era where people were disconnected because they couldn't pay for services. A change like that would bring us back and regress into a situation that we don't want to go back to. So thank you very much.
All right, we've just been listening in there as Illinois officials are speaking on the potential Medicaid cuts and how they will impact the state locally. Want to bring you just a portion of that here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for our final 2-minute break this hour. Stay right here with us. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with our coverage. We were just listening in before we went to that 2-minute commercial break of those officials there in Illinois talking about potential cuts to Medicaid. Let's listen back in.
I'm a senior manager of state policy and advocacy, and I'm here representing AIDS Foundation of Chicago. As an organization, AIDS Foundation of Chicago is committed to ending the HIV epidemic and supporting people living with and vulnerable to HIV through housing, healthcare, and harm reduction services. I stand here today alongside harm reductionists, service providers, and community advocates to call out the devastating consequences of the proposed Medicaid cuts by the Republican-controlled Congress and the Trump administration. These cuts are not just numbers in the federal budget. They are life or death consequences and decisions for people living in Illinois who rely on Medicaid for essential health care, substance use, treatment, and harm reduction services. As we fight to end the overdose crisis, we know that access to care is everything. Medicaid is the largest provider of substance use disorder treatment in the country. It ensures that people have access to medication-assisted treatment for substance use disorder, overdose prevention tools like naloxone, and mental health care that helps people stay stable and alive. Slashing Medicaid to pay for millionaire tax cuts is a backwards policy decision. And it means shutting the door on people who are in or near poverty that are actively seeking health care, forcing them into cycles of crisis, criminalization, and far too often death. The link between substance use, HIV, and healthcare access is undeniable. We have made real progress in reducing overdose deaths and HIV transmissions, but these gains are fragile. Cuts to Medicaid and harm reduction funding will push us backward, disproportionately harming Black, Latina, and low-income communities. In Illinois, we have 3.4 million people that rely on Medicaid to access health care. Without it, we will see more preventable overdose deaths, potential outbreaks of HIV and hepatitis C, and certainly more suffering. We refuse to let that happen. We are here today to demand that the Republican-controlled Congress and the Trump administration protect Medicaid, protect harm reduction, and protect the lives of the people that we serve. We will not stand by while the political machine gambles with people's health and dignity. Our message is very clear. Medicaid saves lives, harm reduction saves lives, and we will keep fighting to keep this lifeline intact. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Idalis, I-D-A-L-Y-S. My last name is Montijo, M-O-N-T-I-J-O. I am a participant at Association House. I want to thank my teachers. I want to thank Miss Mary. And I want to thank all my colleagues or our friends, our participants for being here today. Thank you. And thanks everyone too. Wow, I am a little nervous, but I'm going to make it very quick. My name is Idalis Montijo. I am bipolar. I am bipolar, and I am actually borderline bipolar, manic bipolar, bipolar 1. You name it, I am that. I am also a 57-year-old woman that cannot get out of bed at times because my back is hurting so bad. This month alone, ended up in the hospital 3 times. Thanks to the county care that I have, or we have, and we're fighting for, I was able to survive because I, with my insurance, got covered for my shots in my back. As I look around these ladies, I see my mother, I see my sister, I see your grandmother, I see your mother, I see women who are still trying to struggle and get up there. Thank you so much for these groups. I am here. I thank everyone who's walking with us. There is so much to say. I would say that Association House provides so much care for participants. We have a drop-in center, which that's where my teachers come in. They're not really teachers, but they educate us. They educate us on mental health. They educate us on personal hygiene. They educate us on triggers, how to work with them, because they're always not going to be with us. So we need to start working together. We need mental health. There is so much that we really need, and as a woman, I can just go in and going and going. I also want to say that I am here today because in the first floor of Association House, there are mental behavior children, adults that do not or cannot come here. I am their voice. Association House is here. We have mental agency. We have doctors, we have therapists, we have psychiatrists, we have case managers. We have case managers that would do whatever they can for our community, not just myself, in behalf of all my people. Association House rules. But anyway, I won't take enough of your time. Once again, my name is Liz, and I am here to fight. Let's go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Omar Coro. That is O-M-A-R, last name Coro, C-O-R-R-O. I'm here to represent Rincon Family Services and Duane Dean Behavioral Health Center in Kankakee, Illinois.
All right, we did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We were listening in to those Illinois officials talking about potential cuts to Medicaid. We were just listening in, wanted to bring that, a portion of that to you as well. All right, we do have to go ahead and switch gears here and now head down to Houston, Texas. I want to show you this live shot that we have. It's also a story that we've been following and getting updates on with our partners there at Fox 26. There in Houston, a suspect has been injured after a shooting that involved a Texas DPS trooper there as well. So not a lot of information still out there at the time, but also want to show you this shot that we have there on the ground of that investigation ongoing. But the shooting did occur there near the place of Willow Place there, Drive on Friday. Texas, though, say that the trooper was involved but not injured. A suspect was shot. EMS has since responded to the scene. What we don't know at this point, according to some of our partners there at Fox 26, they say it's unclear at this time what led up to that shooting and that the suspect's condition is also not known. Of course, this is a developing story and we'll continue to check on it over the next few hours as we get those updates. Staying there in Houston, also want to show you this live shot that we have there of the city. Of course, we brought you some of those important space launches yesterday, and we wanted to keep things there right now. We know that SpaceX is bringing home Boeing Starliner astronauts. This after a much longer trip than expected. Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams launched in June to test the craft, but tech issues ultimately left them stuck at the International Space Station for months. Fox's Sarah Legre is there live at Johnson Space Center in Houston. Sarah, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We also know, though, that ultimately their safety depends on this next mission.
Yeah, that's exactly right. SpaceX Crew 10 mission, I should say, is playing a really big role here when it comes to bringing those astronauts back home. Now, we just had the crew of 4, Crew 10. They left here, Johnson Space Center, not too long ago, just landed at Kennedy Space Center, and that's where they're going to launch coming up on March 12th. So coming up this coming Wednesday. And what's going to happen here, the International Space Station, it needs a crew there. It needs a crew for maintenance to keep those science experiments up and running. That's where Crew 10 steps in, finally then relieving Butch and Sunny and the Crew 9 astronauts. Want to take you there right now. Here's Crew 10 mission NASA commander. This is Anne McLean. We have pilot Nicole Ayers, Japanese astronaut Takeya Onishi, and Russian cosmonaut Kirill Peskov. They'll fly on Endurance, a SpaceX Crew Dragon. After launching Wednesday night, Crew 10 will overlap a bit with Crew 9, which launched last September with Commander Nick Hogg and cosmonaut Alexander Gorbuno. Then Butch and Sunny will finally head home with the rest of Crew 9 on SpaceX's Dragon Freedom capsule later in March. The two were originally supposed to return on Starliner just 8 days after launching in June, but tech issues forced NASA to send the vehicle back to Earth without them after issues docking at the ISS.
crew to continuously crew the space station, both for science and for maintenance. And that is the work that we're looking forward to doing when we get to the space station. We've been in constant communications with Crew 9. Crew 9 has been doing this spectacular mission for the last 6 months. Butch, Sunny, Nick, and Alexei, they've been conducting science, maintenance, and they've been keeping the station running, and we're ready to high-five them, bring them home in the coming weeks.
Yeah, and we don't have an exact date yet when Butch and Sunny, along with Crew 9, is going to come home. We know that they're going to splash down off the coast of Florida sometime around mid-March. So within the next couple of weeks ago, I should say. But really, this is finally bringing an end to what was supposed to be an 8-day trip, but then turned into be a months-long trip, spanning out to just around 9 months. So Butch and Sunny finally coming back down here to planet Earth.
Yes,
in Houston at the NASA Johnson Space Center, yeah.
And Sarah, yeah, like you said, this has been something that we've been continuing to follow here on Live Now. So many people are interested in their journey. Did you find out any more information about how they're doing mentally while they're up there? I know, again, so much relies on this next mission, but they've been up there, again, expecting a short trip up there for several months.
Yeah, we heard from them just on Tuesday, and they seem to be in very good spirits. This is what they've spent their lives training to do. This is what they put their knowledge and education into, and this is where their passion lies. And so they've been able to use these past 9 months to really further the future of space exploration, continuing to conduct those science experiments, those investigations right along the International Space Station, doing wonders for the U.S., not only us here as a country, but the rest of the world. So making the most out of those 9 months, and I'm sure just happy to return home to their friends and family who have been desperately awaiting for their arrival.
And I'm sure certainly happy to get some Earth food as well once they touch back down. Again, Fox's Sarah Allegri there live in Houston, Texas. We appreciate you for joining us here on Live Now.
Thank you.
All right, we did want to bring that to you. Of course, we've been following a lot of these space stories very closely. We're going to take this time, though, to step away for a 2-minute break. On the other side, more coverage of today's top stories. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with some of these vantage points and live feeds that we're getting into our newsroom. We've been showing this shot there on the screen, but of course, we're still tracking as the South Carolina inmate is set to be executed by firing squad in just a matter of hours. Right now, we're taking a live look outside of the prison there as several protests are now happening, saying to end the death penalty there in South Carolina. So this execution execution is set to happen at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, and it's important to note that Brad Sigmund, he's the 67-year-old who is a convicted murderer, is the one set to be executed. Important to note as well that he chose this method there while he has been on death row. He chose not to go by some of the other methods, such as electric chair that are there in the state, as well as lethal injection. So right now you're seeing some of these protests, and we have a few vantage points. Also want to put this one on your screen there as well, as folks who are coming out there to speak out against it. A little bit more, though, about Brad Sigmund. He's the first person to die by firing squad in the United States since 2010, and just the fourth to do for the death since the death penalty resumed here in the United States just about 49 years ago as well. Again, his lawyers say that this was his choice and that this is the way he wanted to go, saying it was more humane than the electric chair or lethal injection. So we'll be keeping a close eye here on these shots that we're getting there out of South Carolina ahead of this planned execution, which is set to happen in just under an hour. We're also set to get an update there from officials once that goes on. So wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, though, in just a couple of minutes, we'll be listening in and talking with TMZ to talk a bit more about the death of Gene Hackman. If you've been watching Live Now, we just brought you that press conference out of Santa Fe in New Mexico, as officials there were able to give an update and the causes of death that they believe happened to the famed actor and his wife, who were found dead back on February 26th. We do want to go ahead and listen back into just the opening moments there of that press conference as we get ready to bring in TMZ and talk just a little bit more about that investigation.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Sheriff Adan Mendoza, Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. With me today is Dr. Heather Jarrell, Chief Medical Investigator for the New Mexico Office of the Medical Investigator, Dr. Aaron Phipps, New Mexico State Public Health Veterinarian, New Mexico Department of Health, and also Chief Brian Moya, Santa Fe City Fire Department. This investigation started on February 26th with the discovery of Mr. Hackman and Miss Arakawa and their dog at the residence. I just want to do a short recap and then touch on some new information. As we know, both individuals tested negative for carbon monoxide. City Fire conducted tests and deemed scene safe for deputies to conduct their investigation. The preliminary pacemaker interrogation results were released last week, and I'll let Dr. Jarrell touch more specifically on those results. The gas company New Mexico, they also did an analysis of the residence, and they found one minor leak in a single burner on the kitchen stove, which was 0.33% of room air, which was pretty minute and insignificant. Since that time, Xena, the deceased dog, has been taken for necropsy at the Veterinary Diagnostic Services, and we'll be awaiting those results. Let's speak a little bit in reference to the timeline for Betsy Arakawa. We know from our investigation that on February 9th, 2025, she picked up Xena from Gruta Veterinary Hospital. There was a procedure that was done with the dog, which may explain why the dog was in a crate at the residence. Let's move on to February 11th, 2025. Mrs. Arakawa had an email conversation with her massage therapist at about 11:21 a.m. Moving on into the afternoon, Ms. Arakawa was at the Sprouts Farmers Market between 3:30 and 4:15 p.m. Ms. Arakawa was seen on surveillance video at the CVS Pharmacy in Santa Fe from 4:12 to 4:20 p.m. She then stopped at a local pet food store at about 4:54 p.m. Her car was seen on surveillance, and the remote control clicker that is assigned to her and her vehicle was used to enter the subdivision to gain access to the gated community at 5:15 p.m. numerous emails were unopened on her computer on February 11th. There was no additional outgoing communication from her or known activity after February 11th, 2025. Cell phone information, the cell phone information and the cell phone data is pending. We're working with state police to get the information from those phones, but our investigation shows that all the last known communication and activity from Ms. Arakawa was on February 11th. I'm gonna go ahead and turn over the podium to Dr. Gerald. I would ask that everybody refrain from asking questions until everybody has provided their statements. I'll step up to the podium and then we'll go ahead and field questions from the media. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. I'm Dr. Heather Gerald, the Chief Medical Examiner for New Mexico at the Office of the Medical Investigator. I'd like to begin by stating that it is unprecedented for the Office of the Medical Investigator to make public statements about death investigations. However, the circumstances surrounding these two deaths require accurate dissemination of important information.
All right, as you see there, we were just listening into some of the beginning moments of that press conference that we brought to you here on Live Now, as those officials in New Mexico explained and revealed the causes of death for the famous actor Gene Hackman alongside his wife, Betsy Arakawa. So again, a very sad story that we've been continuing to follow right here on Live Now from Fox. And now to get a bit more information about what happened in that press conference and what all of those officials there in New Mexico had to say, I want to bring into the conversation Michael Babcock with TMZ. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now. Of course, this has been something that's been grabbing headlines since their bodies were discovered back on February 26th and the story broke. But again, the famous actor and his wife found dead in that New Mexico home. What more did we learn from officials today, Michael?
Hey, Christina, thanks for having me. I mean, I think you're exactly right. From the moment we learned about the circumstances surrounding the death of the Hackmans, it was an odd scene, and that's exactly what the sheriff's deputies said. And they said that's why this really warrants a real hard look here, and let's figure out how Gene and Betsy Hackman died. And now we finally have some answers. So I think a lot of people, Christina, assume that two people and an animal and their German Shepherd dog, all three gone. This had to have been carbon monoxide poisoning, some sort of gas that claimed their lives, and it's not. So we now know that Betsy Hackman has died of something called hantavirus pulmonary syndrome. It is a rare but a very serious respiratory disease that usually or typically comes from rodents, mice, animals like that, Christina. It's unclear exactly how she got this disease, but it can be fatal in up to something like 50% of cases. And in Betsy's case, it was fatal. Now, it's impossible for the medical authorities to figure out or to pinpoint exactly when she died. There's just no test that weeks after the fact is going to show that. But they do know through their investigating that she was last known to be alive on February 11th. So it's very possible that she actually died 7 days before Gene Hackman, who was dealing with an advanced form of Alzheimer's and might not have known what was going on, might not have been able to help himself in that situation, Christina. So again, it's possible his wife was dead and he was in that home for a week after. Now, how did Gene, die? We also have an answer there as well. So first things first, he had a pacemaker that had been installed. There was a heart activity on the 17th, and there was not activity on the 18th. So it's safe to say that he died on February 18th. He died from a combination of hypertension, so essentially high blood pressure, combined with a plaque buildup in the arteries. Those two factors, along with his advanced form of Alzheimer's, is the cause of death for Gene Hackman. On both fronts, the authorities say there was no foul play here. These in both cases were natural deaths. So it's a tragedy, but I mean, still a strange case. But now, at least for the first time, we do have some answers.
And I think that's important. We have some answers because when the story first broke, so many people were speculating, as you said, was this carbon monoxide? Was there foul play? Did someone enter the home and even murder them? Those were certain things that were put out there on social media. But it was just interesting now that we've gotten the update that they did both die. But again, when it comes to the life that they lived there in Santa Fe, New Mexico as well, they were both very private people because they weren't found, even though they said Betsy could have been dead since February 11th, Jean since February 18th, weren't discovered still until February 26th, several days after.
Yeah, and that's one of the first things that came to my mind when I heard the ME speak today, because you know, look, I don't think we know everything about her family situation or Jean's family situation and how often he talked to friends or talked to relatives. But it seems so unfortunate because you do get the feeling that perhaps something could have been done here to see Jean, although he was 95 years old, obviously was dealing with really serious medical issues. But perhaps something could have been done if somebody knew what was happening at the home in Santa Fe, or the dog that was in the kennel, was a German Shepherd dog in the kennel who could not feed himself, obviously, could not eat, could not get water. And you feel like perhaps something could have been different here. Like this didn't have to play out the way it did. But unfortunately, this is what happened. And now all three are gone, sadly.
And Michael, before I let you go, I want to talk about the pills that were also found next to Betsy. They were determined to be thyroid medication. I know that was initially a theory as well.
Yeah, I think people thought, look, if it's not gas here, could Betsy have taken her own life? But that wasn't the case. And when it came down to it, it was thyroid medication that really seemed to have played no role in the death here. You're right, though, Christina. There were pills on the counter. There was a space heater on the ground. So it does seem like she probably went down to the ground and fell and, you know, perhaps took the pills and took the space heater with her. But yes, from everything we know, from what the medical people are saying, those thyroid pills had nothing to do with her death.
Certainly. Again, a story that we're going to continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. A very sad update, but an update nonetheless that we've gotten on the actor Gene Hackman and his wife. Thanks so much to TMZ's Michael Babcock for being with us to break down some of those details.
Anytime. Thanks for having me.
Thanks. All right, we did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take this time to step away for yet another commercial break, but on the other side, more of today's top stories. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now, folks. We do want to continue on with more of today's top stories. And now we want to turn our attention to New York City. Earlier today, Fed Chair Jerome Powell, he spoke on the economic outlook of our country while speaking there at a forum on the economic outlook. Let's listen in.
The U.S. economy continues to be in a good place. The labor market is solid, and inflation has moved closer to our 2% longer run goal. At the Fed, we are intently focused on our dual mandate goals given to us by Congress: maximum employment and stable prices. Turning to the recent data, the economy has been growing at a solid pace. GDP expanded at a 2.3% annual rate in the fourth quarter of last year, extending a period of consistent growth that has been supported by resilient consumer spending. Recent indicators point to a possible moderation in consumer spending relative to the rapid growth over the second half of 2024. Further, recent surveys of households and businesses point to heightened uncertainty about the economic outlook. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. Sentiment readings have not been a good predictor of consumption growth in recent years. We continue to carefully monitor a variety of indicators of household and business spending. Turning to the labor market, many indicators show that the labor market is solid and broadly in balance. The jobs report released this morning showed employers added 151,000 jobs to payrolls in February, and the unemployment rate ticked up 0.1% to 4.1% last month. Smoothing over the month-to-month volatility since September, employers have added a solid 200,000 jobs a month on average. The unemployment rate remains low and has held in a narrow range between 3.9% and 4.2% over the past year. The jobs-to-workers gap has narrowed, and the quits rate has moved below pre-pandemic levels. Wages are growing faster than inflation and at a more sustainable pace than earlier in the pandemic recovery. With wage growth moderating and labor supply and demand having moved into better balance, the labor market is not a significant source of inflationary pressure. For inflation has come down a long way from its mid-2022 peak above 7%, without a sharp increase in unemployment. A historically unusual and most welcome outcome. While progress in reducing inflation has been broad-based, recent readings remain somewhat above our 2% objective. The path to sustainably returning inflation to our target has been bumpy, and we expect that to continue. We see ongoing progress in categories that remain elevated, such as housing services and the market-based components of non-housing services. Inflation can be volatile month to month, and we do not overreact to one or two readings that are higher or lower than anticipated. Data released last week show that total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in January, and that core PCE rose 2.6%. We pay close attention to a broad range of measures of inflation expectations, and some near-term measures have recently moved up. We see this in both market and survey-based measures, and survey respondents, both consumers and businesses, are mentioning tariffs as a driving factor. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain stable and consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Looking ahead, the new administration is in the process of implementing significant policy changes in 4 distinct areas: trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. It is the net effect of these policy changes that will matter for the economy and for the path of monetary policy. While there have been recent developments in some of these areas, especially trade policy, uncertainty around the changes and their likely effects remains high. As we parse the incoming information, we are focused on separating the signal from the noise as the outlook evolves. We do not need to be in a hurry, and we are well positioned to wait for greater clarity. Policy is not on a preset course. If the economy remains strong but inflation does not continue to move sustainably toward 2%, we can maintain policy restraint for longer. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we can ease policy accordingly. Our current policy stance is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our mandate. Before I conclude, I'll note that at our last FOMC meeting, we began our second 5-year review of our maybe again for years on end. So we were looking for ways to try to minimize the likelihood of that. And a pretty standard result in the research was a kind of a makeup strategy. That's what that was. So the framework changes that we made were very focused on the importance of the effective lower bound problem, which was thought to be the big problem at the time. And those were the changes that we made. So, and we thought that those issues would be persistent, but the universe had other ideas.
All right, we just did want to bring you just a few moments earlier today of Fed Chair Jerome Powell speaking there at the U.S. Monetary Policy Forum in New York City. I want to show you also as well the shot that we had there of the market. So let's keep all of our news financial right now. So we do know that the stocks ended up higher for the day, but they suffered a brutal week of losses. Investors had to weigh several different factors, from the February jobs report coming out to comments made as well by Fed Chair Jerome Powell. And also, of course, keeping an eye on the back and forth that we had on tariffs. So for much more on all of this, we're now going to be joined by Alyssa Coram from Investor Business Daily. Alyssa, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now. As you can see there on our screen, we know that those stocks did finish in the green today after a very volatile week for traders. So how should folks be feeling right now about the market?
I think investors need to be cautious here. You are very right to point out that even though we got a little bit of a bounce on Friday, you take that step back, and for the week, solid losses. The S&P 500 and the NASDAQ both down over 3% for the week. And this is after last week seeing solid losses and a lot of destruction underneath the surface, money flowing to gold and other defensive flight to safety type areas where your mega cap tech stocks and other leading growth areas are continuing to suffer. So I think even though with the bounce today, the tone is caution here, because even though we're oversold, sort of due for a bounce, I'm concerned that if we can't see a little bit more momentum to the upside, we could continue to chop around with all of this uncertainty. You mentioned tariffs, a lot of headlines there creating uncertainty for investors.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, Alyssa, because I was going to ask what's really causing the market to seesaw right now. Is it all of this uncertainty that's around tariffs and even the thoughts of a potential trade war in the pipeline as well?
I think there's a lot of cross currents out there. Tariffs, yes, that's a concern. And the reason is we keep seeing different goalposts, right? Okay, here's the deadline. This is happening. And then because it's used as a negotiating tactic, right, from the White House, things can change. So we're seeing a lot of back and forth. There aren't things that have been released that we're seeing these effects for weeks and weeks and months. It's a very much unknown quantity right now. And so I think that's what the market's trying to figure out. We don't know how to price this in to the market yet. So that's one factor. I think another cross current here is you've seen this total upheaval in the artificial intelligence landscape. And that's really what's been driving the market the last year or two. And that really started in late January with DeepSeek, that news out of China that really rocked AI stocks. And they've had a hard time getting back on their feet. So I think that's another element that investors are concerned about here.
And maybe rightfully so. And what we have to talk about with the pauses and delays, do you think if it wasn't for the pauses and delays with these tariffs, that things would be a bit more smooth? Folks would know where the market was heading underneath this new administration?
That's a great question. I think that what the market hates the most is that uncertainty. So if we could get a little bit more clarity, I think that would go a long way. And I think if you look back to Trump's first term, and again, taking that step back overall, it was a very successful time in the stock market. Yes, of course, we had periods where the market consolidated, corrected a little bit, but overall, I think that there was a lot to like there, and we did see tariffs and a trade war with China at that point. I know right now the administration is focusing more on Mexico and Canada, China to some extent, but investors are actually moving money to China. So it doesn't seem like they're all too concerned, at least at this juncture, with the effects of tariffs on the Chinese market. But certainty is what we want. But regardless of the news flow out of the White House, say we do get some positive headlines on the tariff front, or at least headlines that are interpreted as positive for the market. I think investors really need to take a look at stocks. What are they doing? Can we see some momentum to the upside? Because you can have the economy doing one thing, you can have headlines saying another, but it really comes down to the stock market. That's why I love looking at charts. I'm a chart nerd. So now that we have this upside reversal today, hopefully we can find a bottom here. That's step one. Can the bleeding stop? Step two is, can we string together a couple of days on the upside and some increasing volume showing that institutions are putting more money back to work? That's what would make me feel a bit more confident about the market's change in direction and a more positive tone.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, because just before we brought you in, we were listening into some of the comments as well. You were talking about headlines. Of course, Fed Chair Jerome Powell spoke a bit earlier today, but we also know that he said the central bank is seeking greater clarity on President Trump's policies before making its next move on interest rates. Do you think that he's also here in line with how a lot of investors are thinking at this point?
That's the third big pillar, I would say, of the cross currents that we're looking at here in the market. And that really goes back to December 18th, when he said just as much, right? You had that post-election fuel that really sparked the rally. That was a very exciting time for investors. And then Powell sort of pumped the brakes and said, whoa, 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 we're going to take this wait and see approach. The market took a really hard hit that day. That was sort of the shot across the bow for investors. And we saw this shift in tone back then from this strong and steady uptrend for stocks after the election to a choppy period. And now, as we keep seeing more tariff headlines, more uncertainty around interest rates, that's really when we started turning lower over the last couple of weeks. So I do think today, on Friday, the market keyed off of Powell's comments. Even though he didn't say much new, I think investors wanted to find something to be reassured about. So saying, hey, the job market is solid here, I think some investors were keying off of that. But this is going to be a theme, I think, that we're going to see play out at least for the next 6 months. Investors are going to be looking at not only what is Powell saying, but continuing to keep a very close eye on all of the various economic reports that come out, because the Fed's going to be looking at those for those future interest rate decisions. So we'll have to see what comes next. But right now, a cautious tone.
I'm glad you mentioned some of the reports that are coming out as well, because we also got the first jobs report of President Trump's second term. We know that hiring picked up during February from the previous month, but the growth did miss some of those expectations, and job cuts also surged. Did those reports released today have any significant impact there on the market?
So I do think traders were probably keying off of Powell's comments. It felt like that's really when we saw the turn intraday. But even more so, I think what you're seeing is more on a technical perspective. The S&P 500 came down to its 200-day moving average. That's a long-term support level for a major uptrend. So I think a lot of traders who are looking at the technicals were looking at that as a long-term historically support level for stocks and wanted to put some money to work there, those dip buyers, right? But for traders like me, I'm mostly in cash, reducing my stock holdings over the last couple of weeks. I want to see a little bit more of a proof of a bounce before re-engaging with the market. So I think it was as much of a technical play here for traders with the bounce as the comments from Powell. But going back to what I said before, you can get a positive economic report, but it's all about the reaction by the market, right? That's really what you should be dialed in on versus what those headlines are. The headlines are important, but the stock market reaction is even more important.
And Alyssa, the trading week has officially closed. We're heading into the weekend. What can you tell us that you have your eye on for next week?
For next week, I want to see if this momentum to the upside can materialize with a couple more days to the upside. We've seen over the last couple of weeks some solid up days, but we've been chopping lower. So you can't just see one up day in the market and use that as your signal to get in. Even with today, on Friday support for the S&P 500 at a key level. Hey, this could be the bottom, and that would be great. But I want the odds more in my favor. So next week, as more economic reports come out, I'm going to be watching very closely to see what the market's reaction is, if we can hold Friday's low, and what do stocks look like underneath the surface. Are investors out there buying defensive names like Coca-Cola and Johnson & Johnson and insurance stocks and gold? Or are they buying the mega cap tech stocks and more growth type names that we've seen lead the market in 2023 and 2024? That's going to give me a feel for sort of the sentiment underneath the surface and the market's overall health. And with us being at key levels for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, if we continue to fall apart, I will get more concerned that this could turn into a late 2021, early 2022 type scenario, and that turned into a bear market. So I love being bullish. I would love to see us bounce from here and get another strong uptrend. So I'm going to be nimble. I'm going to be waiting for that, but I'm not going to jump the gun. I want to see the proof first in the stocks and in the major indexes.
All right, Alyssa Corum there with Investors Business Daily. We appreciate you for joining us here on Live Now to break down some of the talk that we had about the stock market. We appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
All right, we did want to bring that to you here on Live Now. We're going to take this time to step away for a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with some of the other top stories that we're following today. And moments ago, we got an update from Houston, Texas, after a trooper was involved in a shooting there. Let's listen in. Trying to make sure we can get some of this audio here. Let's go ahead and listen here. Let's see.
I'm Sergeant Standiford with the Texas Department of Public Safety, and I'm here responding to this incident that occurred today. What we do know thus far is on Friday, March 7th, 2025, DPS, the Harris County Sheriff's Department, HPD were attempting to serve a warrant for aggravated robbery. They were trying to serve that warrant in an 8300 block of Willow Place Drive. Suspects were located at the apartments at Willow Green. The officers attempted to order the suspects out of the building, and at which time one of the suspects fled from the front window that you can see behind me in attempt to flee the scene. There was a trooper covering that window. He observed the suspect brandish a gun, at which time he fired on the suspect to prevent himself from being shot. Once that suspect was shot, they rushed to his location, helped him out of the window, escorted him to the parking lot by a parked vehicle where they provided medical assistance. The suspect was transported to a local hospital with non-life-threatening injuries, and shortly thereafter, all the other suspects were taken into custody without incident.
Which agencies was it? Just the EPS on scene, or were other agencies on scene at the time?
There were other agencies on scene at the time. 4.
On man combination?
We're still in the preliminary aspect of it. I don't know 100% sure if they were male, female. I just know there were 4 suspects.
And they were all wanted for. Which agency initiated this? Is this an HPD case, an EPS case?
So I would imagine the general consensus now is to have a collaborative effort. I'm not sure which agency exactly went and knocked on the door first, but they were all on scene. They ordered the suspects out. Suspect fled from the window. A trooper observed him fleeing from the window, and that's when he saw him brandish a weapon, and he fired the shot.
Can you say where any firearms were coming?
I hadn't located any just yet. The investigation is still ongoing. I would imagine they did, but I hadn't seen it for myself as of yet. Yes. I'm sure it has. I hadn't talked to them to see it just yet. I think there was a crew of them that were doing aggravated robberies around the vicinity.
For DPS when a trooper fires, are they placed on administrative leave afterwards?
The Texas Rangers will arrive on scene, and then they will investigate the circumstances surrounding the incident, and then they may receive, as a general protocol, some time to themselves.
What exactly was the suspect?
I'm not familiar with where they were shot. He was already gone to the hospital when I arrived on scene. He's not deceased. He has non-life-threatening injuries, but I'm not sure where he was struck.
So all 4 currently?
Yes.
Will they be facing any charges?
I'm sure they will. If the warrant was for aggravated robbery. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we did want to bring you that update there from those officials on scene as that investigation is still ongoing. We were also able to show you a few live pictures there as they are investigating. What we do know, as that was said there in that press conference, a warrant was attempting to be served for aggravated robbery. This is when the trooper was involved in a shooting that happened there at Willow Place Drive in Houston. That suspect was injured, taken to the hospital, does have non-life-threatening injuries at this point. The condition, though, is not known at this exact time. We do know that the trooper was not injured in this exchange. Wanted to give you that update here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take this time to step away for a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with some of the shots that we're getting into our newsroom. Want to show you this one as well. We've been monitoring this out of South Carolina. We know it's a big deal today. There's set to be the first execution by firing squad in 15 years is set to happen. It does appear that our shot here is frozen, but this is just a picture of what's happening right now. We know that there are several protests happening there in South Carolina. Outside of this facility where the man, Brad Sigmund, he's a convicted murderer, is set to be the first person to be put to death in 15 years by firing squad. He's a convicted murderer, and he was convicted of killing his ex-girlfriend's parents with a baseball bat after she refused to come back to him after she left him. So we do know that it was his decision to die by firing squad there. His lawyers say that he felt like this was the most ethical way for this to be taken out. So this is set to happen there at 6 o'clock Eastern time in just a matter of minutes there on the East Coast. We'll continue to keep a close eye on that here on Live Now from Fox as well. In the meantime, we also have some other news to get to. I want to go ahead and bring into the conversation in North Carolina, not South Carolina, switching gears here just a little bit. I want to show you this shot that we have there in Charlotte, North Carolina. Taking a look there on your screen. We do know that this Sunday, another thing that so many folks are talking about, Americans are going to be losing an hour of sleep. This as daylight saving time is setting in, bringing forward your clocks one more hour on Sunday. So let's check in now with Fox's Chelsea Torres. She's live there in Charlotte, North Carolina. Chelsea, thanks so much for being with us. We do know that President Trump has talked about getting rid of daylight savings altogether. What can you tell us about that?
Christina, it seems that this conversation gets into the headlines nearly every single year now. By this Sunday, 48 states, with the exception of Hawaii and some of Arizona, will be pushing their clocks forward, meaning they'll get an extra hour in the evenings. And President Trump has said that daylight saving is costly and inconvenient, but now says it's a 50-50 issue.
I assume people would like to have more light later, but some people want to have more light earlier because they don't want to take their kids to school in the dark. It's something I can do, but a lot of people like it one way, a lot of people like it the other way. It's very even, and usually I find when that's the case, what else do we have to do?
Daylight saving time was created to help conserve energy during most of the 20th century, though a recent Stanford University study shows there's not much of a significant difference. The Journal of Clinical Sleep Medicine say not moving the clocks at all is better for people's health. Some people tell me they're either for or against the time change.
I think it's just more like a personal preference that I like when it's sunny outside. I'm a sun baby, so that's kind of what I'm thinking about it.
It's important, especially to our farmers and local farmers. It helps them adjust to and how they're going to map out for the rest of the year. I think it does not need to be getting rid of.
Again, considering making daylight saving time permanent, but there's no timetable on whether it will pass the Senate or even the House. Christina?
Chelsea, I have to ask you, you're there in Charlotte. You're going to be impacted by the changing time. What do you think about it? Are you a fan of daylight savings over the years, or is it something that you think we should get rid of?
I think for me, I'm almost indifferent also, but I really do like the sunlight. I am a sun person. I thrive in the warmer temperatures. So if I can have sunlight all day, then I will take that. Daylight saving time is what I would prefer if I had to choose.
All right. We got it. You heard it there from Chelsea Torres with Fox. We appreciate you for joining us here on Live Now.
Thanks, Christina. Have a good night.
All right, we did want to bring that to you. Of course, as she said, so many people have thoughts on daylight savings and how it impacts them over the years as well. Let's also check in now to get a little bit more information about what is to come with daylight savings time. Let's check in with Fox's Chad Pergram as he talks a little bit more about what's to come.
We all live in time, but politicians have the power to dictate time. That's why we spring forward. And when you lose an hour of sleep this weekend, who should you blame? Well, Congress, of course. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution grants Congress the power to, quote, fix weights and measures. Congress formally established daylight saving time with the Uniform Time Act of 1966. And to some lawmakers, time has run out on the biennial time change.
I haven't had anybody come to me and say, this is something that benefits our society. Why do we have it around anymore? Let's get rid of the antiquated stuff that holds us back from advancement.
Florida Republican Rick Scott wants to legislatively freeze time.
Well, that's what this bill does. We'll lock the clock. So stop going back and forth between daylight savings time and standard time.
The Senate unanimously approved a bill 3 years ago to park the U.S. on daylight saving time year-round. But the bill's time never came in the House. Presidents have tinkered with changing the time via executive orders to maximize daylight during times of crisis. President Woodrow Wilson moved the clocks during World War I. The same with FDR during World War II, and President Richard Nixon during the oil shocks of the 1970s. President Trump expressed exasperation with the time change in December, calling it inconvenient. But he's not inclined to alter the clock switching.
It's a 50-50 issue. And if something's a 50-50 issue, it's hard to get excited about it. I assume people would like to have more light later, but some people want to have more light earlier because they don't want to take their kids to school in the dark.
The country is divided politically, but at least one lawmaker believes the issue could unite all Americans.
I'd love for us to not have to switch our clocks. I think that's something that actually probably can unite Americans right now.
Shakespeare wrote, quote, "Let every man be master of his time." But that's hard to do when Congress decides the time. The bard also said, what is past is prologue, which means we likely change the clocks again this fall. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
All right, our thanks to Chad Pergram for that story. Did also want to show you this live feed right now. We see President Trump is arriving there at Joint Base Andrews. He arrived on Marine One, heading up the stairs, though, now to get on Air Force One as well. We know that he is leaving for Florida for his Mar-a-Lago estate. We also got, just a few minutes ago, saw him leaving the White House as well. And right behind him was Elon Musk. So we're continuing to watch as the president, you see there, waving, not stopping for any comments this time around before entering Air Force One and heading to Mar-a-Lago. Of course, it's been a very, very busy week there in Washington, D.C. So I wanted to show you some of these moments that we're seeing as well. We also have another shot there, as you can see the others boarding the plane. Want to put that up for you as well, so you can see a closer view of folks entering Air Force One as well. And again, he is departing there at Washington, D.C., leaving for Mar-a-Lago. Elon Musk there as well, as the entire cabinet, members, I should say, of his cabinet are also boarding the plane there. All right, as you see there, just another shot there, live view of Air Force One as members of the cabinet, including Howard Lutnick, Susie Wiles, all boarding the plane there alongside President Trump, including Elon Musk too. So did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. And as I was saying, we saw just moments ago, we saw them leaving the White House, got some tape playback of that. Want to put that on for you just so you can see what it looked like, the moments leading up to the president leaving the White House. We could see him there. Let's go ahead and play this out for you as well. Really not audio that you can hear there as the president departed the White House heading for Joint Base Andrews. And we just, again, saw him as he left. He boarded Air Force One alongside members of his cabinet, Howard Lutnick, as well as Susie Wiles. Elon Musk as well was there. But this was just a few moments ago, choosing not to speak to the press instead just waving as he departs for Mar-a-Lago. So shaking hands, waving as he heads towards the airport and to get on Marine Force One initially before. Did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. You can see some of those other members there also getting ready to head towards Marine One. In a few seconds, we should also see the other members of the cabinet right there now on your screen as they also left the White House alongside the president. As you can hear some of the press attempting to shout questions there towards the group, none of them stopping to make any comments at this time. So we were able to see the moments where they are getting on Marine Force One, heading towards Air Force One, now departing for Mar-a-Lago. All right, we did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take this time to step away for a 2-minute break. Stay with us. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Did want to continue on with some more of today's top stories. As you can see, the shot is a little bit shaky here, but this is out of South Carolina, where the man who is going to be executed there is now. That should have happened in just the last few minutes. This was expected to happen at 6 p.m. Eastern time as well. We do know that Brad Sigmund is his name, and earlier today, the Supreme Court did deny his last-ditch effort to avoid that execution. This was clearing the way for the first execution by firing squad in the United States in the last 15 years. Brad Sigmund, a little bit more about him. He was convicted back in 2002 of murdering his ex-girlfriend's parents, choosing firing squad method over electrocution or lethal injection. The justices, though, rejected his emergency motion in order to stop that execution in a brief order without any noted dissents in that. It is important to know that this, again, was set to happen at 6 p.m. there in South Carolina, which is just after the 6 o'clock hour there on the East Coast. And this all happened unless he was to receive a last-minute reprieve from the governor there in South Carolina, who signed a law that allowed for firing squad to again become a method of execution. So it is important to note that we wanted to bring this to you here on Live Now from Fox. We are expecting also to get a press conference in the next few minutes as well. Talking about this, we'll bring it to you when we get it. In the meantime, though, do want to continue on with some of our other news of the day. Staying on the crime front, let's head down to Florida as there was an update about a missing teenager who was found dead. Let's go ahead and listen into some of those remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to update you on the case of Miranda Corsetti, the missing juvenile went missing on February the 24th. I am going to outline the timeline for you, but I want to remind you that this is an ongoing investigation. So as law enforcement continue to investigation, things could change at any moment. So here's the timeline how it first started. So yesterday afternoon, we had a witness that came in that said she wanted to provide us information on the missing juvenile from Gulfport. Based on the tips and investigation by the detective, we believe that 16-year-old Miranda Corsetti was contacted by 35-year-old Stephen Gress on a social media app. And I'm going to stop there for one moment and just want to remind all the parents out there, please, I'm begging you, please, make sure you know what your kids are doing on social media. And to the kids also, if someone is contacting you and are not a family member, please let your parents know. So again, we're talking about a 16-year-old that was contacted by a 35-year-old. On February the 14th, we know that Mr. Gress went to Miranda's home, picked her up, took her to his house, which is located at 2708 27th Avenue North. He took her to the house. She spent the day there. We know he took her back on the 24th. On the 15th of February, we know she went back to the house on her own. Now, on the 20th at the house, there was some type of dispute over some missing jewelry. So from the 20th through the 24th, she was beaten and tortured because they could not find this piece of jewelry. We know that sometime there, she was then killed. Mr. Gress placed her body in his car along with his domestic partner, Michelle Brandis, and they drove her to Largo. In Largo, the detectives found evidence that Miranda was dismembered at that location. They then placed her in a car and they drove her down to Ruskin where they dumped her into a dumpster, and her body is somewhere possibly in a landfill somewhere in that county. Yesterday, we realized that Mr. Gress was already in custody for pointing a harpoon at his domestic partner and possession of drugs. He is still in county jail as we speak today. We are now looking for Michelle Brandis. The picture's to my left and to your right. Michelle, if you're out there, we're trying to tell you to turn yourself in because we will find you sooner or later. If anybody out there is trying to help Michelle, if we can, we will charge you with the charges we can charge you with. As of this point, Mr. Gress is being charged with kidnapping Miranda, and this is an active investigation. More charges are soon to follow. I want to thank the following agencies for helping us out: Gulfport, Largo, and Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, our state and federal partners. Again, this is a horrific crime. We are still investigating it. We want to ensure that we bring justice to Miranda. The investigators are looking at every piece of evidence that we can find. And again, I want to say we want to hold all responsible parties accountable. So with that, I'll open up for any questions. Both of her parents are deceased, and her grandmother at this time is not ready to talk to anyone.
Can you talk a little bit about the discrepancy between her leaving on the 14th and then being reported missing on the 24th as a 10-day time window? Do we know who reported her missing and why that might not have come up earlier?
Sure, I'll ask the chief.
Hi there, I'm Commander Mary Fair, and I'm currently the acting chief of police for Gulfport. We are very familiar with Miranda. We know that she is a frequent runaway, and she has a history of mental health issues as well as drug abuse. The grandmother is her primary caregiver at this time, and she said that she normally comes home, so she doesn't report her missing every time she leaves. She just didn't come back in a timely manner this time.
Was it her grandmother that reported her missing then?
It was.
And any affiliation with local schools noticing that she was absent for 10 days?
No, Miranda is actually homeschooled.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, we do want to talk to her because, again, she was present when they moved Miranda around, and we want to talk to her. And again, either she can come in and talk to us, or we will find her. So again, like you're saying, Michelle, if you're listening, your friends, find your way to the police department and to her friends that think they're helping her. If we can make charges, we will make charges. We have witnesses that says she was there. We have witnesses that said that they saw her along with the defendant, with the body being placed in the car.
She was home in Largo. What's the connection? Obviously, they left this home in Gulfport. That was Mr. Dress's residence to go to this home in Largo. Who lives there? What were they doing there?
That is Michelle's mother's home.
We know that her body may be in a landfill. Are you guys going to go through it to find her body?
We're going to do everything possible to bring Miranda home. Again, we know the body was placed into a dumpster, but we got to try to figure out which landfill did that dumpster go to.
Chief, can you talk about what lured Miranda to this couple, to this home? Were they offering her something to come live with them? What was the nature of it?
So the social media page they were on was a dating app. So we're assuming that they must have met on a date. She went there on the 14th. And then again, like I said, she came back around on the 15th.
Do you plan to file any additional charges against either of them related to sexual contact with a minor?
We're going to put every possible charge on everyone that was involved in this. And that's why, again, the defendant's already in jail on another charge. And again, I would reiterate to Michelle, come in. Anything else? So I want to turn it over to our Major Halstead. She's going to talk to you about a 17-year-old that we have missing here in St. Petersburg. Major Michelle. Major Halstead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Major Shannon Halstead with the department just over 24 years. I appreciate your time. I understand the difficulty in transitioning to that from that conversation right into another one, but we've had an important update in this case that we want to share with everyone. We've been investigating a missing runaway since March 1st. His name is Alistair Nasir. He was last seen in the 6500 block of the Bayou Grand Boulevard Northeast. The update that I want to share with you is that when we originally posted him on our social media page, we didn't have any reason to believe that he would be missing and endangered. As you know, we often have between 12 and 15 runaways at any given time. Last night at 2 a.m., we received additional information sharing with us that the family found a note that he had written prior to leaving the residence. So the content of the note has obviously caused us alarm, and that's why we have listed him as missing and endangered today. The other thing that's happened since we last put out the media alert is that detectives were able to find additional video of him traveling westbound on 62nd Avenue past Mangrove Bay Middle School. The reason why I'm sharing that with you is because the original video that you saw, he was wearing a blue backpack in that video. We know for a fact he dropped that backpack off at Canterbury School there on the north side of 62nd Avenue. In the video that we found earlier today, he now has a red backpack. So I just wish that as you're sharing the information, the latest update that we have is that same clothing description, same bicycle white cruiser description, but that he may have a red backpack. As far as resources that we've used to locate him, neighborhood canvases to include several different residents in Placido Bayou, where we followed a trail of technical data reference a cell phone. Obviously have examined computer. The family has been awesome in collaborating with us in reference to even working with a PI to try to get information out, both digital flyers, hard copy flyers. The other thing today, once we found that updated photo, is we have drones. Many of you probably realize there's a wooded area just south of the Canterbury campus. So, our concern is he in that wooded area somewhere? So we've been working on that this morning, too. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you guys have. That he had an intent to harm himself. No, ma'am, no, absolutely no indications of that. The backpack that he dropped off was dropped there strategically for a certain person. And we've talked with her and all of his friends. We've also talked with personnel at the school he attends, as well as doing, as part of the neighborhood canvas, we had a specific residence in Placido Bayou, and then talked with everyone in the surrounding houses to see if there's other teenagers that live close by. As you know, sometimes the digital evidence will give you an address, but it's not an exact location. So there's been a lot of neighborhood canvassing throughout that neighborhood, Ring doorbells, surveillance systems to see if we can find a better location.
Is there anything that you would say to Alistair about the people who are missing him and wanting him to come home?
Sure, absolutely. I appreciate that question. The family is obviously very concerned. He has, I believe there are 3 brothers in the family, and the middle brother actually came back from out of town to help with the search of this. So I think that speaks, the family is concerned. This is not something that this kid normally does, and it's important that we have everyone's help in trying to locate him. We we did the initial interview of the friends and a girlfriend, and then went back and did secondary interviews just to make sure that they realized the resources that were being deployed and that everyone's level of concern was continuing to heighten, and to make sure that wasn't the case. So we don't believe that's the case. Thank you, everyone.
All right, we were just listening in there to that update out of St. Petersburg there in Florida. I want to show you this live look that we have there over the city. We got an update on the 2 teenagers. I want to kind of recap what we just listened to as well there. So unfortunately, we did start off that news conference with an update on a missing 16-year-old girl, Miranda Corsett. We do know that she was found dead, and we do know that they have now arrested one person, 35-year-old Stephen Gress. Of course, we do know as well from those officials that update there that the 2 met on a dating app, and it was a witness who contacted police to say that they had more information about the possible kidnapping and homicide of that missing teen. We do know that Corsett, the missing teenage girl, often would run away from her grandmother's home, who was her primary parent to look after her. They do say that she ran away so often that the grandmother didn't even report her missing initially because she didn't know, and she often would run away and come back home, but she was found dead. And now police have arrested, again, they have arrested 35-year-old Stephen Gress and are now looking for his partner as well, asking her to turn herself in. Did want to bring you that update here on Live Now from Fox, but also we had images there on your screen, still focusing on a lot of the information that's coming out of South Carolina. We are now awaiting a news conference to get underway as well there, but you can see protesters are still out there outside of the prison where the man is set to be executed. Brad Sigmund, the 67-year-old convicted murderer, did lose his bid to have his execution not go through. The Supreme Court today did deny that last-ditch effort, but it will avoid the execution. This cleared the way for the first execution by firing squad within the United States in the last 15 years. Again, Brad is 67 years old. He was convicted back in 2002 of murdering his ex-girlfriend's parents. He did choose firing squad method instead of electrocution or lethal injection. So again, there's supporters right now speaking outside of the prison. They say that they don't like the death penalty. They think it's unethical. So we've been watching these shots as they've been coming into our newsroom over the last few hours. We also know that we're set to get an update as well, a post-execution news conference. We already have the shot, and we're monitoring it here closely on the Live Now from Fox. So when that gets underway, we'll bring it to you. They want to bring that to you here on Live Now. We're going to take this time to step away for a 2-minute break. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As said, we were continuing to monitor this out of South Carolina. We're expecting to get an update after the South Carolina inmate is set to be executed by firing squad. That was set to happen just a few minutes ago, under 30 minutes ago, at 6 p.m. there on the East Coast. He is convicted of double murder of his ex-girlfriend's parents. He did also appeal to the Supreme Court. They did deny that last-ditch effort to avoid execution this evening. We do, of course, have been continuing to monitor other shots that we're getting there from outside of the prison where he's set to be executed. There are several people speaking right now. Let's listen in to some of those comments here on Live Now.
That no matter what you do to make up for your wrongdoing, we reserve the right to kill you. But the question is not whether Brad deserves to die. The question is whether we deserve to kill. In the Gospel of John, chapter 8, Jesus has very pointed instructions about which people can kill other people. Only those without sin can cast the first stone. And the last time I checked, no person on this earth fits that description, not even Governor Henry McMaster, whose hardened heart remains the reason why executions continue in the first place. Brad, on the other hand, was someone who believed that nobody was beyond redemption. With all his heart, he believed that we are more than the worst thing we've ever done, and more than the worst thing that has ever happened to us. As the oldest person executed in SCDC's history, Brad was no longer a threat to citizens of our state. He was a person who wanted to share the love of Jesus by any means necessary. He was also a serious scripture reader who knew the Bible better than most pastors. He found hope and meaning in the story of King David, a man who also committed capital crimes against humanity, but was forgiven by God and was given a second chance to be a better person and leader, not executed. In another state, Brad could have been a peace builder inside our violent prison system. Instead, his witness languished in isolation for more than 20 years before ending in secret-ridden, state-sanctioned violence. As Brad's spiritual advisor, I can personally attest to the fact that he is a different man today than the person he was more than 20 years ago when he harmed the Lord family. I can can also imagine the anguish-filled journey on which the Larks have been on these last 4.5 years. Brad wanted nothing more than to repair the harm he caused. But our prison system does not allow this, nor does our prison system recognize that those who caused great harm and violence are often the victims of harm and neglect themselves. Brad deserved better. Experienced abuse and neglect. So tonight we're praying for the Lark family for their comfort and their peace as they mourn their parents.
All right, as you see there, it does appear that as she's speaking, her mic did die. We're not able to hear some of that audio, but we are expecting to get this update. It's about 2 minutes away. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now.